vast. Beneath the dust of ages, silent ruins are whispering a completely different story. From megalithic blocks weighing hundreds of tons that seem to defy gravity to the eerie similarities between civilizations separated by vast oceans. These are all fragments of a shattered puzzle. Did advanced civilizations exist before us, possessing superior technology only to be wiped out by cataclysm, or were the gods of legend actually visitors from the stars? Put aside your preconceptions and join us on a journey to decode ancient mysteries where the line between myth and truth is thinner than ever. They rise from the earth like ancient guardians, massive stone towers, built in a forgotten age, when iron was unknown, wheels were non-existent, and written language had yet to be born. On the island of Menorca, surrounded by the turquoise waters of the Mediterranean, stand the Taliotic towers, silent, weathered, and defiant. No mortar binds their stones, no blueprint reveals their secrets, and yet they endure. These prehistoric structures are more than ruins. They are a challenge to our understanding of ancient engineering, a whispered riddle from a civilization that vanished, leaving behind only stone and questions. What do you think about the engineering abilities of prehistoric people? How advanced were they really? And what secrets might still lie hidden in these ancient towers? Share your thoughts in the comments below. The Taliotic towers are scattered across the islands of Menorca and Mallorca, named after the word Taliot in Old Catalan, meaning watchtower or high lookout point. However, this term quickly reveals its limitations, as the Taliots are not simply military structures. They are massive stone cylinders, typically round or oval in shape, constructed from giant stone slabs, each weighing several tons stacked, using the dry stone technique without mortar. Each stone was roughly shaped, but shows no signs of being worked with metal tools. Despite the absence of binding agents, the Taliot walls have remained standing for more than 2.5 to 3 millennia, withstanding sea winds, harsh climates, and the countless waves of history. What astonishes researchers is not simply the Taliotic people's use of stone for construction, but rather the scale balance and extraordinary stability they achieved. Although the stones were not cut into perfect squares, they were carefully selected and arranged with remarkable precision, following a principle that archaeologists refer to as locked gravity, where the sheer weight and shape of each stone causes them to interlock naturally, forming a solid and stable structure. This technique allowed the creation of towering buildings without the use of any binding material, a feat that required a deep understanding of center of gravity, pressure distribution, lateral force, and load balance concepts usually associated with Greek or Roman architecture. And yet, the Taliotic people mastered all of this thousands of years ago, without blueprints, machines, or modern engineering knowledge. Among the hundreds of Taliots discovered, Taliot de Torello and Taliot de Trapuco stand out as prime examples of the impressive scale of these structures. Their foundations span up to 20 meters in diameter, with original heights estimated at 5 to 7 meters. Upon close examination, archaeologists found that the stones were not selected randomly. They were sorted by shape and size, with larger blocks forming the base and progressively smaller stones used higher up. Many Taliots also feature inverted triangular stones used to fill gaps, precisely creating seamless and solid wall surfaces. It was this meticulous planning and execution that allowed the structures to remain standing for millennia without deforming or collapsing. One of the most puzzling aspects for archaeologists is that the Taliotic people left behind no blueprints, markings, or written records related to their construction techniques. No script, no diagrams. All knowledge seems to have been passed down orally or completely lost over time. So how did they manage to lift multi-ton stone blocks to heights of 5 to 7 meters without using pulleys, wheels, or cranes? Some theories suggest the use of earthen ramps or wooden scaffolding, but given the scale, power, and precision seen in Talots, these explanations remain largely unconvincing. Even the Romans, famed for their engineering skills, typically avoided dry stone construction due to its difficulty, opting instead for mortar, mixed with rubble to ease the building process. Although dry stone construction techniques were not unique to Menorca, similar methods appeared in the Inca stone walls of Peru, the megalithic sites of Malta, and the Nuraga towers of Sardinia. What sets Menorca apart is the scale of application and level of systematization. The Taliotic people didn't just build towers, they interconnected them with ceremonial structures like the taller T-shaped stone altar and the Navetta boat-shaped tomb, forming a prehistoric architectural network with clear logic, defined purposes, and rare consistency. This entire complex reveals that it was not merely a place of residence, but rather a religious, social, architectural ecosystem developed with deliberate intent and remarkable organization. Many Talots were not just solid stone masses, but featured clearly designed interior spaces, often in circular or horseshoe shapes, with narrow corridors leading to a central chamber. Some even had a second level, or underground structures, showing that the builders not only knew how to stack stones, but also understood how to organize space functionally. The construction of hundreds of Taliotes of varying sizes across Menorca reflects a society with long-term planning, clear social hierarchy, and abundant manpower capable of executing large-scale structures that were likely symbolic and served ritualistic or communal purposes. A major question arises: why didn't the Taliotic people use mortar? Was it because they hadn't invented it yet? Or was it a deliberate choice based on technical or spiritual reasoning? Some scholars believe that dry stone construction allowed the structures to breathe, to expand and contract with weather changes without cracking, unlike mortared buildings. This would have been especially beneficial in the Mediterranean climate, with its high humidity and wide temperature swings. Others suggest the Taliotic people considered stone to be sacred, and mixing it with other materials would have compromised its purity, a decision perhaps more symbolic or spiritual than technical. In this sense, the absence of mortar might reflect a profound construction philosophy that has been lost to time. The fact that these Talots still stand after more than 25 centuries, while many modern buildings crumble within decades, is powerful proof of the timeless durability of ancient construction. It's no surprise that in the year 2023, the Taliotic sites of Menorca were officially recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, cited as an exceptional example of large-scale dry stone architecture reflecting a deep connection between human settlement and the natural environment in the prehistoric Mediterranean. Yet much remains unsolved. Many Taliots are still unexcavated. Foundations remain buried. Entire chapters of their history are missing. It's clear that these ancient builders weren't merely piling up stones. They were transmitting a language of architecture. We've yet to decode a form of thought without words, a design logic beyond time. Were they taught by an even older civilization, or did they independently develop these techniques through careful observation and relentless experimentation? Whatever the truth may be, the Taliotic towers still stand silent, steadfast and defiant, as if waiting for someone to finally hear the story the stones have been trying to tell. Nestled among the tranquil forests of the ancient capital of Polonnaruwa, once one of the most important Buddhist centers in Sri Lanka during the 12th century, Vihara is not a lavish or towering structure. Yet within its simplicity lies an artistic marvel that leaves the world speechless. 4 massive Buddha statues were carved seamlessly from a single granite rock, not assembled, not pieced together, and showing no signs of modern construction techniques. Even today, the stone carving art of Vihara remains an unsolved mystery, an artistic masterpiece that even the most skilled contemporary sculptors might not be able to replicate perfectly. Could ancient artisans have known a lost technique or something even more mysterious? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your theories. What immediately captivates anyone standing before Vihara is not just its scale, but the astonishing finesse carved into one of the world's hardest stones. Granite, known for resisting even modern tools, has been transformed here with such delicacy that it seems to breathe. Every curve, whether in the gentle drape of the Buddha's robe, the relaxed contour of his fingers, or the serene calmness of his face, shows a level of control that defies time and technique. The reclining Buddha, stretching over 14 meters in length, exemplifies this mastery. His toes are carved in flawless symmetry. His face carries a subtle, knowing smile, quiet yet powerful. But perhaps most extraordinary is the robe. It clings to the body like silk, created not with deep chiseling, but with soft, barely there grooves. This kind of work requires not only unmatched hand skill, but a level of tactile sensitivity and control that suggests the sculptors were not just craftsmen. They were artists of the highest order, working with intent, patience, and reverence. What puzzles researchers most is not just the artistic beauty, but the unanswered question at its core. How did 12th century artisans with no modern machinery, no measuring devices, and not even a single surviving blueprint manage to produce such technically and aesthetically advanced work? What tools did they use to carve into such hard granite? How did they polish the surface to near mirror-like smoothness? And why, out of countless possibilities, did they choose to carve all four statues side by side on the same massive stone instead of crafting them separately? Although many archaeologists and modern sculpting experts have attempted to reconstruct the process used to create Vihara, the results remain far from the original. When using iron or bronze tools similar to those of that era to carve granite, the outcomes yield only rough lines and high tool wear, nowhere near the refined detail seen in the Vihara statues. Some theories suggest that ancient artisans may have used tools tipped with diamond or some special alloy, but to this day, no archaeological evidence supports that claim. Another hypothesis proposes that they may have heated the stone and then doused it with cold water to crack the surface, making it easier to sculpt. However, this method seems impractical for achieving extremely fine details like robe folds, eyes, or lips, all of which require high precision and tight control. In the end, all of these remain speculative theories that fail to provide a convincing explanation. One of the elements that makes Vihara truly exceptional is its astonishing precision in proportion and perspective. The seated and reclining statues were sculpted at an ideal angle for viewers looking up from below, indicating that the artisans had calculated visual perception effects even before carving began. This not only demonstrates a high level of technical skill, but also reveals a deep understanding of space and human experience. Particularly striking is the standing statue, with its arms crossed over the chest and a solemn facial expression that evokes a very different emotion. Not the typical compassion seen in Buddhist art, but a stillness tinged with deep sorrow. This kind of expression is rare, and even rarer when vividly captured in such an unforgiving material as granite. One particularly astonishing feature of Vihara is the statue's flawless level of completion. There are no signs of unfinished work, no carving mistakes, no visible corrections, and no misaligned lines. Every detail appears executed with such precision that it feels as if they were created from a perfect blueprint. This raises a profound question: were the ancient artisans truly so masterful that they made no mistakes throughout the entire carving process? Or did they possess some secret preparatory method, such as sketching directly onto the stone or building small wax or clay models to test designs before starting? Some researchers propose that a highly sophisticated training system may have existed where each artisan specialized in a specific task, following a sacred formula passed down through generations. Yet curiously, there remains no archaeological evidence to confirm the existence of such a system. Vihara is not only a technical masterpiece, but also a powerful symbol of the intersection between art and spirituality. The statues here are not merely objects to be admired, they carry profound spiritual weight. They were not placed inside closed temples or caves, but set amidst nature in direct contact with earth, sky, and trees, as if they were inseparable from the universe itself. Their orientation, facing northwest, seems far from random, possibly aligning with the setting sun, a symbol of final liberation, the moment when one lets go of all attachments and returns to a state of absolute stillness. Some modern scholars, especially those who study religion and meditation, believe that the entire Vihara complex is a living embodiment of meditation engraved into stone to become an eternal place of spiritual practice. When someone meditates before the statues, they are not simply admiring artistry, they are immersing themselves in a flow of preserved wisdom, emotion, and spirit. This is something no 3D model can replicate, for the work transcends form and reaches the core of consciousness itself. Many Asian art experts insist that Vihara is not just a tourist destination or archaeological site, but a stone library of meditation. Each carved line is a lesson in balance, in slow, patient training, in the mastery of matter through mindfulness. Perhaps this is why Vihara's artistry has never been truly replicated, because it is not just the art of the hand, but the art of the soul. A final question still hangs in the air. Could our ancestors have possessed some form of knowledge and understanding of matter, energy, and consciousness that we have since forgotten? If not, then how have stone statues, more than 8 centuries old, continued to astonish the modern world, while generations of sculptors have yet to recreate them? Perhaps Vihara is not just a relic of the past, but a reminder of a peak once reached by humanity, where art was not only to be seen, but to be awakened by. Hidden deep in the granite hills of Bihar, India, lies a mystery that modern science still cannot solve. Not a pyramid, nor a temple, but a series of ancient, rock-cut chambers, so precisely engineered they defy everything we think we know about ancient technology. These are the Barabar caves, the oldest surviving examples of monolithic architecture in India, dating back to the 3rd century BCE. But their true enigma isn't just their age. It's what's inside chambers, carved into solid granite, with walls polished to a mirror finish so smooth they reflect light like glass. And the biggest question remains unanswered to this day. How did ancient builders with no steel, no electricity, and no machines create something we would struggle to replicate even now? What do you think could explain this ancient precision? Were the builders using a lost technology, forgotten techniques, or something beyond what we understand today? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your theory. The Barabar cave complex consists of 4 main caves: Lomas, Rishi Sudama Karan Chaupar, and Visvakarma. What's truly astonishing is that all of them were carved directly into solid granite, one of the hardest types of stone on Earth. Granite is not only difficult to cut, but almost impossible to shape, using primitive tools made of copper or iron from the ancient world. Yet inside these caves, archaeologists have found cylindrical or rectangular chambers with perfectly curved domes, smooth flat floors, and most remarkably walls polished to a mirror-like shine. When light enters, the stone surfaces reflect it clearly, an effect that today can only be achieved with high-speed grinders equipped with diamond-tipped blades. The existence of such constructions at a time when ancient India was just entering the early Iron Age has left modern researchers puzzled with only crude axes, hammers, and chisels. How could they have created such large, flawless forms in a material nearly impossible to work with? What astonishes modern archaeologists and engineers the most is the exceptional polish inside the stone chambers of the Barabar caves. The surfaces are not only smooth, they reflect light clearly, almost like a mirror. This is highly unusual because polishing granite to that degree, even with today's technology, requires a complex multi-stage process involving high-speed grinding machines, materials harder than granite, typically industrial diamond, and numerous polishing steps from coarse to fine, combined with water and specialized chemicals. Yet more than 2,300 years ago, ancient craftsmen achieved a similar effect in darkness without electricity, without advanced metal alloys, and most crucially, without leaving behind any trace of the tools or techniques they used. No documentation, no blueprints, no archaeological remains of tools have ever been found. This is the very heart of the Barabar mystery. How did they achieve such a level of precision that even modern artisans hesitate to replicate it by hand? One of the most remarkable features of the Barabar caves is that the entire structure was carved directly out of solid granite, with no joints, no assembly, and no patchwork. This means that the ancient builders had to calculate every millimeter with precision, from the curvature of the domes and the thickness of the walls to the acoustic resonance, all carved from the outside, in where even the smallest error could have ruined the entire structure beyond repair. Even more astonishing is that these chambers display near-perfect symmetry, resulting in an extraordinary acoustic effect. A single soft word spoken inside can echo for several seconds, as if you were standing inside a concert hall designed specifically for sound performance. But how could a prehistoric civilization, with no sound measuring tools, no 3D models, and no advanced technology, have possibly designed a space with such flawless acoustic resonance? To this day, modern science has yet to provide a definitive answer. In efforts to decode the mystery of the Barabar caves, many scholars have proposed different theories to explain how the ancients achieved such an astonishing level of craftsmanship. One of the most common theories suggests decades of forced labor using primitive iron chisels to grind down the granite surface millimeter by millimeter. However, this idea quickly shows its flaws. Granite ranks between 7 and 8 on the Mohs hardness scale, nearly equivalent to modern steel. With crude copper or early iron tools, it would take years just to carve a small cavity, let alone construct a spacious chamber with curved domes and mirror-polished walls. Other researchers propose that quartz sand, combined with water, might have been used as an abrasive, with polishing done manually over many months. But this method is unlikely to produce such high reflectivity, especially on curved, elevated surfaces like vaulted ceilings. Most notably, there are no ancient texts documenting the polishing technique used at Barabar. No tools have ever been found at the site, and no nearby quarries reveal clues about the construction methods. All that remains is the flawless result and the defiant silence of granite. Faced with mysteries that modern science still cannot explain, some researchers have proposed a bolder hypothesis. Barabar may be the result of a completely lost technology. It's possible that the site was the creation of a select group of ancient artisans, individuals who possessed knowledge far ahead of their time, but who left behind no records or successors. Some suggest that Barabar functioned as a kind of ancient architectural laboratory where people experimented with the fusion of geometry, acoustics, and spirituality in ways that modern thinking can no longer grasp. Others speculate that the builders might have employed vibrational tools, specialized drilling techniques, or even chemical methods that were never documented in history. And then there are the more extreme theories, dismissed by academia as pseudoscience, that hint at contact with a superior ancient civilization or even extraterrestrial knowledge. Not because there's definitive evidence, but because no better explanation has yet emerged. Barabar is unlike anywhere else. It does not boast towering statues or monumental columns. Instead, its power lies in precision, restraint, and refinement, achieved in one of the hardest materials known to humankind. We can stand in those chambers, speak a word, and hear it echo back for seconds, and yet we still do not know who built them with what tools, or why they were so flawlessly made. Barabar is a powerful reminder that history does not always move in a straight line. Sometimes civilizations rise to incredible technological heights only to fall into obscurity, leaving behind stone clues so advanced that even the modern world can only marvel and wonder. Hidden in the highlands of Iran at the foot of Ku'e Ramat, meaning Mountain of Mercy, lies one of the most majestic and debated foundations of the ancient world, the Persepolis stone terraces. Built in the 6th century BCE under the reign of King Darius the Great, this massive stone base supported the ceremonial capital of the Achaemenid Empire, a symbol of power that once shook the entire Middle East. However, what makes Persepolis so exceptional is not just its ancient beauty or grand scale, but the stone terraces themselves, a structure filled with mysteries, especially the great unanswered question of the tools and techniques used to build it. What do you think about the construction techniques behind the Persepolis stone terraces? Could the ancients have held secrets we've yet to uncover? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. The foundation of Persepolis is not an ordinary flat surface, but rather a colossal feat of engineering built directly into the rocky mountainside. Standing nearly 15 meters tall, approximately 450 meters long, and nearly 300 meters wide, this massive base is composed of hundreds of stone blocks, some ranging from 2 to 5 meters in size and weighing tens of tons. What's astonishing is that these enormous stones were carved stacked and interlocked with extraordinary precision without the use of any mortar. The stone edges were cut into L-shaped T-joints and deep locking grooves, forming a highly stable system capable of withstanding both earthquakes and the erosion of time. Techniques like these are typically seen only in modern constructions or at other enigmatic ancient sites such as Sacsayhuaman, Peru, and Baalbek, Lebanon. This raises a crucial question: how could ancient builders achieve such remarkable accuracy without the aid of modern machinery? The near-perfect execution of Persepolis's stone foundation reveals a vast gap in our current understanding of the true technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. One of the most puzzling mysteries that continues to baffle researchers about Persepolis is this: no construction tools have ever been found at the site. Despite being a monumental structure built over the reigns of multiple kings and taking decades to complete, archaeological excavations have uncovered only cuneiform inscribed stones, decorative elements, and a few small domestic artifacts. There is absolutely no trace of copper or iron saws, pulleys, lifting wheels, cranes, or any kind of device used to move or hoist massive stone blocks, not even broken fragments. This raises a critical question: if such tools once existed, why have they vanished completely? Or could it be that the ancients used an entirely different kind of technology, something far beyond our current understanding, a form of technology that may have been forgotten, or worse, never recorded in human history at all? One of the most astonishing engineering feats at Persepolis lies in how the ancients managed to level a massive stone platform on a rugged mountainside, something even modern engineering considers extremely difficult. Today, creating a flat and stable foundation on such uneven terrain would require heavy-duty bulldozers, industrial-grade stone cutters, laser measurement devices, and satellite positioning systems. Yet over 25 centuries ago, the ancient Persians achieved something comparable without any of these tools. They didn't just smooth out the natural bedrock, they also transported enormous stone blocks from distant sources, carved them precisely, and placed them so tightly together that there are virtually no gaps between the stones. Experts argue that such precision would be impossible with bronze tools, which are too soft and wear down quickly when used on hard stone. And if iron was used, advanced iron metallurgy was not yet widespread at the time, and there is no archaeological evidence of large-scale iron tools ever being present at Persepolis. So the lingering question remains, what exactly did they use to accomplish such an extraordinary task? A compelling theory suggests that the Achaemenids may have possessed specialized tools and techniques far beyond what we typically imagine ancient civilizations were capable of. These tools might not have been primitive at all, but instead the product of a highly advanced technology, one that has been completely lost over time. The destruction of Persepolis in 330 BCE at the hands of Alexander the Great was not merely a political act of revenge. It may have also wiped out the empire's precious archives, blueprints, and technical knowledge. If such advanced tools ever existed, they were likely destroyed in the flames or stolen and lost forever to human history. One strange detail at Persepolis that has drawn particular attention from researchers is the presence of long, straight grooves with signs of wear on the surfaces of several stone blocks. These marks do not resemble natural erosion caused by weather or rain. Instead, they appear to have been made by a sharp cutting blade or a sliding mechanism driven by force. Some scholars suggest these could be traces of an ancient transport system where the massive stones were pushed into place using specialized devices, though no physical evidence of such devices has been found to date. Another theory proposes that these grooves were part of an interlocking system where the stones were slid precisely into place using directed pressure. But if that's the case, an even tougher question arises: how did the ancients create such straight, deep, and evenly cut grooves, and with what tools? Another astonishing feature of Persepolis is the underground drainage system, carved directly into the stone foundation. The ancient Persians didn't stop at simply leveling the surface. They went further, cutting deep into the bedrock to create a complex network of channels connecting drain pipes, ventilation shafts, and rainwater runoffs. This system helped prevent erosion and maintained the overall stability of the structure. What's remarkable is that the entire drainage layout had to be planned in advance, indicating an extremely high level of foresight and understanding of hydraulics. And yet, in the absence of architectural blueprints or modern measuring tools, it becomes even more baffling how this system was executed with such near-perfect precision. How did they manage to do it? One intriguing aspect of Persepolis is that the orientation and placement of the stone terraces appear to be far from random. Many scholars have observed that the main axes of the foundation may be aligned with astronomical events, such as the winter and summer solstices, or the sunrise on Nowruz, the traditional Persian New Year. Additionally, some theories suggest that the positioning of the terraces may correspond with important constellations of the time. This raises the possibility that the Achaemenids were not only master architects, but also skilled astronomers possessing scientific knowledge far ahead of their era. All archaeological evidence and engineering phenomena at Persepolis ultimately lead to one central question: what tools did the ancient Persians use to build such a colossal stone foundation? No physical instruments have ever been found. No architectural blueprints have been preserved. No detailed records describe the construction process. The only thing that remains is the final result: massive stone blocks fitted together flawlessly, defying time and even modern logic. Could this be the trace of a lost technology? Or perhaps proof that ancient engineering skills went far beyond what conventional history has ever acknowledged? Perhaps the answer still lies somewhere deep within the stones of Persepolis, waiting for a new generation to uncover it. In southeastern Spain, not far from the modern city of Almeria, hidden beneath layers of soil and rock, lie the remains of an ancient stronghold, one of the earliest and most complex walled settlements in Europe, Los Millares. Built around 3200 BCE, this site was not merely a dwelling for Neolithic people. It was a fortress, a cultural and economic center a ceremonial necropolis, all organized within a tightly fortified area. And then, after nearly 1 millennium of existence, it vanished. No large-scale battle left its mark. No major natural disaster is recorded in the sediment layers. No signs of mass disease or widespread famine. Los Millares was simply abandoned. A once thriving culture with levels of organization and technology far beyond its time collapsed in an eerily silent way. Was something intentionally erased from history, or did time simply wash away all explanations? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and let's try to unravel one of Europe's greatest prehistoric mysteries together. One of the most distinctive features that sets Los Millares apart in the prehistoric history of Europe is its defensive system, a feat of architecture that's hard to believe existed over 4,000 years ago. Not just one, but 3 concentric stone walls were built to surround the central living area. These walls weren't merely barriers. They were reinforced with watchtowers and cleverly designed passageways to maximize defensive effectiveness. Remarkably, beyond these 3 walls stood a 4th enclosing the necropolis, suggesting that the inhabitants believed both the living and the dead required protection. This raises a pressing question: what compelled them to invest such massive resources into fortification? Was Los Millares under constant threat of invasion? Or did it exist in an era of heightened tension, where communities fiercely competed over land-water sources or control of valuable mineral deposits like copper? One of the clearest indicators of the high level of social organization at Los Millares lies in its vast necropolis located beyond the outermost defensive wall. This was not merely a burial ground, it reflected the community's power structure and spiritual values. Archaeologists have uncovered over 100 domed stone tombs, tholoi, a burial architecture commonly found in the Near East but rarely seen in Western European cultures of the same era. The early appearance of such tombs has led scholars to question whether Los Millares was once part of a broader network of trade and knowledge exchange across the Mediterranean. More importantly, many of these tombs contained valuable grave goods such as copper daggers, gemstone jewelry, ivory ornaments, and even weapons. Strong evidence of clear social stratification and the existence of an elite class who were honored and buried far more elaborately than the rest. One particularly striking aspect that reveals the advanced technical abilities of Los Millares is the evidence of metallurgy, a clear sign that this community had reached a significant technological milestone very early in human history. Archaeologists have uncovered remnants of smelting furnaces, copper slag, and specialized tools used in the melting and shaping of metal, indicating that the people of Los Millares had mastered the process of extracting metal from ore. This represents a major leap forward, marking their transition from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. But metallurgy wasn't just about technology, it also reflected a complex web of trade. Since copper ore was not always available locally, maintaining metal production required access to extensive trade networks. Several studies suggest that Los Millares may have served as a key hub within a prehistoric corridor of exchange stretching from the Iberian Peninsula to Central Europe and the Mediterranean, highlighting its strategic role in both the economic and technological landscape of ancient Europe. Around 2200 BCE, all activity at Los Millares suddenly came to a halt. The once common burial rituals ceased. The smelting furnaces fell silent, and pottery production, once a vibrant marker of daily life, completely disappeared. There were no signs of continued development. No new structures were added. No architectural innovations appeared. Most striking of all, there was no clear evidence of war, pillaging, fire, or epidemic, those common causes behind the collapse of many other civilizations. Los Millares seemed to have been left behind in silence, as if an entire community had mysteriously vanished without explanation, without any trace of a definitive end. Some researchers hypothesize that a prolonged period of drought, may have led to agricultural decline, forcing people to abandon the site in search of more fertile lands. However, geological evidence does not point to famine or a sudden population collapse. Another possible explanation is resource depletion, particularly copper ore, causing the metallurgy-driven economy to lose its momentum. In such a scenario, the population may have voluntarily migrated in search of better opportunities. Yet the most debated theory is that Los Millares was replaced by the El Agar culture, a more militarized society that emerged a few centuries later in the same region. Archaeological findings from El Agar show both striking similarities and significant differences, especially in terms of social organization and burial practices. This has led many to ask, was Los Millares conquered or absorbed during a powerful cultural transformation, one so complete that all traces of its predecessor were erased? If so, then perhaps it is that very silence that speaks the loudest, becoming one of the deepest unsolved mysteries of prehistoric Europe. One of the strangest things about Los Millares is the absolute silence it left behind. No written records, no symbols, no carvings clear enough to explain what happened. Everything we know comes from crumbling stone walls, weathered tombs, and broken pottery shards. And yet, it is this lack of information that deepens the mystery. Did the inhabitants sense something was coming? Did they leave peacefully, or were they forced to abandon their homeland? The sudden disappearance of all traces has baffled researchers. Societies do not typically dissolve without any sign of internal conflict or external pressure. It is this void, the unusual silence in the archaeological record, that provides the perfect ground for an unsolved ancient enigma. A bolder theory is gradually gaining attention. Los Millares may not have been an isolated community, but rather part of a broader network of prehistoric civilizations that stretched across Europe from southern Spain to the Balkans and even Anatolia. Striking similarities in tomb architecture, social structures, and metallurgical techniques among different ancient settlements suggest the possibility of a widespread system of cultural and technological exchange far more expansive than previously believed. If this theory is correct, then the collapse of Los Millares was not merely a local event, it may have been part of a larger wave of upheaval. We may be witnessing a major transitional phase in human history, in which older communities like Los Millares were replaced by newer social systems, stronger, more efficient, and perhaps more ruthless. In the heart of modern-day Lima, Peru, amid bustling streets and towering buildings, stands an ancient monument that leaves every visitor astonished. Huaca Pucllana, a massive pyramid constructed entirely from adobe bricks. In a world where pyramids are typically associated with stone, granite blocks, and enduring masonry, Huaca Pucllana is an exception. It challenges the logic of ancient construction and poses countless questions that remain unanswered. How could the ancient Lima people build such a monumental structure using a fragile material? Why did they choose this specific location? And what was its ultimate purpose? Could the ancient Lima civilization have possessed advanced knowledge that we've completely overlooked? Was Huaca Pucllana just a ceremonial site, or something much more mysterious? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your theories. Unlike most ancient sites hidden in remote landscapes, Huaca Pucllana rises within the bustling district of Miraflores, one of Lima's most developed urban zones. This makes visiting it an unusual experience. Stepping out of modern traffic, you're instantly transported into another era. There before you stands a towering adobe pyramid, roughly 25 meters high, nearly 500 meters long, and over 100 meters wide, a staggering scale for a civilization that existed between the 3rd and 8th centuries AD. The structure itself is built in terraced form with vertical adobe walls stacked tightly like upright books, an engineering technique now referred to as the bookshelf method. This approach not only facilitated drainage, but also increased seismic resilience, allowing the structure to withstand over a millennium of earthquakes in a geologically unstable region. And it is here that the mystery begins. One of the most astonishing aspects of Huaca Pucllana lies in its choice of building material. Unlike the limestone or granite blocks used in Egypt, this pyramid was constructed entirely from adobe bricks, sun-dried clay. This material is naturally vulnerable to rain weathering, and especially earthquakes, factors that are quite common along Peru's coastal region. And yet this structure has remained standing for over 1,000 years in such a volatile environment thanks to a specific bricklaying technique known as the bookshelf technique, in which the bricks are placed vertically rather than flat. This method allows the walls to flex slightly during seismic activity, reducing the risk of collapse. The real question is, how could a civilization without wheels, engines, or advanced metal tools have understood such modern structural principles? No architectural blueprints, measuring tools, or technical documents from that era have ever been discovered. Could it be that the ancient Lima people possessed mechanical and architectural knowledge far ahead of their time? Or was this the result of centuries of trial, error, and close observation of nature? Whichever the case may be, it reveals a remarkable level of architectural thinking that even today we struggle to fully comprehend. One of the deepest mysteries of Huaca Pucllana lies not only in how it was built, but in what its true purpose actually was. Many archaeologists believe it once served as a high-level ceremonial and administrative center where the ruling elite conducted religious rituals, managed economic affairs, and reinforced political power. At the top of the pyramid, researchers have uncovered small chambers, altars, food storage areas, and clear signs of a controlled access system, suggesting that only privileged individuals were allowed to enter these sacred spaces. Lower levels, in contrast, may have functioned as public zones used for gatherings, trade, or civic activities. However, there are no symbols, inscriptions, or writing systems found that could confirm these hypotheses. Adding to the mystery is the discovery of sacrificed female remains, along with animal bones, finely crafted pottery, and rare wooden artifacts, which indicates that complex religious ceremonies also took place here, demonstrating the spiritual authority of the ruling class. Yet without any direct documentation, all these interpretations remain educated guesses, based on spatial layout and artifacts, leaving significant gaps in our understanding of Huaca Pucllana's true role. If they spent decades or even centuries constructing a grand adobe pyramid in the middle of a dry valley, it was surely for more than just gatherings or food storage. Recent studies have revealed that the entire pyramid was built along a highly precise north-south axis, possibly to observe lunar cycles or constellations, which would help determine agricultural seasons and ritual calendars. The name Pucllana is believed to come from the Quechua word pucle, meaning ritual game. This has led to the theory that the site may have been a kind of spiritual stage where the elite reenacted origin myths, cosmic events, and conveyed sacred power through elaborate ceremonies. However, all of this remains speculative, as no conclusive evidence has yet confirmed these assumptions. The absence of clear explanations only deepens the enigma, leaving the true purpose of Huaca Pucllana as a profound question that still awaits an answer. Huaca Pucllana is not just a relic of the Lima civilization. After their decline, other cultures like the Wari Ixma and even the Inca reused the site, adding their own structures and layers. This turned Huaca Pucllana into a multi-temporal archaeological puzzle where later additions obscure or overwrite the original purpose. Excavating the true meaning beneath these layers is increasingly difficult, as though each succeeding civilization tried to inscribe its own story atop the original silent monument. There is no writing, no glyphs, no records. This is the norm for pre-Inca coastal cultures of Peru. Unlike the Maya or Egyptians who left detailed carvings of their histories and cosmology, the Lima left behind a monumental physical structure, but were completely silent about its message. We can measure it, reconstruct it, hypothesize about it, but the ultimate answer to why Huaca Pucllana was built and what its sacred purpose was may remain forever buried within its adobe bricks. Huaca Pucllana stands as a symbol of a vanished civilization that left behind a great monument, but no explanation. It challenges our modern ideas of technological progress and what ancient societies were capable of achieving. To modernize an adobe structure in a bustling city might seem like just an interesting archaeological site, but stepping into its inner sanctum evokes a different sensation, the powerful silence of the past, where every wall seems to whisper secrets. Was Huaca Pucllana a stellar observatory, a ceremonial center, a symbol of elite power, or a bridge between mortals and deities? Perhaps all of the above, or none at all. Hidden among the barren limestone ridges just a few kilometers from the ancient capital of Persepolis, Naqsh-e Rustam stands as a silent, yet the majestic testament to the power, craftsmanship, and belief systems of ancient civilizations. 4 colossal tombs, carved deep into a vertical rock face in the shape of crosses, are not only resting places for kings of the Achaemenid Empire, but also remain an unsolved mystery of construction that far exceeded the limits of its time. Could ancient builders have possessed forgotten knowledge or even lost technologies that allowed them to create such perfection in stone? Share your thoughts in the comments below. From afar, the cliff appears as a monolithic stone wall rising dozens of meters into the sky above the desolate plateau of Mavdasht. But up close, the intricacy of the carvings becomes astonishing depictions of King Darius the Great. Receiving the divine ring of authority from Ahura Mazda, lines of kneeling captives, armed warriors, and deeply symbolic religious imagery. All of it sculpted directly into stone, no panels, no joints. A single mistake could have ruined the entire composition, and yet it seems such errors never occurred here. A question has lingered for centuries: how did ancient people manage to create such massive works with mind-boggling precision without leaving behind any trace of tools or architectural plans? One of the most astonishing aspects of Naqsh-e Rustam is the complete absence of any evidence of access or construction systems ever being used. No stone staircases, no ramps, no sockets for scaffolding, nothing remains. Yet the tombs were carved deep into the cliff face 10 to over 20 meters above ground, featuring smooth surfaces, precise right angles, and mysteriously symmetrical reliefs. Even with modern tools, working at such heights would be a major challenge. So how did ancient builders manage to do it with such perfection without leaving a single trace behind? Several theories have been proposed to explain how Naqsh-e Rustam was constructed, but none of them are truly convincing. Some scholars suggest that ancient builders may have piled up earth or constructed sloped ramps to access the areas they needed to carve. However, no trace whatsoever of such supporting structures has ever been found in the area. If these ramps did exist, they would have had to be massive in scale, likely requiring more effort than building the tombs themselves. Moreover, operating tools with high precision on a sheer vertical cliff face tens of meters above the ground would demand a level of skill and technology far beyond what is typically attributed to the Achaemenid period. So the question remains, is there something we've completely overlooked? Modern archaeologists, using laser scanning technology to map the tomb of Darius Thut in detail, have uncovered astonishing results. The decorative lines, the heights of carved figures, and the overall composition show incredibly minimal deviations, often not exceeding 2 centimeters, even though each horizontal arm of the tomb can span up to 20 meters. This raises a deeply challenging question: if there were no detailed architectural drawings, how could they achieve such near-perfect symmetry by eye alone? Such precision borders on the impossible even for modern artisans. Could the ancients have used an advanced system of measurement or specialized tools that history has never recorded? And if so, why is there no trace of them left behind today? Another mystery lies in the consistency of the architectural design language across the tombs, even though they are not identical. All follow a common style, a blend of cross-shaped symbolism and the palace facades of Persepolis. This suggests the existence of a highly sophisticated system of architectural transmission, allowing different groups of craftsmen, possibly separated by many years or even generations, to maintain precise design standards. Such uniformity could not have been accidental. It points to a well-organized, methodically planned construction apparatus. And what's most astonishing is that no written record of this system has ever been found in history. One aspect that has particularly puzzled researchers is the fact that the interiors of the tombs are almost completely empty. Many explorers in the 19th and 20th centuries managed to access the interiors through cracks or anciently damaged entrances, but what they found did not match the grandeur of the exteriors. No mummies, no valuable grave goods, and no inscriptions or written guidance remained. Some theories suggest that the tombs were looted very early, possibly right after the fall of the Achaemenid Empire. However, others propose that the kings were never actually buried there, and that these tombs were purely symbolic, more like stone temples, created to eternally assert the divine power of royalty, rather than to serve as actual burial chambers. If so, the real purpose of these constructions becomes even more puzzling. Why carve into a massive cliff face simply to showcase symbolic imagery without a functional burial role? And why, after thousands of years, did succeeding empires, from the Seleucids to the Sassanids, not destroy or modify these structures? Perhaps because they were too awe-inspiring, or perhaps because their true value was also beyond understanding even then. In fact, during the Sassanid era, more than 5 centuries after Darius, new reliefs were added beneath the Achaemenid tombs, yet the older carvings were left untouched. These include images of King Shapur I on horseback, triumphing over Roman Emperor Valerian, scenes of pride and imperial inheritance. Once again, Naqsh-e Rustam appears not merely as a necropolis, but as a stage of eternal power, a stone screen where victories and legacies were etched into eternity. In addition to the 4 grand tombs, Naqsh-e Rustam holds a unique mystery of its own, Kaaba-i-Zartosht, also known as the Cube of Zoroaster. This structure stands as a freestanding stone box, resembling a small tower or sealed stone chamber with no windows and no clear signs of use. To this day, its true purpose remains unidentified. Some scholars believe it may have served as a repository for Zoroastrian religious texts, while others suggest it could have been an astronomical observatory or a ritual structure used in royal ceremonies. Whatever its function, its presence amidst royal tombs adds yet another layer of mystery to the already enigmatic site of Naqsh-e Rustam. Today, Naqsh-e Rustam is a cultural heritage site, a national symbol of Iran, and a continuing puzzle for scholars worldwide. Every line carved into its rock is a message across time, but not everyone can read it. What makes this place extraordinary is not just its scale or sculptural finesse, it is the presence of an ancient knowledge system that remains beyond our full understanding to this day. The question, how did they build it, is not just about tools or stone. It is a humbling reminder, perhaps our ancestors knew more than we believe, and perhaps the greatest secrets are not found in books, but chiseled into mountains, waiting for minds ready to read them anew. The Sardinian Domus de Janus rock tombs are ancient burial sites carved into solid rock across Sardinia, Italy, dating back up to 5,000 years. Despite their simple appearance, they conceal a vast underground world filled with mysterious symbols and intricate chambers. With over 3,000 tombs scattered across the island, their construction methods remain a puzzle, as ancient builders shaped hard stone with surprising precision, using only primitive tools. These tombs reflect deep spiritual beliefs and continue to baffle modern archaeologists, standing as enduring symbols of prehistoric ingenuity and unsolved mysteries. How do you think ancient people created these incredible Domus de Janus tombs? Share your thoughts in the comments below. The Domus de Janus rock tombs are far from ordinary graves. Their design closely resembles the homes of ancient Sardinians, with multiple chambers, narrow corridors, vaulted ceilings, flat walls, and even pillars carved straight into solid rock, demonstrating an impressive level of skill and balance. Some tombs feature false doors, believed to be spiritual gateways to the afterlife, giving these spaces a unique mix of everyday familiarity and sacred mystery. Decorated with spirals, wave patterns, bull horns, and other symbols tied to fertility, the mother goddess, and rebirth, these motifs hint at deep spiritual beliefs. Yet their true meanings remain unsolved. Above all, the biggest mystery is how 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, people with only basic tools could construct such complex, enduring monuments in solid stone. In the New Stone Age, people mainly used stone axes, stone hammers, and simple bone wood or crude copper tools. There is no evidence of iron or steel being used in Sardinia at this time. However, when researchers examined the Domus de Janus, they were astonished by the scale and complexity of the structures. Many tombs consist of 4, 5, even 8 or 10 interlinked large and small rooms with depths reaching dozens of meters. The bedrock they had to pierce is often basalt schist or limestone, extremely hard, difficult to shape with only primitive tools. Not a few tombs have smooth, polished walls, perfect right angles, and impeccably balanced vaulted ceilings. Especially impressive are decorative details, bas-reliefs, and monolithic pillars carved with high precision, rivaling stone sculptures from civilizations thousands of years later. Many places feature false doors carved deep into hard stone, small stairs carved uniformly, and ceilings with perfectly even grooves or sunken motifs, demonstrating incredible mastery of material and three-dimensional space. Archaeologists have measured and experimented with similar stone tools to reconstruct the Domus de Janus building process, but results have been very limited. Using stone axes, each cubic meter of rock would require hundreds of hours of manual labor with tremendous toolware. Meanwhile, some large Domus de Janus have a total excavated volume of hundreds of cubic meters of hard rock, not to mention the meticulous decorative details. Creating large chambers with vaulted ceilings without causing collapses requires certain knowledge of structure and gravity far beyond the typical construction level of the Stone Age. The mystery does not stop there. The tombs are often located in inconvenient places for excavations, such as high mountainsides, sheer cliffs, or deep underground. This raises questions: how were tons of rock bones and artifacts transported in and out of small, narrow, dark rooms? How did they ensure the ceilings would not collapse or endanger the workers? Some Domus de Janus even show evidence of expansions, added rooms, or architectural modifications over many generations, requiring coordination, organization, and complex knowledge transfer. There is a hypothesis that ancient Sardinians used the heating and quenching technique, using fire to heat the rock surface, then throwing cold water to create cracks, and then using stone tools to scrape or chisel away the cracked stone. However, this method does not explain the finesse of the interior lines or the mysterious smoothness of many surfaces. Some modern scholars have even proposed the possibility of lost special techniques or tools, or even secret knowledge transmitted only within a specialized group. Another enigma relates to the acoustics inside Domus de Janus. Many rooms with domed ceilings are designed so that sounds echo in a special way, suggesting a certain understanding of sound physics, very rare for sites of the same age. Large chambers can create resonance effects suitable for religious rituals, farewell ceremonies, or prayers for the deceased. The aspect of labor organization and society cannot be ignored. Building a Domus de Janus project could not have been done by just a few individuals, but required the participation of an entire community or large clan lasting for many years. This shows that ancient Sardinian society already had labor division, concentrated authority, and multi-generational knowledge transmission. Determining where to excavate, designing the rooms, calculating the structure, decorating the interior, all required a management teaching and supervision system. Today, engineers, archaeologists, and restoration artisans still struggle to recreate the Domus de Janus building techniques without modern machinery. Many reconstruction attempts have been made, but the results usually cannot match the perfection and scale of the original sites. This is why Domus de Janus are ranked among the world's most mysterious rock tombs. Did the ancient Sardinians invent special tools or alloys that history has never recorded? Did they have a team of highly skilled craftsmen in charge of these works, similar to the pyramid builders of Egypt, or was all the labor carried out by the community? How did they manage and minimize the risk of collapse when digging deep into solid rock? Was the role of faith and spiritual rituals a crucial driving force behind these large-scale construction projects? To this day, all of these remain unanswered theories waiting for further discovery. Even though science has partially decoded the dating and purpose of Domus de Janus, local legends still claim these are houses of the fairies' ancient spirits protecting the island. Many festivals and rituals are still organized by Sardinians around Domus de Janus as a way to preserve collective memory and reverence for ancestors. The space inside these tombs, even after more than 4,000 years, still evokes a sense of sacredness and surrealism, hinting at a far more complex, ancient civilization than traditionally believed. Today, Domus de Janus is an unmissable destination for anyone passionate about archaeology, history, architecture, or even those who love legends and mysticism. Each site is a time portal taking modern people back to an era where building, technology, and creative art were still deeply colored by ritual mystery and community bonding. Sardinian Domus de Janus rock tombs is not merely an archaeological wonder, but a symbol of the extraordinary creativity and intellect of prehistoric humanity, with mysteries of technology and construction that remain challenging even today. The unanswered questions about stone excavation techniques, labor organization, and the true meaning of decorative motifs are inexhaustible material for future generations to continue exploring, studying, and admiring. Sardinia, with its treasure trove of Domus de Janus, forever invites the world to embark on the journey to decode the eternal mysteries still hidden within the stone. Nestled quietly on the island of Anglesey amid the lush green fields of Wales, Brinchelli Ddu is one of the most mysterious and peculiar passage tombs in Europe. Despite having existed for more than 5,000 years, this place remains a gateway to the past, where Neolithic people embedded their knowledge, beliefs, and obsessions about the cycle of life, death, and rebirth into every stone, every beam of sunlight shining through the passage at dawn on the summer solstice. What drove ancient people to create such a complex work with precise astronomical calculations? What is hidden behind the interplay of light and darkness deep within the earth. What do you think inspired the builders of Brinchelli Ddu to align stone and sunlight so precisely? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Brinchelli Ddu is not just a large earthen mound. It is an entire complex architectural system that demonstrates the astonishing ingenuity and organizational skills of prehistoric people. The tomb was constructed with a stone passage, about 8.5 meters long, leading into a circular central chamber, topped by a stone dome, all enveloped by a thick layer of earth. From the outside, the monument appears mysterious, with its narrow entrance, sturdy dry stone walls, and upright slabs, resembling pillars, evoking a sense of both sacredness and permanence. Most remarkable is that the entire structure was not built at random, but based on incredibly meticulous calculations regarding orientation, the position of each stone, and the angle of incoming sunlight to achieve a magical lighting effect on the summer solstice. At the exact moment when the sun is highest, a beam of light travels the length of the passage and illuminates the stone slab at the end of the chamber. This moment creates a mysterious ritual of light, connecting humans' time and the cosmos far beyond the function of a mere burial site. It's not by chance that Brinchelli Ddu's entrance is precisely oriented northeast, where the sun rises on the longest day of the year. Archaeoastronomers have proven that only during a brief moment on summer solstice morning can sunlight reach the end of the passage, marking the sacred hour of the cycle of the year. This phenomenon not only recalls other great light machines like Newgrange, Ireland, or Stonehenge, England, but also demonstrates the extremely advanced level of astronomical observation and prediction of Neolithic people. They tracked the movements of the cosmos, determined the exact position of the sun each season and year to construct a monument that unlocks to nature at only one special moment. Many researchers believe that this ceremony of light was an essential part of the belief in reincarnation, that death is not the end, but a process of transformation, where the soul is illuminated and reborn under the new sunlight. The ray of light, cutting through darkness, is like a message from the shadowy tomb. Life is awakened by the universe. The greatest mystery surrounding Brinchelli Ddu lies in the construction techniques and the astonishing precision of orientation achieved by ancient people, all without modern blueprints or measuring tools. How did Neolithic builders manage to determine the exact northeast direction where the sun rises on the summer solstice to align both the long stone passage and multi-ton slabs so that sunlight would strike its mark during a fleeting moment each year? Some theories suggest they observed sun shadows, tracked the movement of stars across generations, and recorded their findings as a kind of ancestral astronomical calendar. It's possible they built small-scale models before the real construction, or used standing stones around the site as light measurement stations to pinpoint the ideal angle before finalizing the monument. These methods remain a topic of debate, making Brinchelli Ddu one of archaeology's most intriguing puzzles. Unlike many other tombs that serve only as burial places, Brinchelli Ddu is a temple of light, a place where light and shadow are manipulated to create miracles at the right moment. The event of light passing through the passage seems to have been a highly sacred religious ritual, possibly marking seasonal transitions or being the opening day for souls of the dead to be reborn. Some researchers even compare Brinchelli Ddu to cosmic time machines, where messages about the universe, fate, and life are encoded in light. This proves that ancient people not only worship the forces of nature, but also saw light as a bridge to the afterlife. Inside the central chamber of Brinchelli Ddu stands a striking upright stone pillar adorned with mysterious patterns, spirals, wavy lines, and meticulously hand-carved abstract motifs. The true meaning of these carvings remains a subject of debate among researchers to this day. Some theories suggest they are ancient astronomical calendars or star maps, helping the ancients track cycles of time and important cosmic events. Others believe these are spiritual symbols, representing the endless cycle of life and death, with spirals symbolizing the sun and rebirth. Remarkably, scientists have discovered that the positions of these motifs align precisely with the angle of sunlight during the summer solstice, as if the ancient builders encoded a secret message that could only be revealed when the light strikes at that special moment. Notably, archaeology shows that Brinchelli Ddu was not the only passage tomb at this location. Previously, an ancient stone circle was built here, and only later was the passage tomb constructed atop it. This indicates succession inheritance and reuse of the site by many generations, each cultural layer adding more meaning to the monument. Artifacts found include human bones, pottery fragments, carved stones, and even animal bones, revealing complex rituals blending funerary rites and nature worship. Brinchelli Ddu is also the inspiration for many folktales, legends of ancient gods, heaven's gates, or paths to another world. Locals believe that on special days, Brinchelli Ddu is where souls are set free, or where deities visit the earth. Many stories tell of ghostly lights appearing at night, strange sounds, or a sense of space changing when entering the tomb. Brinchelli Ddu is a vital link in the network of ancient monuments that harness sunlight and astronomical knowledge as a unique language. Similar to Newgrange in Ireland, where the winter solstice sunlight penetrates the heart of the tomb, or Maeshua in Scotland and Stonehenge in England, Brinchelli Ddu demonstrates the remarkable understanding of solar and cosmic movements possessed by ancient people. The uncanny synchrony in these designs has led many researchers to wonder, is this merely coincidence, or did a deeply connected ancient civilization once exist, bound together by a shared knowledge of astronomy? What message did Brinchelli Ddu send to posterity? Perhaps it is a reminder of the eternal cycle of life, the inseparable link between humans, nature, and the cosmos. Or simply, it is proof of the talent, intelligence, and enduring aspiration of ancient people. No matter how modern we become, we must admit there are secrets of light, time, and spirit that prehistoric people once possessed, but that modern science still cannot fully decipher. Brinchelli Ddu Passage Tomb is more than just an ancient grave. It's a marvel of prehistoric astronomy, perfectly aligning stone and sunlight at the summer solstice. For 5,000 years, it has stood as both tomb and temple, a mysterious light machine connecting humans to the cosmos. Today, its secrets still challenge us, inviting every visitor to wonder what deeper wisdom the ancients encoded in this union of shadow and radiance. When discussing the most magnificent and mysterious ancient structures of Europe, people often think of the Egyptian pyramids, the Cyclopean stone walls of Greece, or the Stonehenge fortifications in England. However, right in the wild Oresti mountains of Transylvania, Romania stands an equally majestic and enigmatic stone fortress, Costesti Cetatui. This place is not just evidence of an indigenous civilization buried by history, but also an unsolvable puzzle of ancient construction techniques that even modern science has yet to fully decipher. What do you think is the greatest mystery of Costesti Cetatui? Can we ever unravel the secrets behind its astonishing construction? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Costesti Cetatui is one of 6 Dacian stone fortresses, recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. Towering atop a hill more than 500 meters high, this stone fortress stands like a giant, guarding the vast valley below and controlling every road leading into the sacred lands of the ancient Dacians. Its position ensured both strategic vision and difficulty of access, turning the stronghold into an impregnable shield against repeated Roman attacks. Around the fortress, traces of watchtowers, granaries, dwellings, and an underground water system remain etched in the stone foundations. All these features paint a vivid picture of an important military and social center of the Dacians, a place that once witnessed fierce battles between local tribes and the mightiest armies of the ancient world. What makes Kostesti Tatui an enduring mystery to archaeologists and modern engineers alike is the unbelievable construction technique employed by the Dacians more than 2,000 years ago. The fortress was built entirely from massive stone blocks, each weighing from several hundred kilograms to several tons, stacked tightly together without any mortar. This technique is similar to the famous Cyclopean masonry of Mycenae in Greece, yet the way these stones were moved, lifted, and set atop the steep hill of Kostesti Tatui remains unimaginable. To construct walls as thick as 3 meters and over 5 meters high, stretching for hundreds of meters along the hillside, the Dacians must have possessed advanced mathematical knowledge, outstanding organizational ability, and incredible coordination skills far exceeding the conventional understanding of a minority civilization in a remote mountainous area. Some theories propose that they used primitive pulleys, wooden cranes, or took advantage of the sloping terrain to haul stones, but concrete physical evidence for any of these remains completely absent. The stone blocks were precisely squared, with flat and smooth contact surfaces, fitted so closely that it is nearly impossible to insert even a thin blade between the joints. This raises a critical question. How did the Dacians cut, transport, and assemble such heavy stones with near-perfect accuracy on treacherous terrain without iron tools or mechanical machines? What tools did they use for stonework? And how did they prevent shifting or sinking when stacking these multi-ton blocks on uneven ground? To this day, the answers remain unknown, despite all efforts by modern engineers to recreate the feat. In some sections of the fortress, traces of double walls have been found, 2 parallel stone walls with smaller stones and clay in between, which increase stability and resistance to vibrations during ancient siege attacks. Such a structure not only demanded meticulous calculation of force and weight, but also required the flawless cooperation of hundreds of skilled workers, something not every civilization of that era could achieve. Though built as a military structure, Kostesti Tatui was far more than just a fortress. Within its walls, traces of small settlements, food storage facilities, rainwater tanks, and even ritual architectures show that it was once a bustling communal center. When besieged, the Dacians could shelter inside the fortress for many weeks, relying on underground water and stored provisions. A remarkable feature is the stone staircase system leading from the foot of the hill to the fortress summit, enabling swift movement between defensive positions, an extremely effective design, especially when facing the overwhelming numbers of Roman troops. Many underground tunnels and secret escape routes have been discovered beneath the fortress, leading out to the forests, or connecting to other Dacian strongholds like Kostesti Bledahru and Sarmizegetusa, forming a network defense that the Romans struggled to break. The origins of Kostesti Tatui's construction techniques remain unresolved. Archaeologists debate whether these methods were an indigenous invention of the Dacians or the result of cultural exchange with Mediterranean civilizations such as Greece, Thrace, or even Egypt. Some marks on the stone hint at influences from Greek sculpture and construction, yet most features remain distinctly Dacian and unique to this region. Some scholars believe the techniques were passed down through generations of stonemasons or were the work of mysterious groups specializing in large-scale construction, much like the guilds of medieval European builders centuries later. However, no records or symbols have been found that clearly support these theories. Beyond the mystery of its construction techniques, Kostesti Ketatui harbors a multitude of unanswered questions about technology, social organization, and spiritual meaning. The system of tunnels and underground escape routes beneath the fortress remains largely unexplored due to the dangerous rugged terrain, with many passages leading to areas that have never been excavated, places archaeologists believe may still conceal even greater secrets about Dacian life and defense. Remarkably, to this day, researchers have not found any large stone carving tools at the site. The small artifacts that remain are entirely insufficient to explain how the Dacians crafted and transported multi-ton stone blocks. In addition to its military function, much evidence suggests Kostesti Ketatui was also a center of ritual and power, a place for religious ceremonies that reflected the authority of tribal leaders. Some objects adorned with geometric carvings or strange symbols continue to puzzle archaeologists as their true meanings remain lost in the mists of the past. Over many decades, archaeologists have unearthed valuable artifacts at Kostesti Ketatui: ceramics, bronze items, iron weapons, Dacian coins, jewelry, and many pieces showcasing skilled craftsmanship. Some objects bear traces of Thracian and Greek cultures, evidencing wide cultural exchange, but the majority remain distinctly Dacian. Further study of these artifacts may clarify aspects of Dacian technology and society, but the deepest secrets, especially the unimaginable stonework, still await answers in the future. Kostesti Ketatui Stone Fortress is not simply a defensive structure. It is a symphony of intellect, technique, and Dacian spirit. The mystery of its construction, from moving and placing colossal stones on hazardous slopes to community organization and safeguarding the fortress for centuries, remains a vast source of inspiration for all journeys into human history. Even today, this stone fortress in the heart of Transylvania proudly defies time and the curiosity of future generations as an eternal enigma that every archaeology lover dreams of solving. If you look from afar, Tepe Sialk appears simply as a large silent mound in the vast fields on the outskirts of Kashan in central Iran. Yet beneath that seemingly ordinary surface lies another world, layers of stone mud bricks and clay built, arranged, buried, and reused over more than 7 millennia. Tepe Sialk, with its stone layers stacked one atop another, is not only one of the oldest known settlements in the world, but also a living archive of construction techniques, cultural evolution, and secrets that humanity has yet to unravel. What do you think about the mysterious, layered architecture of Tepe Sialk? Do you believe this is simply the result of random development, or could it be evidence of an advanced level of social organization, technology, and thinking far ahead of its time? Share your perspective in the comments below. Archaeologists have determined that Tepe Sialk was first settled about 7,000 years ago, that is nearly 5,000 years before the Common Era. Unlike many ancient settlements that left behind only simple ruins, Sialk stands out for its dense accumulation of architectural layers, ranging from primitive stone foundations to floors of mud brick, compacted earth retaining walls, and deep burial pits. Each layer, which might be only a few dozen centimeters thick or even over a meter, is a distinct period of time bearing the imprints of daily life, religion, social organization, and mysteries that scholars still cannot decipher. As archaeological teams excavate each layer, every stretch of wall, every stone slab, stories of life, war, disaster, ritual, and transformation gradually emerge, like turning the pages of an ancient history written in earth and stone. What makes Tepe Sialk a hot topic in archaeology is the complexity of its layered construction. While many civilizations of the same era were still building tents and simple thatched huts, the people of Sialk had already learned to use large stones, kiln-fired mud bricks, clay, mixed with additives, and even special bonding mortar. They created solid foundations, thick walls, and arranged overlapping floors to reinforce their structures. Some layers even have drainage systems or air vents, indicating a rare awareness of durability and comfort for that period. The stone layers are often interspersed with courses of mud brick or clay, forming a multi-layered system that resists erosion, earthquakes, and floods. Some of the deepest layers show that large stones, sometimes weighing several hundred kilograms, were lifted up, fitted precisely, and bonded with mysterious mortar, all at a time before wheels or modern lifting devices. This raises a profound question. How did they transport and assemble such massive stones? Who was the mastermind behind the design, structural calculations, and the transfer of construction know-how to the community? What tools did they use when even iron and steel had not yet appeared? To this day, these remain fiercely debated topics, for there is little evidence at Sialk for pulleys, cranes, or wheeled carts. There is no single formula here. Tepe Sialk's architecture continuously evolved through the ages, creating cultural layers, each with its own distinct imprint. In the lowest, earliest layers, inhabitants mostly used stone blocks and rammed earth for fairly simple construction. Moving up through the layers, building techniques became more complex. There are double walls, angled foundations, stone-paved floors, and walls with expansion joints. Closer to the surface, the stone layers are often alternated with fired mud brick, showing the strong development of construction technology, architectural style, and social organization. Of note, some architectural layers show strong signs of immigration or cultural assimilation, for example, decorative motifs on bricks and techniques for building stone walls interlaced with clay, which closely resemble those found in Elam and Mesopotamia. At times, burials were embedded within thick stone walls with unusual grave goods, while in other periods, chambered tombs were used, and walls served only to reinforce the ground or shield against sandstorms. This reflects the uninterrupted historical flow. Perhaps the community here was repeatedly renewed as local inhabitants mingled, adopted skills, or were even replaced by entirely new groups. The result is a complex and multi-layered tapestry, just like the stone layers themselves. The stone layers of Sialk are not only material remains, they are also puzzles for archaeologists and physicists alike. Many large stone slabs are buried among layers of earth and mud brick, and their purposes cannot be determined. Some are house foundations, some are wall bases, others seem like barriers, and some may even have been shrines or places of sacrifice. In particular, many wall or floor sections seem to lack any clear function or were constructed in repeated illogical patterns. In some places, the stone layers are arranged in unusual ways, forming zigzags, bends, deep pits, or right angles that cannot be explained by conventional construction logic. Some researchers suggest that stacking many stone layers like this was not only for strength, but may also have spiritual meaning, symbolizing the succession of generations or the connection between the living and the dead, since ancient graves offerings and ritual traces are often found within these layers. Another theory posits that building in layers was a memory preservation technique, allowing future generations to read their ancestors' history through each material layer, or perhaps it was simply the result of reusing old building sites after great upheavals such as wars, epidemics, or natural disasters. Each stone layer at Sialk is a cross-section of time. Some layers are separated by just a few decades. Others leap across centuries, indicating phases of interrupted, sometimes explosive, sometimes quiet development. Some strata retain traces of fire, earthquakes, or even flood marks, illustrating the endurance and resilience of this ancient community. The repeated processes of building, layering, repair, demolition, and reuse show a creative, resourceful mindset adapting to harsh conditions. In some places, the stone layers are expertly beveled to form steps or stacked into double walls to resist settling and subsidence. even creating hidden niches to store valuable items. In certain areas, there is evidence of underground channels for water or stones drilled for ventilation and moisture control, proof that the people of Sialk had mastered advanced engineering concepts long before neighboring cultures would do so, sometimes by several centuries. Abundant evidence indicates that Tepe Sialk was once a crossroads, a technical transfer station between major civilizations like Elam, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. Certain techniques for layering stone, joining double walls, bonding with mortar or brick decoration at Sialk appear simultaneously in distant places, raising questions about trade routes, the spread of construction expertise, or the migration of ancient builder guilds. The continuous layering, demolishing the old, erecting the new, has turned Sialk into a living museum of architectural evolution from the Neolithic to the Age of Metals. Even after many millennia, Sialk's stone layers remain fairly intact in many areas. However, modern activities like construction, agriculture, or unauthorized excavation are eroding and destroying many priceless layers. The original walls, slabs, and mortar, if lost, will erase forever crucial scientific information about materials, techniques, and social organization. For this reason, conserving these stone layers is not only a responsibility, but also an opportunity for scientists to keep unlocking the secrets of this special layered heritage. Standing among these ruins, anyone would be awestruck by the mysterious layered architecture, a feat of construction, both sturdy and imbued with spiritual and cultural meaning. For thousands of years, generation after generation have come and gone, leaving their mark on every stone, every wall, every little path. Yet the greatest question, why build so many layers? What techniques enabled them to do so? And what did these layers mean to the ancients remains unanswered. Lying quietly amidst the coastal plains of southeastern Sweden, near the small village of Kivik, stands one of Europe's most impressive megalithic tombs, Kivik King's grave, or Kiviksgraven. Built during the Bronze Age more than 3,000 years ago, this monument not only astonishes archaeologists and researchers with its scale and complexity, but also confounds the modern world with construction mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. What do you think was the secret behind how ancient people built Kivik King's grave? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Kivik King's grave is a stone circle with a diameter reaching 75 meters, surrounding a central burial chamber built from 12 large, intricately carved stone slabs. To grasp the scale, picture dozens of multi-ton boulders erected into a flawless circle with other massive slabs, forming the walls and roof of a chamber over 3 meters long. This is truly a marvel of ancient human hands. People who possess no machinery, cranes, or any of the modern technologies we have today. This raises the ultimate question. How could early agrarian communities of the Scandinavian Bronze Age transport lift position and fit such heavy stone slabs with astonishing precision? Unlike ancient Egypt, where thousands of laborers hauled blocks across desert sands, the Skåne region of Sweden has no deserts, no specialized tools, and in fact, many of the slabs at Kiviksgraven have been identified as originating from quite distant locations. One of the greatest enigmas of Kivik King's grave is the story of stone transportation. Geological analysis shows that some of the tomb's large stones did not come from nearby quarries, but may have been brought from faraway places, sometimes tens of kilometers away. In the context of 3,000 years ago, when this land was little more than semi-wild terrain with tiny footpaths, how could ancient people move multi-ton stones over hills, forests, and meadows? Theories suggest that ancient builders might have used simple methods, sliding stones on rolling logs, creating wooden rails, harnessing both human and animal power, or even waiting for winter to drag stones over snow and ice. However, relying only on human strength and primitive tools, moving such enormous slabs across challenging terrain would have been nearly impossible. Modern scientists attempting to replicate these processes have found that such work required extraordinary coordination, basic physics knowledge, and overwhelming communal willpower. Some believe the transportation of these stones was a collective ritual. The entire village, or even several villages, joined forces in an event loaded with social and spiritual meaning, reinforcing the authority of elite groups. This reflects not just superior social organization, but also how ancient people knew to marshal every physical and spiritual resource to build their great monuments. It was not just about moving the stones. Raising the towering slabs, some as tall as 2 meters and weighing several tons, posed a colossal challenge for Bronze Age inhabitants. How could they lift these stones, precisely align them, to form a sturdy burial chamber and fit the edges so tightly that they would not collapse or subside over thousands of years? Some archaeologists suggest that the builders may have dug deep pits, slid stones into position, and then backfilled earth and rocks to stabilize them. Where roofing was needed, they could have created ramps of earth or temporary wooden scaffolding, using ladders from logs and sheer manpower to maneuver the slabs into place. Even so, the task of fitting the stones together, creating a sealed chamber with perfectly flat stone roofing, remains a feat of both technical prowess and immense patience. Furthermore, many of the stones at Kivik King's grave were meticulously carved, meaning artisans had to protect the engraved surfaces during transport and assembly, avoiding any chips or cracks in the precious imagery. This indicates a meticulously pre-planned process, with each step involving seamless cooperation among builders, artisans, and organizers. One of the most remarkable details is that after more than 3 millennia, Kivik King's grave still maintains a stable structure, with many stones standing firm, despite the harsh climate of the north. This suggests the builders did not simply stack stones, but understood locking techniques leveraging gravity slab shapes and interleaving arrangements to ensure long-term durability. Detailed surveys reveal many joints between stones were finished to an unusually flat, tight fit akin to dry stone joints used by other advanced civilizations like Egypt, Peru, or Greece. It remains unclear what tools were used to shape and smooth these stones, since archaeological evidence of metal tools from the Scandinavian Bronze Age is scant. Did they use harder types of stone to grind and polish? Did they possess secret techniques lost to history? Various hypotheses abound. Perhaps they used levers and counterweights of earth and stone throughout construction. Perhaps they intuitively understood the distribution of forces and the physical properties of stone, even without modern physics. All these factors contribute to the legend of the Bronze Age engineer and raise the question, was their technological sophistication greater than we have imagined? The construction of Kivik King's grave was more than an engineering feat. It reflected the beliefs, social structure, and spiritual strength of its ancient builders. Creating such a monumental tomb required extraordinary motivation, likely tied to honoring important leaders or conducting essential rituals about death and rebirth. The stone carvings depicting ships, wheels, the sun, and people may have symbolized glory, unity, and a powerful connection to the afterlife. In this way, construction technology became a language of power, showcasing both community status and the deep intellect of Bronze Age Scandinavia. Looking at other European megalithic monuments like Stonehenge, England, Newgrange, Ireland, or the dolmens of Brittany, France, one sees many similarities in stone moving, raising, and fitting techniques. Yet Kivik King's grave stands apart, with its massive outer circle, combined with an ornately decorated central chamber, the stones appearing not entirely uniform, but each with its own personality in size, shape, and carved surface. This raises a fascinating theory. Perhaps the builders intended to encode messages or imbue each stone and its placement with spiritual meaning. Modern archaeologists use three-dimensional scanning lasers and ground-penetrating radar to study the structure, but the more they explore, the more questions they uncover. Even after being studied, excavated, and reconstructed in the 18th century, Kivik King's grave remains full of mysteries. Scholars have yet to provide definitive answers. What tools and methods were used to cut shape, move, and fit the stones? How did they achieve such tight joints, preventing subsidence over millennia? Did professional secrets exist, passed down within communities, or were there specialist master builders as a unique social class? Furthermore, similar mysteries are found at other megalithic sites worldwide, from the Great Pyramid of Egypt to the giant blocks of Puma, Punku, South America, to the Cyclopean walls of ancient Greece. Was there a cross-continental engineering tradition, or were these the independent innovations of each civilization? The answer remains hidden, awaiting new discoveries from archaeology, material science, and the bold imagination of the modern world. Kivik King's gravestone slabs. Sweden, with its enormous stones carved with mysterious images, stands as powerful testimony to ancient humans' creativity, organization, and mastery of technology. Each upright slab here is not just a building material, but an enduring message of intellect, faith, communal strength, and the unexplored mysteries of an era only just emerging from prehistory's shadows. The construction technology at Kivik King's grave is not only a technical riddle, but a doorway to understanding the deep culture, society, and the limitless ambition of our ancient forebears, true authors of the symphony in stone enduring in the icy north. When we think of ancient Egypt, we often imagine gigantic pyramids, the grand tombs of pharaohs, or mysterious statues standing amidst the white desert sands. Yet hidden beneath the arid soils of western Luxor lies a lesser-known village, Deir el-Medina, the footprints of master craftsmen, creative minds who contributed to the construction of humanity's greatest wonders. However, if we simply regard this as the village of tomb builders, we overlook a major technical enigma: the stone foundations at Deir el-Medina, a silent marvel that continues to baffle modern scientists as they have yet to fully unravel the processes and tools that were once used. What do you think enabled the ancient builders of Deir el-Medina to create such durable and mysterious stone foundations? Could there be a lost technology or construction method we've yet to discover? Share your thoughts in the comments below. First, it is impossible not to be amazed by the durability and uniformity of the stone foundations at Deir el-Medina. Over more than 3 millennia, the foundations of houses, storage areas, and workshops have remained intact, as if defying the ravages of time, harsh climates, and even earthquakes. The stone blocks are securely and evenly arranged, their surfaces astonishingly smooth. Yet what perplexes archaeologists the most is not just the longevity, but rather how the ancient Egyptians achieved such feats, especially considering the technological conditions and tools of that era. Most archaeological finds at Deir el-Medina reveal only primitive tools made of copper flint, some shards of pottery, or organic materials that have since decayed. This raises a major question. How could they cut, grind, join, and transport large, hard stone blocks to create surfaces so flat and seams so tight that a blade could not fit between them? With simple copper tools, it is nearly impossible to process hard limestone or sandstone with such precision, especially on a large scale for hundreds of uniform constructions. Some scholars believe that sand mixed with water might have been used for grinding, or that friction from plant fibers and ropes was employed. Yet these theories are not fully convincing when considering the flatness, right angles, and perfect seams of the foundations. Could it be that the ancients possessed some technology or technique that we have not yet discovered? Not only is there a lack of evidence regarding tools, but the sequence of construction steps also remains mysterious. Some foundations are unusually large and deep, suggesting advanced reinforcement techniques and careful load distribution, meaning they made meticulous calculations about structural integrity, not simply piling stones together. The stone blocks are sometimes irregular in shape, yet they fit together like flawless three-dimensional puzzles. Many scientists call this dry masonry, an extremely complex method. Especially noteworthy, there is no sign of modern adhesives such as cement or mortar, yet the foundations remain tightly bound, unmoved, after thousands of years. The process of transporting the stones is another big question. They moved stone blocks, weighing hundreds of kilograms over long distances across loose sand without modern wheels. Did they use inclined planes, wooden rollers, or even mudslide tracks to reduce friction? Regardless of the theory, the sheer volume of work, uniformity, and high precision are beyond imagination. The foundations at Deir el-Medina demonstrate an exceptionally high level of quality, control, and craftsmanship. The stone surfaces are polished to a remarkable smoothness, the edges are even, and the right angles are clearly defined. Some foundation surfaces are even polished to a mirror-like shine, something nearly impossible with copper tools, unless dozens or even hundreds of skilled workers coordinated to check every tiny detail. Is it possible they had accurate measuring methods, using plumb lines, standard rulers, or water levels to ensure flatness? Some ancient drawings show that the Egyptians used squares and plumb lines, but there is still no direct evidence of widespread application of such methods for village foundations like those at Deir el-Medina. The mystery lies not only in construction techniques, but also in social organization and division of labor. Deir el-Medina was home to artisans and their families, with hundreds of houses and auxiliary structures. The creation of uniform solid stone foundations, complete with drainage storage areas and communal spaces, required perfect coordination between teams of workers, engineers, managers, and oversight from authorities. This is evidence that ancient Egyptians had a high level of labor organization, urban planning, division of work, progress tracking, and quality inspection, far beyond the usual imagination of a handicraft village. Despite centuries of research, theories about the tools and construction processes behind the stone foundations at Deir el-Medina remain fiercely debated among scholars. Some researchers believe that the ancient Egyptians once possessed technologies or tools far beyond our imagination. Possibly super-hard alloys, localized heating techniques to soften stone, or even artificial stone materials for which modern humanity has yet to find concrete evidence. In addition, there are hypotheses suggesting that the ancients knew how to soften the surface of stone using plant-derived chemicals or thermal treatments, making cutting, polishing, and fitting stones far easier. However, to this day, no archaeological or experimental evidence has been strong enough to confirm these ideas. Another line of explanation leans towards the spiritual or religious dimension, proposing that building robust and enduring foundations served not only practical needs, but also protected residents from evil spirits, ensured safety, or created a base for special rituals. For these reasons, the craftsmen might have devoted tremendous passion, time, and effort to every construction stage, far exceeding the needs of an ordinary village, helping transform Deir el-Medina into an enigmatic masterpiece that transcends its era. Although the real answer to the tools and processes remains a mystery, the stone foundations of Deir el-Medina endure, testifying to the creative power and remarkable adaptability of ancient peoples. They have become the subject of hundreds of archaeological projects, field surveys, three-dimensional modeling efforts, and an endless source of inspiration for scientists, engineers, and artisans today. The dry masonry technique, the tightly fitted stones, and the intelligent force distribution of Deir el-Medina continue to be a guiding star for earthquake-resistant constructions, homes in harsh climates, and even sustainable architecture free from harmful chemicals. Furthermore, the lessons in labor organization, quality management, and the philosophy of building for eternity from the ancients are still valuable to the modern world. Many foundations at Deir el-Medina have yet to be excavated, with numerous underground chambers and hidden stores still buried beneath desert sands. Each new survey brings more questions about the tools, processes, social organization, and intellect of the ancient craftsmen. Modern scientists continue searching for evidence of special tools, hidden marks of stonework, or ancient texts that might describe construction processes in detail. Yet the deeper they look, the greater the mystery surrounding the foundations of Deir el-Medina, as if challenging humanity to remain ever curious, creative, and inquisitive. The mystery of the tools and construction processes of Deir el-Medina's stone foundations is a grand challenge left by ancient Egyptians for future generations. It perplexes archaeologists, engineers, and historians alike, standing as proof of timeless intellect, intricate social organization, and an unwavering belief in human creativity. Behind every perfectly joined stone and every enduring foundation lies an unfinished story, inviting all of us to keep exploring and deciphering. Nestled amidst the arid desert of the Marges Valley in Arequipa, Peru, the Toro Muerto complex stands as one of the most enigmatic legacies of pre-Columbian South American civilizations. Discovered in the 1950s, Toro Muerto quickly stunned the archaeological world due to its colossal number of petroglyphs, its diversity of themes, and its craftsmanship that seems to transcend time. Yet above all, what baffles scientists the most is the stone carving technique used by the ancients, a mystery that even after decades of research still remains unsolved. If you have thoughts or theories about the strange carving techniques at Toro Muerto, don't hesitate to share them in the comments below. Who knows, a small idea could become a clue that unlocks one of the greatest mysteries in human history. Toro Muerto boasts more than 3,000 volcanic rocks, andesite intricately carved with figures, creating an open-air museum that stretches over dozens of hectares. Most rocks are massive, weighing several tons, scattered naturally across scorching hillsides amidst an extremely harsh environment, sun, wind, and sand. On these stone surfaces, thousands of images are meticulously etched: animals, birds, leopards, llamas, snakes, humans with strange postures, large heads, big eyes, abstract symbols, geometric motifs, and even mysterious anthropomorphic figures. The origins and dating of the engravings at Toro Muerto remain a subject of major controversy among archaeologists. Some scholars believe they belong to the Wari culture, which flourished between the 6th and 10th centuries AD. However, there are also opinions that many of the carvings may be even older, associated with the Chuquibamba culture, or possibly created as far back as 2,000 years ago. Despite numerous excavations and studies, there is still no definitive evidence pinpointing the exact time period or identifying who the true creators of these works were. Regardless of the ambiguity surrounding their origin, the level of sophistication in each line clearly demonstrates that the ancient people of Meges possessed extraordinarily advanced stoneworking techniques. This is the biggest focus and the main source of Toro Muerto's mystical allure. All of the figures were carved into andesite, a volcanic stone that is extremely hard, ranging from 6 to 7 on the Mohs scale, which is even tougher than the soft stone or copper tools generally available. Despite the absence of any traces of iron or steel tools in the surrounding sites, the carvings remain sharp, even and cut several millimeters to a centimeter deep, without chipping or flaking, surviving thousands of years of harsh weathering. Many boulders retain minuscule motifs: snake scales, bird feathers, complex geometric details, requiring not only an exceptional eye for detail, but also extremely precise, sharp tools. Just imagine in the blistering desert, with no machinery, no hard metal alloys, what did the ancients use to engrave millions of tiny, intricate lines? Archaeologists, materials engineers, and even experimental archaeologists all admit to being at a loss when faced with this question. The most common current theories propose that the ancients used even harder stones, such as quartz or obsidian, to chip, grind, or scrape the andesite surface. However, even quartz tools, which are brittle and easy to break, would find it difficult to achieve such sharp, uniform details without causing cracks, especially considering the large surface area and the enormous number of boulders. Some experimental studies indicate that with primitive techniques like hammering, scraping, or grinding with stone, it can take weeks or even months to complete a single simple image, smaller than the width of a hand. Yet at Toro Muerto, the number of petroglyphs reaches tens of thousands, spread across hundreds of rocks, a scale that would be nearly impossible with crude tools. This leads many scientists to wonder if there were forgotten techniques or special tools that modern science has yet to identify. Another bold hypothesis suggests that the ancients may have used thermal methods, heating the stone with fire and then cooling it with water to cause the surface to crack, or even mild corrosive plant-based solutions to aid carving. However, to date, there is no chemical evidence of such substances found in Peruvian archaeology. The cuts on the rocks are not eroded, but are very clean and sharp, unlike the weathered or acid-eaten marks found in nature. Curiously, many carvings remain clear after thousands of years of sun-wind sandstorms and earthquakes. Most rock art elsewhere typically fades, cracks, or disappears within a few hundred years. At Toro Muerto, even the tiniest details remain intact, unscathed by windblown sand. Could it be that the ancients understood the rock structure, carefully choosing the best face of each boulder for carving? Or did they employ some form of surface protection after completing their work? This, too, remains a profound mystery that science has yet to unravel. Beyond the fine craftsmanship, the carvings at Toro Muerto exhibit a diversity of style, from animal figures and human forms to intricate and abstract geometric motifs. Some images bear a symbolist style, such as concentric circles, strange shapes reminiscent of astronomical symbols, or figures with hats and large heads evoking associations with lost religious iconography or even extraterrestrial beings. This diversity proves that the site was once a cultural crossroads for many ancient tribes, or perhaps a ceremonial center, a place where various artistic, technical, and symbolic traditions converged. This raises further questions. How did such advanced stone carving techniques appear simultaneously at such a massive scale in such a remote area? The true meaning of the engravings at Toro Muerto remains a major question to this day, despite all the efforts of archaeologists to decipher them. Some scholars believe these carvings may have served as a kind of astronomical diary or ritual map, recording the movements of the sun, moon, or other cosmic events that were significant in the spiritual life of ancient peoples. Others suggest that the carvings could be visual chronicles of history, reflecting rituals, social life, or legends from a vanished civilization. There are even researchers who associate them with marking the season's ceremonial events, or with a mysterious system of symbols that only initiates could understand. However, up to now, no archaeological or linguistic evidence has truly confirmed any of these hypotheses. For that reason, Toro Muerto continues to fuel endless debate among scientists all over the world. Today, Toro Muerto remains insufficiently protected. Many rocks have been eroded, vandalized, moved, or even destroyed by careless individuals. Archaeologists and conservationists are calling on the international community to help preserve this unique heritage site. Every lost petroglyph is not just a loss of art, but also a crucial clue in unraveling the greatest mystery of stone carving in human history. Toro Muerto petroglyph. Terraces is not only a massive archaeological site, but also a symbol of the limits of our understanding of the past. Each carving here is a letter to posterity for which we have not yet found the key to read. The stone carving techniques of Toro Muerto go far beyond what modern people know about Stone Age tools and hint at lost knowledge and techniques that ancient civilizations once possessed. Will we ever decipher the miraculous carving secrets here, or will Toro Muerto forever remain a great question mark, challenging the curiosity and creativity of humanity for thousands of years to come? In the arid lands of the West African Sahel, where the desert and the Niger River blend to create a landscape both harsh and magnificent, there stands a remarkable structure not only for its scale, but for its cultural depth and layers of mystery: the Great Mosque of Djenné. For centuries, this mosque has been the beating heart of ancient Djenné, a symbol of faith, artistry, and the extraordinary resilience of the local community against unforgiving nature. Yet beneath those rough layers of earth and mud lie unanswered questions about its construction, about the fusion of tradition, innovation, and even a touch of magic that to this day no one has truly deciphered. What do you find most mysterious about the construction of the Great Mosque of Djenné? Share your thoughts in the comments below. The present-day Great Mosque of Djenné is the result of many generations of construction, demolition, and continuous rebuilding. According to local legends, the very first structure was built in the 13th century under King Khoi Konboro, who turned Djenné into a center of Islamic learning. Through major renovations, especially in the year 1834 and 1907, the mosque's appearance and structure changed greatly, making its true origins even more obscure. Construction records were never written down, but only passed on orally among generations of skilled masons, making it extremely difficult for researchers to discover the true original. Anyone setting foot in Djenné cannot help but marvel at the scale and soulful beauty of this mosque. Measuring 75 meters in length, 75 meters in width, and nearly 20 meters in height, this is the largest mud structure in the world. Its three main towers soar skyward, crowned with conical tops, adorned by ostrich eggs, symbols of life strength and indigenous spiritual belief. All around are hundreds of pillars, domes, and doorways featuring bold geometric shapes, combining Islamic aesthetics with West African identity. Yet what truly sets the Great Mosque of Djenné apart is not just its external appearance, but the mysteries concealed behind those thick clay walls, construction techniques still without a complete answer. From ancient times, the people of the Sahel developed adobe construction, making the most of their climate and local resources. However, the way the Djenné Mosque was built far surpassed ordinary standards, even challenging modern science. The main material is mud bricks made from river clay water and finely chopped straw. After mixing, the blend is poured into wooden molds, then sun-dried in the blazing Sahel until hardened. These bricks are not only cheap and durable, but also provide outstanding insulation, keeping the inside cool in summer and warm in winter. The outer plaster is made from a similar but more flexible mixture, allowing every gap to be sealed, keeping rain out and protecting the structure from cracks. But the greatest mystery lies in the Toron system. Hard wooden beams, often from palm trees, about 60 to 90 centimeters long, jutting out from the walls in long rows encircling the building. Generations of scholars have debated their purpose. Are they just decoration, a skeleton to reinforce the walls, or do they help with thermal expansion and contraction? There is still no consensus. The only certainty is that Toron act as natural ladders for annual maintenance and repair. What truly makes the Great Mosque immortal is the tradition of annual maintenance. Once a year during the rainy season, the entire Djenné community comes together for the plastering festival Crépissage de la Grande Mosquée. Thousands of people, from children to elders, participate in mixing and applying mud, patching cracks, reinforcing walls, and renewing the outer layer. This is not only architectural preservation, but also a community celebration, a secret recipe passed down to help the structure withstand centuries of harsh weather. Western experts who have observed this process are often astonished. Despite using seemingly fragile materials, the Great Mosque of Djenné stands firm against time, rain, and even minor earthquakes. Scientific models have not been able to fully replicate the durability of Djenné's mud walls when combined with the unique Toron special mud bricks and local plaster. Some theories suggest there may be secret formulas or special processes that are only taught orally within the community, never documented or shared with outsiders. Moreover, the interior spatial arrangement also intrigues researchers. Corridors, prayer rooms, ventilation, and lighting are all cleverly organized to regulate climate, minimizing the effects of heat, humidity, and rain. While the exterior looks simple, inside is a sophisticated technical network rivaling the great stone monuments of Egypt or Persia in climatic efficiency. Yet all design documents are missing, passed down only through practice. The Great Mosque of Djenné is not just a physical structure, but also the spiritual, educational, and commercial center of the city. For the local people, it is the soul of Djenné, closely tied to many legends about charms and treasures buried beneath its foundations to protect the mosque. Strict rules allowing only local Muslims to enter add to its mystery, leading to much speculation about hidden secrets and spaces beneath the layers of mud. In recent years, Djenné's mosque faces growing threats. Heavy rain, unusual floods, and weather changes due to climate change make the mud walls more prone to cracking and subsidence than ever. Even as the annual plastering festival continues, some experts worry that if traditional knowledge and techniques are not systematically recorded and studied, they may be lost or insufficient to handle new extremes. There have been times when international conservation organizations warned just one unusual rainy season could cause serious damage, even risking partial collapse. This makes questions about Djenné's construction methods ever more urgent. Are there undiscovered secrets, special mud mixtures, Toron treatments, or wall and foundation arrangements that help the building resist harsh weather for centuries? Researchers keep searching for answers, but the true secrets may forever lie in the memories and experience of local master builders. Beyond all the architectural splendor, the Great Mosque of Djenné is a reminder that the mysteries of the past and seemingly simple achievements can sometimes surpass modern understanding, while answers to its construction techniques remain unfinished, and the tradition of mud plastering and community cooperation remains the key to survival. This mosque will forever be an enigma, challenging scholars and an inexhaustible inspiration about the enduring power of indigenous culture through all the changes of time. Standing proudly atop a rugged hill overlooking the entire Quebrada de Humahuaca Valley, the Tilcara Pukara cliff fortress is not only a representative archaeological site of northern Argentina, but also one of the most debated and mysterious ancient stone structures in South America. This fortress, built by the Huaca people, a native civilization that once flourished before being overshadowed by the expansion of the Inca Empire and later the Spanish, encapsulates within its stones countless unresolved questions about construction techniques, spiritual culture, and the ultimate fate of those who once called this place home. What do you think happened to the people of Tilcara Pukara? Share your theories in the comments below. Pucara de Tilcara is far from an ordinary stronghold. Perched atop a towering rocky outcrop beside the Rio Grande, where two rivers merge and open up a panoramic view of the entire quebrada, this location alone speaks volumes about the extraordinary strategic foresight of the Huaca people. From the summit, every movement in the valley below could be monitored and controlled with ease. The Quebrada de Humahuaca Valley has long served as a natural crossroads linking South American civilizations, as well as a vital trade and military route connecting the Andes to the lowlands, a key stop along the legendary Inca road that traversed the continent. For centuries, Tilcara Pukara was therefore a critical center for defense control and trade. Anyone setting foot in Tilcara cannot help but be amazed by the remarkable stonework achieved by the ancients. The entire fortress was constructed from large stones meticulously stacked together without mortar, a technique reminiscent of many ancient Andean monuments like Sacsayhuaman or Machu Picchu. The fortress walls, residential quarters, temples, and storage areas are all arranged in a logical manner, forming a structure both robust and harmoniously integrated with the harsh natural landscape. Beyond its military function, Tilcara Pukara also served as an administrative and religious center for the Huaca people. Numerous ceremonial areas, carved rocks, and small temples scattered across the fortress's summit reflect a profound spiritual life. Some buildings resemble tombs and were constructed in mysterious ways, with their precise functions still undetermined. The Huaca were the original builders of this fortress, renowned for their organizational abilities and construction skills. When the Inca Empire expanded southward, they took over reinforced and extended the existing Huaca structures. Under Inca rule, Tilcara Pukara became even more formidable, acting as the southern gateway of the empire, controlling trade, military movements, and even cultural and religious influence. Over the centuries, the blend of architecture, art, and belief systems from both the Huaca and the Incas created a unique heritage still evident in the archaeological finds, carved motifs, and mysterious religious ceremonies that have been passed down to the present day. A wealth of unusual artifacts has been excavated at Tilcara, from stone masks, figurines, ritual tools, to rare metal jewelry. Some objects display a distinctive artistic style, different from neighboring cultures, raising the possibility of trade links or influences from far-flung civilizations within the Andes. The ritual items unearthed here suggest the ancient inhabitants practiced complex ceremonies involving worship of local deities, offerings, or even transition rituals for the deceased. However, most of these artifacts offer more questions than answers. To this day, the precise function of some areas, such as underground chambers and special rooms, remains unknown. Some might have housed priests or leaders, others resemble ceremonial spaces, but archaeological evidence is still very inconclusive. Yet the most captivating and perplexing mystery of Tilcara Pukara is the fate of those who once lived here, a dramatic story that even now baffles scientists. Historical records and archaeological findings show that around the end of the 15th century and the start of the 16th century, when the Spanish began arriving in the Andes, Tilcara Pukara was still a bustling center with a thriving population, vibrant trade, and active religious life. Yet, in a remarkably short period, the entire fortress was abandoned in complete mystery. All signs of life disappeared. The buildings gradually weathered with time, leaving a deserted, silent, and ruined citadel in the heart of the valley. What caused a major center like Tilcara Pukara to collapse and suddenly disappear? This remains the biggest question that archaeologists, historians, and even local communities continue to debate to this day. Many theories have been proposed, ranging from armed conflict with the Spanish, who advanced deep into the South American continent, massacring and oppressing numerous indigenous communities, with some records mentioning fierce battles in the Quebrada de Humahuaca region, where fortresses like Tilcara became brutal battlefields, though archaeology has yet to uncover any clear evidence of large-scale destructive warfare to the devastating effects of disease brought by Europeans, especially smallpox, measles, and influenza, which ravaged native populations, lacking immunity, even though no mass graves or signs of widespread death have been found in the fortress area. Some opinions emphasize the possibility of social, economic, or natural crises, such as climate fluctuations, water shortages, or prolonged crop failures that could have made it impossible for residents to survive, along with internal instability, power struggles, or the loss of control over trade routes. However, there is no conclusive physical evidence to confirm these causes. Additionally, it has been theorized that the inhabitants of Tilcara may have chosen to migrate on their own, integrating into neighboring communities, or were forced by the Spanish to abandon the fortress. Yet historical records lack specific information about the fate of each group after they left. Another explanation suggests the collapse could have originated from spiritual or religious factors. As in many Andean civilizations, spiritual beliefs played a crucial role, and perhaps a religious event, a bad omen or the wrath of the gods, prompted the residents to abandon the fortress, something that has been observed at other ruins across the Andes. It is this lack of clear evidence, combined with a mix of folklore and history, that has turned the disappearance of Tilcara Pukara's people into one of South America's greatest mysteries. In the early 20th century, Argentine archaeologists began restoring Tilcara Pukara, transforming it into a celebrated tourist attraction. Yet these restoration efforts have sparked controversy over authenticity. Some areas were reconstructed based on speculation, incomplete records, or influenced by modern perspectives, which may have altered the original essence of the ancient site. Nonetheless, Tilcara Pukara remains an important heritage site recognized by UNESCO as part of the Quebrada de Humahuaca World Heritage Complex, a place that preserves the memory of history, culture, and many yet unsolved mysteries. Today, Tilcara Pukara is not only a renowned archaeological destination attracting thousands of visitors, but also a venue where local communities hold traditional festivals, perpetuating the spiritual rites of their ancestors. The mysteries of the past still quietly resonate in the spiritual lives and oral traditions handed down through generations. Anyone who sets foot in Tilcara amidst the vastness of stone and sky can sense an enigmatic silence, as if the whispers of ancient souls still linger with messages from a chapter of history that remains open. Tilcara Pukara Cliff Fortress stands as both a marvel of ancient stone engineering and a haunting mystery. The sudden disappearance of its once thriving community remains unsolved, turning Tilcara into a powerful symbol of unanswered questions from the past. Every stone, every ruined wall, seems to whisper stories lost to time, drawing explorers and scholars alike to uncover the secrets still hidden among the Andean highlands. If you need to find the symbol for the agnosticism of Japanese archaeology, Masuda no Iwafun, the rock ship of Masuda stands out as the most prominent example. Sitting atop a small hill in the village of Ayaz-Kala prefecture, amidst the tranquil landscape of a land once considered the cradle of ancient Japanese civilization, this colossal stone silently challenges every attempt at explanation through the ages. The legends, controversies, and hypotheses surrounding it only add to the enigma, prompting anyone standing before the rock ship to wonder who created it, for what purpose, and how could people of the past craft something so massive and sophisticated during a time when technical means were so limited. Who do you think built the Masuda rock ship, and for what purpose? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Masuda no Iwafune stands out like a misplaced entity between nature and history, with a length of about 11 meters, nearly 8 meters wide, almost 5 meters tall, and an estimated weight of over 800 tons. This stone is comparable to a 3-story building or an entire train carriage. What amazes everyone is that the whole structure is carved from a single block of natural granite rising from the slope of the hill, with no signs of having been moved or assembled. Notably, on top of the rock ship are 2 deep, perfectly parallel grooves, as if they were made with modern cutting tools, along with a small square pillar protruding from the center. The surface of the stone is polished to a degree that defies belief, far exceeding the techniques found in other structures from the Asuka period. If you just saw a photo, few would believe this is the work of ancient craftsmen from over a millennium ago. What makes the rock ship of Masuda no Iwafune an endless topic for scholars, researchers, and mystery enthusiasts isn't its massive size or unique location, but rather the fact that its true purpose has been completely forgotten, or perhaps never revealed at all, even after centuries. Unlike the tombs, temples, or Buddha statues of Asuka, which are always accompanied by historical records, legends, or distinct traces in folklore, Masuda no Iwafune remains utterly silent in the face of history. There is not a single line in official or unofficial records that mentions why this stone monument exists. There are no written legends, no ritual guidelines, and no signs indicating that it was ever repurposed across different eras. This absence means that every explanation for its origins and function remains nothing more than speculation. Many theories have been proposed. Some believe Masuda no Iwafune was once an ancient astronomical observatory based on the 2 parallel grooves oriented toward the sunrise. But if that were true, why is there only one such strange structure in the entire history of Japan? No marker stones or remnants of observational devices have ever been found here. The theory that it was a foundation for a grand structure, a temple tomb, or ancient tower lacks evidence, as there are no traces of building materials, foundations, or enclosing walls anywhere nearby. The rock ship form is even more out of place compared to traditional Asuka architecture, which often used stacked stones or underground construction rather than erecting massive structures atop a hill like this. Some suggest it was an altar or lost ceremonial platform, but aside from the unusual grooves and its unique shape, Masuda no Iwafune bears none of the typical hallmarks of religious monuments. No relief carvings, no statues, no remains of offerings. Some modern scholars, after years of research and surveying, have proposed a reasonable but bittersweet theory. Perhaps Masuda no Iwafune was simply an abandoned project, left unfinished due to war, disaster, disease, or a shift in power. Perhaps the artisans who began it with great passion had to leave it behind forever, the monument never completed. But if it was merely an abandoned work, why did they go to such painstaking lengths, creating 2 perfectly parallel grooves and a peculiar square pillar? And why is there no trace of tools, stone debris, or any groundbreaking activity in the area? Perhaps the most confounding aspect of this mystery is the absolute silence from both history and legend. Unlike other great monuments, which are usually accompanied by stories, anecdotes, or at least some form of local legend, Masuda no Iwafune seems to have never appeared in the collective memory of the local community over generations. Even its name, Iwafune, simply means rock ship, and isn't tied to any special event or myth. This absence leaves the true purpose of Masuda Iwafune as a giant void, one that still cannot be filled in humanity's memory and understanding today. Beyond the question of its true purpose, the construction techniques used for Masuda Iwafune have left many astonished and raised doubts about the technological capabilities of ancient people. With a massive weight of over 800 tons, carving, shaping, and polishing, deep grooves and smooth surfaces on such hard granite would be a tremendous challenge, even for modern technology. Yet during the Asuka period, available tools consisted mainly of chisels, hammers, and a handful of rudimentary iron implements. Geological analysis shows that the entire rock has no major cracks or signs of being cut apart and moved, proving it was shaped right on site. This required craftsmen to work on rugged terrain and maintain absolute precision, since even the slightest mistake could render the entire monument useless. What makes this structure especially intriguing are the two parallel grooves running along the top, a detail that challenges all scientific explanations. Their depth, width, and perfect straightness have led many to compare them to the results of sophisticated, modern stone-cutting machines. The square pillar protruding from the center is also carved with remarkable symmetry, sharpness, and uniform proportions, something extremely difficult to achieve using only simple hand tools. The skill required to polish the stone's surface and eliminate unnecessary edges also reveals masterful craftsmanship on par with the builders of Egypt's pyramids or the great stone monuments of South America and Europe. Even more puzzling is the fact that no tools, material piles, or large debris from the carving and finishing process have ever been found around Masuda Iwafune. This is in stark contrast to other megalithic sites around the world, where waste piles, broken tools, or leftover fragments are always present, and it only deepens the suspicion that this may have been created by a technological tradition far beyond what we currently know about the Asuka era. Compared to other megalithic structures in Japan, Masuda Iwafune is truly one of a kind. The famous Kofun tombs are usually keyhole-shaped mounds or stacked stone blocks for burial rituals, while Buddha statues are clearly carved and associated with Buddhism or Shinto beliefs. Masuda Iwafune fits none of these categories, nor does it resemble any other monument worldwide. It is not a pyramid, not an astronomical observatory like Stonehenge, nor an ancient altar. It is truly an independent mystery, alone in the flow of history. Not only scientists, but also local people, and those drawn to mysticism, have put forth countless speculations about the origin of the rock ship. Some legends claim it is the work of gods, giants, or even a spaceship of an extraterrestrial civilization that once visited Japan. While there is not a shred of concrete evidence for such theories, the strangeness of Masuda Iwafune remains fertile ground for imagination and for the human need to explain the unknowns of the past. Today, Masuda Iwafune still quietly rests atop its hill, with no protective fences, no detailed interpretive plaques, only the stillness of time and the whispers of the mountain wind. Many come to visit to photograph, to marvel, and to ask themselves countless questions about the true meaning of the rock ship. Even though international archaeological teams have investigated it many times, there is still no truly satisfactory answer. This stone stands as a silent symphony from the past, a reminder that no matter how advanced we become, humanity still faces countless mysteries about our own history. There are lands that history seems to have forgotten, yet beneath layers of dust and gravel, mysteries silently await their day to be revealed. Sichin Bajo is such a place, an ancient archaeological site lying quietly in the Kasma Valley, where every excavation step astonishes archaeologists. Not only because of its astonishing age spanning millennia, but also because of its solid constructions. Stone walls stacked atop each other, using techniques far beyond what we imagine for their time. Every stone at Sichin Bajo is like a living page of history, telling the story of a society that achieved a level of building mastery that commands respect even from the modern world. What do you think about the ancient construction techniques at Sichin Bajo? In your opinion, what enabled them to create such enduring monuments? Feel free to share your thoughts and ideas in the comments below. When archaeologists began excavating Sichin Bajo in the late 20th century, they could hardly believe what remained amid the arid desert. Massive stone foundations, intricately carved walls, vast ceremonial plazas, and thick layers of sediment built up over millennia. Radiocarbon dating revealed a stunning fact. Some parts of Sichin Bajo have existed for more than 5,000 years before the present, predating even the ancient Egyptian pyramids. This discovery meant Sichin Bajo was not only the progenitor of Andean settlements, but also one of the oldest centers of civilization in all of the Americas. This find pushed the starting line of Andean civilization much farther back than science had ever suspected. One of Sichin Bajo's greatest mysteries is its multi-layered foundations, proving that it was built, expanded, destroyed, and rebuilt over thousands of years. The oldest structures lie deep underground, constructed primarily from enormous stones and compacted clay, a blend of traditional stonework and local materials. These construction layers are more than mere ruins. They are living records of a resilient, highly organized society's continual evolution. Each architectural layer at Sichin Bajo holds its own enigma, from ancient carved stone walls and secret passageways plunging deep into the earth to sprawling platforms whose true purposes remain debated. This reveals that generations of Chasma people living here continually innovated and refined their building techniques over many millennia. Sichin Bajo stands out for its enormous stone bas-reliefs, depicting figures with weapon scenes of violence and decapitation and an array of strange cryptic symbols. Unlike pure decorative art, these images seem to possess religious ritual or even historical significance, possibly documenting past acts of violence. These bas-reliefs have raised many questions. Was this a society that glorified war? Or are these images symbolic of ancient sacrificial rituals? Did the builders of Sichin Bajo use art to deliver messages or warnings about power, social order, or deep cosmic beliefs to future generations? In addition to its grand architectural relics, Sichin Bajo contains vast ceremonial plazas, temples, ritual platforms, and a complex system of underground tunnels. However, archaeologists have yet to agree on the site's true function. Was it a bustling residential city, a religious power center, or merely a site for major communal rituals and special festivals? Notably, everyday artifacts here are rare, leading many experts to suspect that Sichin Bajo may once have been a regional ceremonial center, a gathering place for diverse Chasma groups to perform collective rituals. This theory is further supported by comparing Sichin Bajo's layout to other major ancient Peruvian sites such as Caral and Chavin de Huanta. What makes Sichin Bajo one of the greatest enigmas of South American archaeology is its construction technology, which far surpasses the capabilities typically seen in prehistoric societies. The walls, columns, and foundations here were built from massive stone blocks, each weighing several tons, quarried from distant locations and transported to the site by methods that remain unexplained to this day. Remarkably, at that time, the Chasma people had no knowledge of the wheel, no metal tools, and did not use the strength of large animals such as camels or horses. Yet they were able to move, lift, and assemble these stones with extraordinary precision, a feat that would be challenging even with modern technology. In fact, Many of the walls at Sichin Bajo employed the technique of mortise and tenon joinery. The large stones were carved with grooves and fitted tightly together without mortar, enabling the structures to withstand numerous earthquakes, a harsh reality in the seismic Andes. But it does not stop there. The ancient engineers of Sichin Bajo also mastered the use of composite materials, reinforcing walls and foundations with blends of clay, mud, sand, gravel, and straw. This not only provided insulation and moisture resistance, but also greatly increased structural strength, helping prevent natural erosion over millennia. Some areas even show traces of a special clay mortar, possibly the result of secret formulas handed down within their community, which included unusual plant additives to enhance adhesion and resist rot, well beyond the standard construction knowledge of the time. Beyond material science, their ingenuity is evident in the spatial orientation of the structures. Many parts of Sichin Bajo are aligned with the rising or setting sun, or with special astronomical phenomena serving rituals related to the sun, the moon, and the changing seasons. This proves that the ancient builders possessed advanced surveying skills, astronomical observation, and architectural thinking far ahead of what we once believed. Within the site, ceremonial plazas, stone altars, and terrace steps were all designed to optimize the movement of people, acoustics, and sight lines, ideal for mass rituals or large gatherings. This is a clear indicator of a high level of social organization and community management even before the advent of writing. Most impressive of all, Sichin Bajo lies in a barren desert region plagued by a harsh climate and frequent earthquakes, yet its structures have survived virtually intact for thousands of years. Archaeologists have realized that the ancient people deliberately designed underground drainage systems, anti-erosion terraces, and special ventilation shafts to protect their monuments from the ravages of nature. All these factors combine to make Sichin Bajo a true engineering marvel of prehistoric Andes, inspiring both astonishment and admiration from the scientific world today. Sichin Bajo did not exist in isolation. It lay within a network connecting major sites like Sichin Alto Corral Chasma and Chavin, forming a vast cultural, religious, political ecosystem spanning ancient northern Peru. The Chasma River was not only a lifeline, but a trade corridor linking cultural regions, enabling the flow of building techniques, knowledge, and art through the generations. In 2008, archaeologists uncovered an ancient stone bas-relief at Sichin Bajo, more than 5,500 years old, one of the oldest works of art in the Americas. This find upended prior notions of how early complex societies arose in South America and raised new questions. How many more mysteries still lie buried beneath the earth, waiting to be discovered? Furthermore, layers of archaeological remains reveal that Sichin Bajo society was clearly stratified by function, from ritual elites and builders to ordinary people. This is proof of a highly organized society with advanced technical skills. Despite all of Sichin Bajo's achievements, scientists still struggled to explain its wonders. Who were the first builders of Sichin Bajo? What tools did they use? And how did they transport stones weighing tons? Why could a prehistoric civilization create monuments that could withstand time, earthquakes, and nature's fury for thousands of years? What are the true meanings behind the bas-reliefs, the violent rituals, and even the fate of the Chasma people after Sichin Bajo was gradually abandoned? Sichin Bajo, with its ageless construction, mysterious architecture, and controversial art, is not just a living museum of ancient Andean civilization, but also a profound challenge to modern intellect and curiosity. Every stone, every carving here, harbors countless unanswered questions, waiting for new generations to continue exploring, researching, and drawing endless inspiration from the superhuman capabilities of our ancestors. In the deep and frigid heart of the Baltic Sea, amidst murky currents and bone-chilling flows, lies one of the most hotly debated mysteries of the 21st century, the Baltic Sea anomaly. From the very moment it was discovered in 2011, this anomaly quickly became a global phenomenon, attracting not only scientists but also UFO enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, seekers of archaeological enigmas, and millions of curious minds around the world. The anomaly itself is not merely a submerged object. It has become a symbol of uncertainty, a testament to the limits of human knowledge about the deep ocean, where countless unsolved secrets remain hidden. What do you think about the Baltic Sea anomaly? Is it a product of nature or something artificial? Share your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Who knows, maybe your idea will be the key to unlocking the greatest secret of the Baltic Sea. The story of the Baltic Sea anomaly began in June of 2011 when the Swedish exploration team Ocean X was on a mission to hunt for shipwrecks and ancient treasures beneath the Baltic Sea. Little did they know that expedition would forever change humanity's perception of this cold ocean floor. Instead of an ancient ship or a forgotten treasure, their sonar equipment picked up a shape unlike anything seen before, a massive disc-like object lying silently at a depth of nearly 92 meters below the surface, measuring approximately 60 meters in diameter. Trailing behind this object was a mysterious long streak, as if a landing mark or a sliding track stretching up to nearly 400 meters. The image of the anomaly, once scanned onto the radar screen, was instantly overwhelming. Deep grooves, steps, concentric circles, and sharply angled features that seemed more like the results of engineering intervention than of an ordinary rock. News of this discovery spread rapidly on social networks and international media, sparking an unprecedented wave of debate. What makes the Baltic Sea anomaly even stranger is not only its shape, but also the phenomena that occur upon approach. Members of Ocean X and subsequent survey teams all encountered serious equipment malfunctions when nearing the anomaly. Machines that had previously operated smoothly suddenly experienced interference, signal loss, even total paralysis upon approaching the object. The appearance of these mysterious electromagnetic signals reminded many of UFO stories and energy fields that humans do not yet fully understand. Moreover, observing the anomaly's surface through images, videos, and sonar data revealed many unnatural features: flat cuts, deep straight holes, parallel cracks, and especially concentric circles, evoking a sense of technique or human handiwork. Some Ocean X members also reported scorched marks, signs of melting, and unusually smooth stone surfaces. These elements have contributed to the belief that the anomaly is not simply a random product of nature. This is the greatest focal point of every debate surrounding the Baltic Sea anomaly, where science and imagination constantly collide. Since the anomaly was made public, theories about its origins have always been split into two opposing camps. One side, consisting of orthodox scientists and geologists, believes that the anomaly is merely a drumlin, a type of sediment hill formed beneath ancient glaciers. According to them, when massive glaciers moved over the northern European continent tens of thousands of years ago, they could have formed unusual rare stone structures, but not impossible ones. Grooves, smooth surfaces, and cracks might result from powerful currents or collisions with other stones, while the electromagnetic interference could be explained by the magnetism found in certain mineral types. On the other hand, there is a sizable group of alternative researchers, UFO enthusiasts, and mystery lovers who present a barrage of strong counter-arguments. They point out that the anomaly is strikingly symmetrical, its surface marked by deep drill holes, flat-cut steps, and concentric circles, all of which are hard to attribute to mere natural processes. The long streak behind the anomaly resembles a landing mark or the remains of a structure buried by cataclysmic geological upheavals. Some rock samples taken by Ocean X were even described as having unusual material composition, or resembling engineered materials, although these claims have yet to be independently verified by major scientific organizations. Especially noteworthy is the electromagnetic interference that consistently occurs whenever equipment approaches the anomaly, providing the artificial origin camp with further grounds for suspicion. Could the anomaly contain a strange energy source within, or perhaps technological components never before seen? Or is it simply the result of rare natural factors that modern science has yet to uncover? As of now, neither side possesses enough compelling evidence to reach a definitive conclusion, making the Baltic Sea anomaly one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the ocean depths. Another reason the Baltic Sea anomaly remains an enduring mystery is the real-world barriers to direct site investigation. The anomaly's depth of more than 90 meters is no minor challenge. The environment at the bottom of the Baltic Sea is perpetually cold, with strong currents and very murky water, making diving and data collection extremely difficult and dangerous. Even modern survey equipment often malfunctions or breaks down when nearing the anomaly, leading to many aborted dives or unfulfilled data-gathering missions. Notably, most samples, images, and sonar data all originate from the Ocean X group without independent verification from third parties or major research institutions. For this reason, the objectivity, transparency, and reliability of current data remains subject to significant scientific skepticism. The lack of independent, publicly available studies and the ongoing controversy over sampling and recording methods have contributed to keeping debates about the Baltic Sea anomaly unresolved. To this day, the Baltic Sea anomaly lies quietly beneath layers of mud and at the bottom of the deep sea, defying all human attempts to approach it. So what exactly is the anomaly? Is it simply a strange random product of ancient glaciers, or is it lasting evidence of a lost civilization, a buried technical construction, or even the trace of extraterrestrial visitors who came to Earth thousands of years ago? Perhaps only when science reaches a more advanced level, with more modern and transparent surveying equipment, will we gradually approach the ultimate truth. But whatever the answer, the Baltic Sea anomaly will always remain a symbol of curiosity, the thirst for exploration, and the thin line between what we know and all that remains unknown beneath the deep sea. Lying quietly on a small island off the coast of Tanzania, Songo Manara is one of the largest, most mysterious, and least known coral stone architectural relics of the Swahili civilization that once flourished along the East African coast. Over 6 centuries have passed, yet the faded coral stone walls of Songo Manara still stand, bearing witness to a golden age that has faded and raising countless unanswered questions. What caused a prosperous urban center like Songo Manara to be suddenly abandoned, disappearing from the bustling trade flows of the Indian Ocean? And why, at a time when the Swahili trading network was at its peak, did the fate of this city fade away so quietly? What do you think caused Songo Manara to be abandoned? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Songo Manara is located on a small island near the mouth of the Rufiji River in southern Tanzania, ideally situated for both maritime and riverine trade. This geographical structure made the city a perfect transit hub for goods coming from and going to inland Africa and the open sea. Songo Manara was not just a harbor for Persian, Arab, and Indian merchant ships, but also an economic center where ivory, gold, amber, and countless local products were exchanged for fabrics, beads, ceramics, and spices from afar. Archaeological evidence shows that the city once thrived during the 14th to 16th centuries. The coral stone architectural system was tightly organized with houses, mosques, tombs, public squares, wells, and bathhouses, all forming a city that was both modern and mysterious in the midst of wild tropical landscapes. The most striking feature of Songo Manara is its masterful coral stone construction techniques. More than 40 large and small structures were built by quarrying, cutting, and assembling pale coral blocks with intricate Islamic-style decorations blending with local African aesthetics. Grand mosques with arches multi-tiered, houses underground wells, and drainage systems, ceremonial areas, and courtyards all demonstrate a level of planning and social organization rarely matched by contemporary sites. Inside the mosques, columns and walls are delicately carved arches, and entrances display unique geometric patterns, sometimes interspersed with native flora and fauna motifs. The house structures reflect a clear division of social classes. There are grand villas for the elite, modest homes, and even separate outdoor ceremonial areas. Swahili trade history is closely associated with ports such as Kilwa, Kisiwani, Mombasa, and Lamu, but Songo Manara was once one of the golden links connecting the entire East African region with the Islamic world, South Asia, and even Southeast Asia. Archaeological finds here, Chinese ceramics, Persian glass, Indian beads, and Arab coins are compelling evidence of an intercontinental trade network. The people of Songo Manara lived a lifestyle that blended local traditions with Persian and Arab influences evident in their language, religion, Islam being dominant clothing, and daily customs. During its golden centuries, the city was home to wealthy merchants, native aristocrats, scholars, craftsmen, and pilgrims. However, the most perplexing thing for posterity is the abrupt and strange end of Songo Manara. The city was almost entirely abandoned at the end of the 16th century, precisely when other Swahili centers continued to develop or only slightly declined. There are no historical records or local legends that document the specific reasons for its decline. Many theories have been proposed, but none have been truly convincing so far. Some suggest that a major epidemic or climate change may have caused the city to lose its sources of water and food, forcing people to leave. Although layers of black ash, animal bones, and traces of fire found in houses may point to some kind of disaster, there is no clear evidence of a large-scale epidemic, nor have any mass human remains or communal burial sites been discovered. Another theory is that war or foreign invasions led to the city's decline, especially given that the East African region at the time frequently experienced conflicts between Swahili cities and attacks by pirates or Portuguese forces. However, at Songo Manara, there are no signs of large-scale destruction, no defensive structures, nor evidence of widespread armed conflict. The tombs and mosques remain fairly intact without traces of mass looting. Additionally, many researchers believe that the major shifts in Indian Ocean trade routes during the 16th century, when the Portuguese Empire seized control of major ports, created a crisis for Swahili cities. Even so, other cities eventually recovered after the crisis, while Songo Manara disappeared completely, a major unanswered question. Some other theories involve religion or special customs based on the presence of many ceremonial structures, outdoor ritual spaces, mysterious burial pits, or hidden stone platforms under house foundations. Some scholars think there may have been internal religious conflict or a religious migration that led residents to leave en masse, but there is no evidence of religious persecution or catastrophic events related to religion. Moreover, archaeological evidence shows that Songo Manara once struggled to maintain sources of clean water, wood, and food. Yet strangely, the wells and drainage systems were still operating until the very end, with no signs of gradual abandonment. It seems the city simply disconnected all of a sudden. All of these theories, no matter how reasonable, still cannot fully solve the mystery of why Songo Manara was abandoned. In fact, not only Songo Manara, but many other Swahili cities also experienced rise and decline, but most left traces of transition, or are mentioned in local legends and histories. Only Songo Manara is peculiar. Lacking all historical records, its material evidence does not fit any popular theory. The city disappeared in silence, without clear physical destruction. No traces of major conflict, and no evidence of large-scale natural disaster. Today, Songo Manara is recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, but the site is severely threatened by natural forces, coastal erosion, rising sea levels, salt-laden winds, destroying coral stone, and human impacts putting many structures at risk of vanishing forever. Research, restoration, and conservation efforts face great difficulties due to the isolated location, lack of historical documents, and the site's complex scale. What remains of Songo Manara houses, mosques, tombs, drainage systems, layers of ash, and mysterious ritual traces is a priceless archaeological treasure for decoding history, but also a reminder of the fragility of once thriving civilizations. After decades of research, archaeologists, historians, and anthropologists still cannot agree on the fundamental cause of Songo Manara's abandonment. It may be a combination of economic, climatic, social, religious, or some unique event never recorded. But one thing is certain: the story of Songo Manara is not just the history of a city, but a mirror reflecting the rise and fragility of all human civilizations. The greatest mystery of Songo Manara remains intact. Its trace-free disappearance has made this place a beacon for those who yearn to explore, study, and ponder the unsolved enigmas of human history. Perched precariously on sheer mountain cliffs, the lesser-known high cliff tombs of Petra are not only a testament to reverence for the dead, but also a riddle that challenges modern archaeologists regarding ancient construction techniques. While monuments like the Treasury or royal tombs have become globally renowned, it is these silent tombs atop the cliffs that reveal the truly advanced capabilities of the Nabateans, a people who once turned stone into cities in the heart of the desert. What do you think of the Nabateans' construction techniques at Petra? Could modern people recreate such feats without contemporary technology and machinery? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Unlike tombs located closer to the ground, the high cliff tombs often appear at elevations of several dozen, even several hundred meters above the valley below. Some tombs cling tightly to vertical rock faces, visible from afar only as dark windows silhouetted against the blazing sky. Choosing these positions was not only about expressing power status or spiritual meaning, it posed enormous engineering challenges to anyone attempting such a feat. In these treacherous terrains, amid harsh, arid climates and constantly eroding sandstorms, any mistake during construction could result in fatal accidents or the complete destruction of the structure. For this reason, the presence of these tombs on nearly vertical cliffs has left generations of archaeologists and modern engineers both amazed and perplexed. To carve tombs into high cliff faces, the Nabateans had to possess an extremely detailed understanding of the local geology. Petra's sandstone is layered with each stratum, varying in hardness, color, and durability. Choosing the wrong spot for an entrance or attacking a weak layer could cause the entire facade to collapse or shatter irreparably. Many pieces of evidence show that Nabatean craftsmen could read the cliff as if it were a book, pinpointing exact spots for hooks, cutting the stone along natural cracks to maximize strength, and creating special visual effects when sunlight hit the rock. They often began by chiseling a groove around the intended facade, creating a frame first before carefully delving deeper into the rock to hollow out the main chamber and side niches. One of the most puzzling questions surrounding Petra's high cliff tombs is this: how did the ancient Nabateans manage to get people, tools, and materials up to such dizzying heights on nearly vertical rock faces without the help of machines, cranes, or modern safety equipment. Small traces that remain, such as round drill holes, horizontal grooves, and unfinished steps scattered across the cliffs, have been interpreted by archaeologists as points where massive wooden scaffolding was once anchored. This scaffolding system could have extended from the base of the mountain all the way up to the tomb entrance, or been constructed in segments along the rock face, forming floating walkways that allowed workers to move transport materials and carry out the carving work. Building scaffolding at such great heights was not as simple as erecting it straight upward. It required incredibly precise calculations of load-bearing points, methods of anchoring the scaffolds into natural rock crevices, and control of swaying caused by strong winds and the combined weight of workers and tools. The Nabateans may have used high-quality imported wood from the regions of Lebanon or Sinai, paired with ropes woven from local sheep's wool, all treated to resist rot and insect damage. This challenge was so immense that even many modern experts admit that despite today's technological assistance, recreating such traditional scaffolding systems remains a difficult task, a fact that further highlights the extraordinary ingenuity and creativity of Petra's ancient builders. Although the Nabatean era lacked hard alloy steel, as we have today, they knew how to utilize copper iron and sometimes hard stones to craft suitable tools. Knives, chisels, hammers, and axes were carefully tempered, and traces on cliff walls show the use of multiple types of chisel heads, from sharp points for deep drilling, flat heads for smoothing, to serrated edges for creating dust grooves. The process of carving a large facade had to be carried out from top to bottom to avoid rock slides and ensure safety. Stone dust and debris were allowed to fall freely down into the valley below, or were gathered in hanging baskets to protect the work area. Additionally, maintaining straight lines and balanced facades at great height and with limited sight lines demanded a highly trained eye for alignment. Some high cliff tombs still show remnants of stairs carved directly into the rock, or deep grooves running along the cliffs, possibly once used to place wooden planks for temporary walkways. Today, these routes have mostly eroded away, nearly disappearing, leaving only faint traces hinting at the complex movement systems the Nabateans employed. There are theories that they used a combination of hanging scaffolds, temporary wooden bridges, large ropes tied from the cliff top to lower workers, and even created small alcoves for craftsmen to swing out from the rock while carving hard-to-reach corners. Not limited to facades, many tombs featured complex interior chambers, small niches for offerings, or even short corridors connecting multiple burial rooms. All of this had to be carefully calculated to avoid compromising the rock's load-bearing structure. Carving too deeply into weak layers could cause the entire tomb to collapse, a catastrophe impossible to remedy with ancient technology. Modern studies have found that the Nabateans often selected the intersection points of two hard rock layers, employing a technique called reverse anchoring, leaving natural stone pillars above the chamber ceiling, thus avoiding hollowing out the entire volume while still ensuring spacious, airy interiors. Thanks to this, after thousands of years, many tombs have not cracked or lost their roofs. Few noticed that the position and orientation of high tomb facades were carefully planned to capture sunlight at specific times of day. When the sun rose, or at sunset, the light striking the facade created a blazing effect, highlighting every chiseled line and accentuating the shapes and colors of the sandstone. Some researchers believe this was not just by chance, but also had spiritual significance, sunlight awakening the soul of the departed or symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth. Today, even with modern machinery, reconstructing the process of building a high cliff tomb in Petra remains an enormous challenge. Archaeological teams, construction engineers, and climbing experts attempting to role-play Nabatean artisans must use safety harnesses, modern scaffolding, and three-dimensional scanning technology for safety and precision. Even then, the final results cannot match the perfection of the ancient tombs in terms of smoothness lines or perspective. Mysteries remain regarding planning workforce mobilization, material transport team coordination, reading the natural rock structure, and handling unforeseen issues. Some researchers have even hypothesized the existence of lost technologies, special knowledge or tools once secretly passed down among Nabatean builders, now lost forever. It is precisely these unique construction techniques that have turned Petra's high cliff tombs into enduring symbols of ancient human intelligence and courage. Each time we gaze up at those silent facades on the cliffs, we not only sense their mystery, but also see the imprint of artisans who overcame stone-dizzying heights and fear to create miracles. Today, although most visitors stop at the famous monuments, it is these nameless tombs perched high above that hold valuable lessons in perseverance, creativity, and the human drive to surpass limitations, lessons still waiting to be discovered within every ancient stone. In the heart of the vast, dusty Kizilkum desert of Uzbekistan, where every step sinks deep into the arid soil and echoes the distant past of lost civilizations, there stands a cluster of silent ancient fortresses, Ayaz-Kala, almost buried by time and shifting sands. From afar, three massive forts with crumbling walls still stand tall, defying thousands of years of upheaval, reminding humanity of a once mighty culture at the crossroads of the Silk Road. Yet what makes Ayaz-Kala an endless fascination for archaeologists and ancient mystery enthusiasts is not just its scale, age, or construction technique, but rather the question behind the reasons for its decline and seemingly traceless disappearance. What do you think is the deepest reason why Ayaz-Kala, one of the most formidable and impressive fortresses in Central Asia, was abandoned for centuries, with no one daring to return? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Rewinding the wheel of time to the earliest centuries BCE, the ancient region of Khorazm, now in western Uzbekistan, was once a flourishing oasis home to farming communities, merchants, and warriors. Its wealth, nurtured by the Amu Darya River and an ancient canal system, made it a tempting target for nomadic tribes, invaders from the north and east, and powerful empires like Persia, Greece, and Kushan. In this context, fortresses like Ayaz-Kala were not just defensive walls, but also symbols of power, survival, and native pride. Ayaz-Kala consists of three main fortresses: Ayaz-Kala 1, 2, and 3, built from around the 4th century BCE to the 7th century CE, each reflecting a different layer of time, a different wave of inhabitants, and a different ideology. Each fortress carries a distinct architectural stamp. Ayaz-Kala 1 sits alone on a high hill surrounded by rectangular walls with watchtowers. Ayaz-Kala 2 possesses a complex multi-layered defensive structure. Ayaz-Kala 3 has many internal buildings reminiscent of the residences of nobles or ruling classes. All were built primarily with sun-baked mud bricks mixed with straw, a choice well-suited to the desert climate, yet remarkably durable over more than 2 millennia. During the centuries of great development, Ayaz-Kala was a vital military, economic, and religious center linking major trade routes across Asia and Europe. It was not just a checkpoint for goods along the Silk Road, but also the site of religious festivals, power struggles between tribes, and a safe haven when outside forces descended. Archaeological evidence reveals traces of diverse daily activities. Granaries houses ceremonial rooms, fragments of murals, and intricately decorated pottery. Every brick, every fallen wall tells a story of human hands and the hope to thrive in the desert. But then, over many centuries, As the currents of power shifted, Ayaz-Kala gradually faded into oblivion. And the very question, why would such a sturdy structure with such a perfect defensive location, once the heart of a civilization, be abandoned, has become one of the most persistent archaeological mysteries of Central Asia. When people talk about Ayaz-Kala today, beyond the awe at its scale and the remarkable durability of its construction, what haunts observers most is the silence and ruin, as if all life there had been swept away by some mysterious catastrophe. Ancient records, already scarce, do not clearly mention the moment of the fortress's decline. That is why dozens of theories have arisen, each bringing with it a host of questions and endless debate. One of the most popular theories suggests that Ayaz-Kala, like many Khwarezm fortresses, was unable to withstand the repeated assaults of powerful nomadic tribes, especially the Scythians and later the Turkic peoples. The traces of destruction on the walls, the scorch marks in the inner rooms, and the archaeological layers of ash all point to fierce battles. However, if this were merely the result of war, why were the fortresses never reused, but instead left completely abandoned for hundreds of years afterward? This question still has no convincing answer. Khwarezm once flourished thanks to the abundant waters of the Amu Darya River, with ancient canals irrigating thousands of hectares of farmland. But over time, climate change and geological shifts caused the river to change its course, and many oases gradually dried up and became dead land. Archaeological data and soil analysis show that from the 7th century onward, the region became increasingly arid, suffering from severe water shortages that made it impossible for residents to remain. No civilization, no matter how great, can triumph over the desert when water, the sole source of life, disappears. Yet some argue that it was also human actions, deforestation, uncontrolled canal digging, that contributed to this disaster. Another theory emphasizes that after centuries of division and internal strife, the Khwarezm dynasties gradually weakened. As centers of power shifted to larger cities like Khiva and Urgench, remote fortresses such as Ayaz-Kala lost their strategic value, and the population gradually migrated to safer lands. The loss of political control, combined with external pressures, turned the area into a dead land where only crumbling brick walls remain, along with chilling legends of restless spirits. Some researchers believe that fortresses like Ayaz-Kala were once linked to religious ceremonies and the ancient belief systems of the Khwarezm people. When new cultural waves arrived, such as Zoroastrianism from Persia, Buddhism from the East, and later Islam, the old centers were seen as obsolete, even as haunted, and no longer maintained by the population. Additionally, rapid urban growth in nearby areas drew away the younger population, leaving behind the elderly who could no longer sustain life on such a harsh frontier. The few scattered accounts from medieval Chinese and Persian merchants sometimes mention major epidemics or devastating floods and droughts that swept across entire regions. Beneath the sand that covers Ayaz-Kala, archaeologists have found unusually thick layers of ash and sand, possibly linked to extreme climate events, even sandstorms that quickly buried the gates and living quarters. Disease cannot be ruled out either, as residents crowded together in sealed fortresses with little water and poor sanitation. A single outbreak would have been enough to make people flee or perish en masse. What puzzles archaeologists most is this: even when the climate recovered somewhat or new dynasties came to power, fortresses like Ayaz-Kala were never reused on a large scale. Only a few temporary traces suggest that small groups might have returned at times, but the vast majority never came back to live long-term in these ancient walls. Perhaps this place became associated with omens, curses, or simply such a painful historical lesson that later generations chose to avoid it altogether. Today, the red brick walls of Ayaz-Kala continue to erode under desert winds, but each year, archaeologists, scientists, and tourists flock here hoping to decode another piece of the puzzle of the past. Many excavations have found traces of daily life stone tools, pottery shards with exquisite patterns, even foundations of secret ceremonial rooms. But the question, what truly caused an entire defense system, a vital center of the region, to be abandoned and forgotten, still has no final answer. Perhaps like so many other human mysteries, the fate of Ayaz-Kala serves as a humble reminder. No matter how grand, no matter how brilliant our intellect in building mighty fortresses amid endless sands, every civilization can be brought down by the forces of nature, the unpredictable twists of history, and sometimes simply by human choice. Ayaz-Kala is not just a heap of ruins in the desert. It stands as proof of the will to survive, of our ancestors' desire to conquer nature, as a warning to those who believe in the immortality of human construction, and as an endless source of inspiration for researchers of the fragility of civilizations that once shone bright. At Ayaz-Kala, every step on the sand is a step back into the past, where the greatest mystery lies. Not in what we see, but in the unanswered questions. Why did this place once flourish? And why did it vanish so quietly, leaving only silent relics amid the endless sea of sand? Anyone who has ever set foot on the Shetland archipelago, a land of cutting winds, cold and isolation off the coast of Scotland, will surely feel a chill standing before Jarlshof stone settlement. This is not just an archaeological site. It is a quiet symphony of time, where layer upon layer of stone accumulates like forgotten pages of history, leaving humanity with countless unsolved mysteries. What do you think is the real reason behind the mysterious layers at Jarlshof? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Jarlshof is known as a rare living timeline of humankind on this land. This settlement has witnessed the continuous presence of people for more than 4,000 years, from the Neolithic through the Bronze Age, Iron Age, the fiery Viking era, and up to the Middle Ages. Most other archaeological sites in the world bear the imprint of a single dominant culture, but at Jarlshof, everything is entirely different. The cultural layers stack atop one another as if this land possesses an irresistible magnetism, attracting wave after wave of people to settle live and then vanish in silence. The strange thing is that each layer of settlement bears its own unique imprint. Circular houses with dry stone walls from the Neolithic, solid peculiar Brock towers from the Iron Age, longhouses in the characteristic Norse Viking style, large stone-floored chambers from the medieval period. Underground, the architectures continue and intertwine like an archaeological maze, yet they are not destroyed by one another. It seems that later generations always respected and built upon the old foundations rather than leveling everything. Why could such a small, wild coastal patch of land hold on to successive cultures for so long? Was it favored natural conditions? A rare, warm climate amid the cold North Atlantic, a vital water source, or something beyond modern understanding? Among the greatest mysteries at Jarlshof, nothing fascinates scientists more than the questions of the site's origins and why these thick cultural layers persisted one after another. On the one hand, Jarlshof's location seems less than ideal, right by the sea, constantly battered by strong winds and storms, the land not particularly fertile and cut off from the mainland. Yet against all common sense, it became a gathering point of cultures continuing without interruption for thousands of years. Some theories suggest that Jarlshof was situated at the crossroads of ancient migratory routes, where hunter-gatherer tribes moved from Europe to Scandinavia from south to north. The treacherous sea was also a channel for trade and connection, making Jarlshof a transshipment station, a resting stop amid the vast ocean. But if it was just about trade, why did communities settle here for so long? build solid structures, develop agriculture, weaving metallurgy, and turn this place into a constantly expanding complex. Many modern archaeologists raise the question, could Yahlshof once have been a spiritual sacred land, a holy place handed down through generations where each culture inherited, transformed, and added to the previous legacy to express its unique identity while respecting a shared divine power? In Yahlshof's architecture, one finds ritual elements, mysterious underground chambers possibly used for worship, storing sacred objects, or conducting spiritual ceremonies. The mystery deepens as researchers realize in each era, people here did not entirely destroy older structures, but intentionally overlapped, modified, and preserved the soul of previous cultures. This form of settlement created a stone time tower, each brick, a historical imprint, each layer of earth, an unsolved story. Yahlshof is not just a place where the new builds on the old, but is also living proof of cultural integration and differentiation. Archaeological evidence shows that at certain periods, multiple communities coexisted, sharing resources and knowledge, sometimes competing or clashing, leaving traces of both cooperation and conflict. The constructions of each era demonstrate remarkable technical progress, from the simple roundhouses of the Neolithic to sturdy defensive block towers of the Iron Age, to Viking stone-vaulted longhouses, and finally to the medieval stone-floored houses with ovens and storage rooms. Notably, the overlapping layers rarely break previous structures, possibly due to beliefs in land-protecting deities or simply respect for ancient traditions. This makes Yahlshof a rare archaeological phenomenon, where overlapping is not the result of conquest, destruction, and replacement, but of inheritance, continuation, and development, like a cultural flow unbroken through time. Beneath the surface, the narrow system of underground chambers still confounds us as to their exact purpose. Some theories suggest they were used to store food during the long, cold winters, or as shelters in times of attack. Others believe they were ritual spaces where the ancients performed secret ceremonies or even spirit paths for funerary rites. There is still no satisfying answer, only that this system was built strongly and cleverly and remains one of the biggest enigmas of Yahlshof. Additionally, many stone tools, bone artifacts, shards of pottery, and precious metal objects have been discovered, but many remain unidentified in function. Some are so complexly crafted as to seem beyond their era, raising the question, did the ancient people at Yahlshof possess technical or technological knowledge now lost to us? Yahlshof's mystery deepens with the presence of many objects influenced by Scandinavia, clear traces of Viking tribes, and strong connections with the wider Norse world. The vaulted longhouses, dry stone walling techniques, decorative motifs, iron and bronze tools, all bear Viking style, proving Yahlshof was an important link in ancient trade and migration networks. This partly explains why the cultural layers are so dense and diverse. Yahlshof was like a transit station for peoples, a place that received harmonized and innovated new values upon old foundations. Each time a new generation arrived, they did not entirely erase the legacy before them, but continued it, enriching the stone treasury. Despite a habitation history lasting thousands of years, each group eventually left Yahlshof in silence, leaving no clear records of why. Was it climate change, disease, depleted resources, warfare, or some other mysterious factors? The name Yahlshof itself only appeared in the 19th century, coined by writer Walter Scott in the novel The Pirate. The settlement's original name remains a mystery to this day. This further increases the site's allure and invitation. It is both a witness to history and a book with no title, each new discovery adding new layers of wonder. Today, Yahlshof Stone Settlement is an unmissable destination for anyone who loves history, archaeology, or simply wants to experience the sensation of standing among layers upon layers of overlapping time. Every stone, every wall, every underground chamber tells stories with no ending. Some say that if you listen closely on a windy Shetland night, you can hear the whispers of generations gone by and secrets still hidden beneath ancient stone. Even though modern science has unraveled many wonders at Jarlshof, the mystery of origins and the reason for all these overlapping layers remains a question with no end, much like Shetland itself, cold, foggy, but forever captivating and alluring. There are ancient mysteries that even after centuries have passed, continue to astound and puzzle the world. Deep within the arid Karakum Desert, where it seems every trace of humanity should have been erased by sand and time, a marvel rises above all limits of understanding, Ayaz-Kala. These ancient walls are not merely the defenses of a long-lost city, but living proof of human creativity and the hidden technological secrets of our ancestors. Despite enduring thousands of years and countless upheavals, these ramparts still stand proud in the heart of the desert, challenging both nature and modern science itself. What has allowed them to endure so long? And perhaps within every ancient brick, there still lies a secret that future generations have yet to uncover. What do you think is the true secret behind the endurance of the Ayaz-Kala walls? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Ayaz-Kala was not merely a simple enclosing wall, but a whole closed defensive system sheltering the most prosperous economic, religious and cultural center of Merv for many centuries. With an area of nearly 340,000 square meters, Ayaz-Kala formed a solid rectangular block, each side about 2 kilometers long, with the corners being towering watchtowers, mixed with gates, moats, and countless auxiliary structures. But what astonished all historians was the enormous walls between 10 and 12 meters thick, 8 to 10 meters high, stretching over 8 kilometers, built mainly from mud brick, seemingly simple, yet containing many layers of mystery that modern science still cannot fully explain. In a land where summers are arid, rain is rare, sandstorms rage, and harsh sunlight beats down, any structure made of ordinary mud brick would easily erode and collapse after only a few decades. Yet Ayaz-Kala has persisted for more than 2.5 millennia. Despite suffering severe destruction, there remain intact sections of wall, stubbornly defying the passage of time and the desert sands. The biggest question that arises is, how did ancient people create, protect and maintain such extraordinary durability? For these mud brick blocks, geological and archaeological surveys show that the outermost layer of the fortress used millions of mud bricks produced locally from desert clay mixed with straw water and as yet unidentified additives. Some samples reveal that the chemical composition of these bricks far exceeds normal standards, with traces of alkaline minerals that increase adhesion. Certain areas containing volcanic ash, silica sand, and even unusual organic compounds like plant residues or bio-oil. Notably, the compaction and density of these bricks are superior to traditional techniques of the same era in Mesopotamia or Persia. Ayaz-Kala was not simply built by stacking bricks on top of one another. Many wall segments were constructed in a sandwich style, with layers of rammed earth or mysterious mortar between 2 brick layers to absorb impact and prevent water penetration. Some parts of the wall contain as many as 4 or 5 different material layers interspersed with separating strata, forming an extremely solid multi-layer shield. Many experts suspect that the ancient people of Merv employed heat treatment, long-term sun drying, or even baking the bricks under the desert sun for months, making the interior structure hard as stone. The special adhesive mortars, whose exact composition remains unidentified, helped bond the bricks into unified masses, rarely cracking, even after earthquakes or warfare. while other mud brick walls in Central or Western Asia have been severely eroded by rain floods and sandstorms, Ayaz-Kala retains segments that are nearly indestructible. The outer surface is coated with a smooth, glossy layer, almost as if it were naturally glazed, preventing water from seeping in. Some theories suggest that the ancients used a mixture of fired clay, silica sand, and plant resin to coat the outer surface, creating water and UV-resistant effects, but this formula has not yet been fully reconstructed. Especially notable, many wall sections still bear signs of scorching or chemical alteration from high temperatures, hinting that strange technologies were applied, possibly controlled burning, to harden materials or a treatment method similar to modern solidification. The construction process spanned decades and required tens of thousands of laborers, as well as a highly sophisticated system for producing and transporting materials. The ancient Merv people not only knew how to source and process the best clay, but also understood the precise procedures for mixing molding, drying layering, and reinforcing with mortar, all of which had to adhere to exact ratios to achieve maximum durability. To this day, researchers have not fully identified all the tools and means they used, and there is strong suspicion that special master builders who preserved secret techniques across generations were involved, possibly incorporating religious or ritual elements into the construction process to protect the fortress from both natural and human threats. Archaeologists have also discovered many strange objects locked within the fortress walls, such as broken pottery shards, alloy artifacts, traces of organic compounds, and even stone brick molds of very uniform size. Some wall sections show marks of pressing or rolling with large stones, suggesting that the ancients invented primitive mechanical tools to increase the compaction of building materials. Notably, during excavation, scientists have found traces of certain organic compounds altered by heat, possibly tree resin, bio-oil, or even remnants of some kind of ancient chemical technology used to reinforce the mud brick, making the mystery of Ayaz-Kala's construction techniques even more challenging for modern science to unravel. Did the ancient people of Merv rely solely on their own local experience, or did they inherit mysterious construction secrets from greater civilizations such as Persia, Sumer, or even distant Egypt? What made these strange technological mysteries appear almost nowhere else but be concentrated only at Ayaz-Kala? Was this site once a testing ground for the most advanced defensive technologies, or a refuge for master builders during turbulent periods of history? All of these questions remain unanswered, making the mystery of Ayaz-Kala ever deeper and challenging every effort of future generations to unravel it. Around Ayaz-Kala exist many legends that the fortress was cursed by ancient gods, that the outer bricks were infused with sacred fragrance to ward off evil spirits and protect people from plagues, that fortress builders performed rituals to infuse strength into every brick. Locals believe that only by knowing the right magic words or ancient rituals can the walls be breached. Otherwise, neither weapons nor nature can overcome them. Perhaps that is why, after countless centuries of war, Ayaz-Kala still stands tall amidst danger, shielding the Merv relic from the oblivion of time. Today, the Merv Ayaz-Kala walls are recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, a living museum preserving every layer of history from the Persian Empire, Greece, Parthia Sassanid, to the Islamic and Seljuk periods. But more importantly, this place remains a great question for modern science about ancient material engineering, erosion resistance techniques, and the secret of protecting structures through millennia. On the northeast coast of Scotland, where the frigid winds from the North Sea blow year-round, Dunatar Cliff, Fort Dunatar Castle stands tall amidst the sky and clouds like an eternal marvel of this land. But beyond its exterior, few imagine that the inner core walls of this fortress hold strange stories and secrets of construction techniques and materials that modern science still fiercely debates today. What's your theory about the mysteries of Dunatar's core walls? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Dunatar is unlike any other ancient fortress in Europe. Instead of being situated on a plain or a broad hilltop, it embraces a cliff nearly 50 meters high, surrounded on 3 sides by the sea, with only a single narrow winding path up and down the slope, connecting it to the mainland. The terrain is so treacherous that even without the walls, Dunatar itself is an invincible natural fortress. This gave the ancients the ideal foundation to develop core walls, not merely for defense, but as the backbone for the entire structure to survive countless millennia of storms, wars, and erosion. Archaeologists have discovered that the core walls of Dunatar may contain traces from various eras, from the native Picts in the 5th to 7th centuries to the Norman period and on to the medieval Golden Age of Scotland. Each layer of stone, every detail in construction, is like a line in a stone diary recording the mark of each culture. But what surprises researchers is that despite centuries of additions and renovations, the oldest parts of the core walls retain their alien architecture materials and techniques completely different from other castles of the same era. While ancient European castles were usually built with stones set in mortar, Dunatar stands out with its dry stone core walls. Stones are set tightly without any kind of mortar. In many places, the stones are cut and beveled into locking joints and interwoven, forming an ultra-stable structure that withstands gravity tremors and even the force of both ancient and modern weapons. Some sections of wall are 5 to 7 meters thick, hollow inside, divided into multiple layers, creating a cushioning effect to absorb impact, insulate, and dampen external vibrations. However, these are just the outer shell of the mystery. The real strangeness lies in the materials used and the construction techniques. Most ancient fortresses in Scotland use local sandstone, but at Dunatar, many stones in the core walls are identified as a rare type of sandstone, with mineral composition different from nearby quarries. Many have dark red or grey-blue mixed with purple veins, containing rare micro-minerals such as glauconite, hematite, and especially traces of iron and manganese in their natural forms. Some recent studies even found signs of high-temperature alteration on the stone surfaces, suggesting the stones may have been fired or treated in some way to increase hardness and waterproofing. Many large stones, some weighing several tons in the core, do not match any stone types found in the nearby area. There is a hypothesis that stones were transported from quarries tens of kilometers away, possibly by sea or special prehistoric transport routes well beyond the technical ability of local people at that time. Some stones have the texture and color of basalt or granite mixed with sandstone, which only occur far from this region, raising debates about the involvement of mysterious civilizations or hidden builders with advanced transport technology. The most fascinating part of Dunatar's core walls is the hidden locking technique. When closely observing the joints between the large stones, many places have grooves, small holes or saw teeth cut inside like tightly locked joints. These grooves are not uniform. Each section uses a different style of joint or connection, forming a crisscross network that increases overall stability. Notably, many of these grooves could only have been made if the ancients had sharp tools, perhaps even advanced metal tools or rotary drills tools that did not appear until many centuries after the supposed construction date. Though the walls are not built with traditional mortar, many stones at connection points, especially in hard-to-reach places or hidden chambers, have a thin metallic sheen or black spots, thin coatings that chemical analysis shows may contain copper, lead, zinc, and unknown minerals. Some geologists suspect that the ancients developed a natural adhesive based on marine minerals or rare earths, which provided waterproofing adhesion and helped the stones resist salt wind and sea erosion. Why and how they discovered this remains a mystery. It should also be emphasized that this metallic coating may be a byproduct of surface treatment with heat or chemicals, allowing the walls to self-heal minor cracks from temperature changes or impacts, a technique modern science is only now researching for advanced building materials. In the coastal region of Scotland, storms, acid rain, and sea salt are the eternal enemies of every structure. Yet Dunatar's core walls have retained their strength and shape almost perfectly for more than 1,000 years. Close inspection shows a thin mineral layer on the stone surfaces similar to a natural protective oxide, unusual compared to ordinary sandstone, which easily decays. This leads to the theory that the ancients either intentionally selected and treated materials in a special way, or that the microclimate on the clifftop gifted Dunatar a natural armor that is hard to replicate. When examining the large stones of the core walls under magnification, archaeologists found extremely fine scratches and perfectly straight cuts. Even some stones have been smoothed with a material harder than iron. This suggests the stonework at Dunatar far surpassed the stone or bronze tools recognized in early Scottish history. If the ancients really had some mysterious tool or method to cut, join, and smooth stones on a large scale, this could be evidence of lost knowledge or a construction craft forgotten by history. Inside the core walls, many small empty spaces, ventilation tubes, and even regularly spaced hollows have been discovered. Many theories suggest these are a natural shock absorption system, helping the walls absorb impacts and vibrations from strong winds or even minor earthquakes. Though rare here, the area can experience tremors from large ocean waves. These spaces also help prevent flooding, drain rainwater, and keep the interior dry, a technical innovation that modern engineers must learn from. For hundreds of years, battered by waves, eroded by sea winds, and attacked by salt, yet Dunatar's core walls show almost no sagging, cracking, or collapse. Some sections have been reinforced over many generations, but the oldest walls still retain their structure and color. There are legends that these stones were enchanted or sourced from sacred places so they never decay. This contributes to the fortress's mystical aura, causing both locals and travelers to believe Dunatar is not only a fortress but a sacred totem of the land. Up until now, dozens of international research teams have come to Dunatar bringing modern analytical equipment to examine the materials of the core walls, but the results remain shrouded in mystery. No one has been able to explain why these stone walls are so incredibly durable, even though chemical analyses have found no modern mortar or additives. Nor has anyone managed to fully replicate the techniques of cutting, joining, and surface treatment seen in the core walls using only prehistoric tools. Even the strange minerals present in the stones have never been found in any other structures from the same era. Some theories suggest that Dunatar is a legacy of lost technology, that the ancestors of the Scottish people may have had contact with building techniques from another civilization, possibly the Atlanteans, Roman stonemasons, or perhaps even with the help of supernatural forces. Although these are just theories, they only make Dunatar even more mysterious than ever. Besides science, Dunatar is also enveloped in a mist of legend and folklore. There are tales claiming that ancient spirits once taught people the art of building immortal walls, and some believe that beneath the great stones of the core walls, treasures or sacred objects, the true secret of lasting durability, were buried. Regardless of what is true, it is the fact that the materials and construction techniques simply cannot be explained by ordinary logic that has given Dunatar its enduring allure throughout every stage of history, from the era of the Pictish warriors to the battles with the English and on into modern times. Donata Cliff. Fort core walls are not just stone walls, but a mysterious engineering marvel that reminds us of the extraordinary creativity of our ancestors. Even after thousands of years, the secrets of the materials and construction techniques here remain unsolved. That is what makes Donata a unique symbol, attracting scientists, archaeologists, and mystery enthusiasts from around the world. Until the day humanity truly unravels these mysteries, Donata will remain the wall of enigmas standing firm under the skies of Scotland. In the heart of ancient Aleppo, a city that was once among the most bustling trade and cultural centers of the Middle East, stands a structure so awe-inspiring that even modern architects and engineers are left speechless: the citadel of Aleppo. With a history spanning more than 4,000 years, this fortress is not only a living witness to conquest's glories and losses, but also an unsolved technical puzzle that has never been fully decoded. What do you think is the greatest mystery behind the construction of the citadel of Aleppo? How do you think ancient people managed to build such a solid fortress? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Based on archaeological findings, it is believed that the hill on which the citadel of Aleppo stands has been inhabited since the 3rd millennium BCE. Some legends even claim that it was once the site of a temple dedicated to the god Hadad of the Amorites, or a religious ceremonial center from prehistoric times. This makes the deep foundations and architectural layers within the hill all the more mysterious, making it nearly impossible to determine who the true original builders of the citadel were. The citadel of Aleppo is a structure that leaves anyone in awe due to its construction techniques far ahead of its time, containing a multitude of mysteries that challenge all explanations even today. The very first thing that makes this fortress extraordinary is that it was built on an artificial hill nearly 50 meters higher than its surroundings, which archaeologists believe was reinforced, expanded, and elevated over many centuries, using millions of cubic meters of earth and stone. How ancient people were able to transport, accumulate, and compact each layer of earth and stone to ensure a foundation that would remain solid for thousands of years is a question that still has no answer. Techniques for preventing subsidence and landslides, combined with an ingenious underground drainage system, allowed the entire hill to withstand countless earthquakes, wars, and fires throughout the millennia. As you approach the limestone and basalt walls, up to 5 meters thick and more than 20 meters high, surrounding the hill in an oval, continue to astonish observers. Many sections are constructed from massive stone blocks, weighing up to dozens of tons with almost no visible tool marks, and the stones are fitted together with such absolute precision that in many places not even a thin blade can be inserted between them. Whether mortar was used or not, the walls have stood firm for thousands of years, enduring both earthquakes and bombardments. In some places, researchers have even discovered corner locking and vertical locking techniques, meaning that the stones are interlaced and woven together, forming a chain of locks that cannot be separated, making the entire wall a unified structure, able to resist all outside forces. The gate structure of the citadel of Aleppo is also one of its most unique features, considered impregnable by any army. The main gate on the southern side comprises 2 sturdy vaulted layers and a zigzag Z-shaped path that prevents intruders from launching a direct assault. Notably, the stone drawbridge connecting the base of the hill to the main gate is a masterpiece of ancient mechanics. When raised, it completely blocks the entrance. To this day, the techniques used to create the hinges, gears, and levers that operate this drawbridge remain a major mystery, especially when viewed in the context of medieval materials and technology. Hidden deep within the fortress is a network of tunnels, secret chambers, and complex water systems that have yet to be fully explored. Some tunnels run through the heart of the hill, connecting the inner fortress to the outside, leading to underground wells and food storages features that played an extremely important role during periods of siege. Archaeologists have discovered underground cisterns with the capacity of hundreds of cubic meters, waterproofed with special mortar and equipped with primitive filtration systems, ensuring a clean water supply for thousands of people sheltering inside. The construction, maintenance, and operation of this system are a major mystery concerning the technical capabilities, labor organization, and project management of the ancient world. Not only overwhelming in scale and solidity, the Citadel of Aleppo is also regarded as a living museum of construction techniques spanning many eras from the Hellenistic period, Roman Byzantine, and Islamic Middle Ages to the Ottomans. Each dynasty left its mark in the form of walls, temples, palaces, watchtowers, chapels, and forges. The structure of the fortress was continually expanded, reinforced, and restored. That's why, within the heart of the citadel, experts have found as many as 3 or 4 layers of foundations each, using entirely different materials and methods, like pages of stone history stacked upon one another, forming a massive historical picture. The Citadel of Aleppo is likened to a battleship on land with an interconnected, intricate defensive system. Beyond its extremely thick walls, the fortress also contains bunkers, watchtowers, granaries, cisterns, and cleverly arranged underground traps, allowing residents and soldiers to hold out for months during a siege. Tiny windows, arrow slits, and trapdoors are arranged in zigzag patterns to create a labyrinth that disorients enemies. Many of the traps remain undiscovered, possibly concealing the special defensive weapons of the ancients. Although it has witnessed thousands of years, countless dynasties, kings, generals, wars, and times of peace, the Citadel of Aleppo still harbors mysteries that have never been fully unraveled. To this day, the true identities of those who designed and directed the construction of the very first foundation layers remain a major question, as no one knows exactly who the architects, engineers, or labor force that laid the first stones were. In addition, the origins and transportation process of the construction materials is another significant mystery, since some of the stone used for the fortress walls has been identified as coming from very distant sources, requiring passage over many mountain ranges and plains, yet the specific routes and means of transport have not been clearly determined. Furthermore, the operating mechanisms of the drawbridge and main gates have never been fully explained, as no original design or model has been found to help us fully understand how these special mechanical systems worked. Lastly, rumors of secret tunnels leading outside the citadel, hidden treasures, and buried chambers beneath the ground only add to the allure and enigma of the Citadel of Aleppo, as no one has yet been able to explore all the hidden corners deep within this mighty fortress. It can be said that the Citadel of Aleppo is proof of humanity's stature in turning ideas into reality, defying all limits of technology, materials, and eras. From the artificial hill, massive stone walls, solid gates, ingenious drawbridges, to the defensive systems, every detail showcases the superior technical prowess and boundless creativity of ancient civilizations. To this day, even with the most advanced modern science and technology, there are still countless questions about the Citadel of Aleppo that researchers give up on before the wisdom and perseverance of those who came before. Each time we set foot upon these ancient ramparts, we cannot help but feel humbled by their scale, their intricacy, and the layers of mystery still waiting to be uncovered within this monumental relic. The Citadel of Aleppo is not just a fortress, not just a historical relic, it is a technical cipher that challenges posterity. The mysteries of construction, techniques, the legends of treasures, tunnel systems, defensive tactics, and the interwoven historical layers make this place one of the greatest, most mysterious and inspiring structures in the history of humankind. Who will be the next to decode the thousand-year secrets still hidden within the citadel of Aleppo? Hidden atop the treacherous peaks of ancient Crimea, Mangup Kale is far from an ordinary cave fortress. It is a magnificent labyrinth, layered with centuries of history, legend, and mysteries that stretch beyond the imagination of modern minds. For countless centuries, this place served as an impregnable stronghold, the power center of long-lost kingdoms, and a silent witness to waves of upheaval, conquest, and extraordinary construction techniques that still astonish scientists today. Setting foot in Mangup Kale feels like stepping into another world, where every stone and every tunnel holds untold stories of the creativity, resilience, and secrets of those who came before. What special methods or tools do you think ancient people might have used to build the massive stone walls and secret underground chambers at Mangup Kale? Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. Mangup Kale is situated on a horseshoe-shaped limestone promontory, surrounded on all four sides by deep gorges with only a few steep footpaths leading up to the summit, which rises more than 250 meters above the surrounding valley. This location turned Mangup Kale into a natural fortress, a place where any enemy would hesitate before daring to attack. The mountaintop covers nearly 90 hectares, large enough to accommodate not only ramparts, but also residential areas, churches, food stores, wells, and a complex underground system. The history of Mangup Kale is a convergence of many cultures: the Goths, Greeks, Byzantines, Mongols, Ottomans, Russians. Each period left behind its own unique architectural stamp. From massive dry stone ramparts, tangled underground chambers, to churches carved deep into the rock face, and Gothic cemeteries scattered throughout. At Mangup Kale, there is no clear boundary between the natural and the artificial. The solid ramparts are built directly on the bedrock. Underground chambers are expanded from natural caves, and tunnels connect different defensive areas and provide secret escape routes. Just one walk along the ancient walls is enough to reveal the complex interweaving of construction generations. Ancient walls, built of large, unmortared stones, intermingle with Byzantine lime-mortared repairs and smaller stonework added by the Ottomans. The most remarkable feature of Mangup Kale is its cave and underground system. Hidden rooms, food stores, water cisterns, weapon caches. All were carved directly into the limestone cliff, with some extending several tens of meters deep. Many large caves have windows overlooking the abyss, both for ventilation and enemy observation, while still ensuring maximum safety. Inside many caves, staircases are carved into the wall post holes, water gutters, and even traces of lifting mechanisms, possibly for moving heavy objects upwards or operating stone gates, have been found. The ventilation and rainwater collection system leading into storage tanks is another astonishing technical achievement, allowing residents to hold out for a long time without lacking fresh water. Some underground chambers have hidden doors only operable from inside, or narrow tunnels leading out to the mountain slope, believed to be escape routes when the fortress was besieged. To this day, not all tunnels and hidden chambers in Mangup Kale have been discovered. Many remain sealed or have collapsed, concealing mysteries that have gone unsolved for hundreds of years. The most remarkable feature of Mangup Kale lies in the construction techniques, materials, and unusual technologies used by ancient builders. The entire fortress was erected on local limestone, but through the hands of generations of residents, this material was skillfully worked far beyond the ordinary. Limestone, though softer than granite or basalt, is very easy to cut and shape. Large blocks were quarried right on site and used for ramparts, arches, stairs, and underground chambers. Notably, many of the older sections consist of massive stone blocks weighing several tons, fitted tightly together without mortar, using the dry stone walling technique typically seen only in great civilizations like ancient Greece or Rome. The strength of these structures comes from the precision of each stone and the highly refined cutting and fitting methods, allowing the construction to endure for centuries. What remains mysterious is exactly what tools ancient people used to cut and shape the stone. With such accuracy, some marks left behind are reminiscent of Mediterranean techniques. In addition, transporting those heavy stone blocks up to the perilous heights of the cliff is a problem that has yet to be definitively solved. Hypotheses about pulleys, ramps, or inclined wooden slides have all yet to be confirmed by archaeology. The underground chambers of Mangup Kale were not simply hollowed out of the rock. They also have well-designed load-bearing structures, natural stone columns left in place as supports, arched ceilings to prevent collapse, round niches that help distribute pressure, and walls treated for water resistance with layers of clay or special mortar mixed with small gravel, a technique similar to that used in anti-damp food storage pits in the Caucasus region. Moreover, deep wells bored into the mountain underground reservoirs, collecting rainwater via stone gutters and tightly sealed lids to prevent evaporation and contamination, all demonstrate an extremely effective system for water management. Spaces near these reservoirs all have small ventilation openings to create natural airflow, keeping the water from stagnating. Many underground rooms were designed to be multi-purpose, serving as storage shelters and even hidden guard posts, connected by narrow tunnels just wide enough for one person and concealed stone sliding doors. Wall-embedded ventilation systems and skylights were also carefully calculated to ensure air circulation and to serve as light signals or alarms in case of siege. In particular, many of these construction techniques are no longer seen in later Crimean fortresses, including those built during the Ottoman or Russian periods. Features such as perfectly fitted unmortared stonework socket holes in cave ceilings for sliding stone door mechanisms and special water-resistant treatments for cisterns all show that the earliest inhabitants of Mangup Kale possessed unique building knowledge and secret skills that may have been lost over time or vanished as later generations took over. Although many traces of Mangup Kale's construction techniques remain, the exact origins development process, and especially the technologies and tools involved, have yet to be conclusively identified. Many deep caves remain unexplored due to landslide risks, collapse, or being sealed. Additionally, some local legends tell of hidden treasure rooms, secret tunnels out of the fortress known only to the leaders. Modern exploration reports mention bottomless wells, but these remain unexamined because modern equipment struggles to reach such areas given the lack of oxygen and danger of rock falls. Some theories suggest Mangup Kale was once a site for secret religious rituals or had connections to ancient secret societies. Some archaeologists have discovered strange symbols carved into deep cave walls, but their meanings remain undeciphered. Mangup Kale Cave Fortress is not merely a stronghold of stone and caves. It is a monument to the intelligence and endurance of ancient generations. The construction techniques, materials, and technologies applied here still leave modern scientists and engineers in awe and curiosity. The mysteries of the tools, methods of stone extraction, transport of massive blocks to the mountaintop, as well as the defensive and water storage structures, remain the subjects of lively debate and endless inspiration for future generations. With every new hidden chamber or ancient wall discovered, Mangup Kale poses new questions. Just how intelligent, persistent, and creative were the people of old to turn a wild mountain into an impregnable fortress, forever remaining one of the greatest mysteries of Crimea? Amidst the sun-soaked landscapes of the American Southwest stands a one-of-a-kind square stone tower, Hovenweep Square Tower, that has silently endured for centuries. Perched on a precarious cliff, deep within a barren canyon, this structure resembles a pre-Columbian cipher, challenging the intellect of our modern age. More than just a trace of a vanished culture, Square Tower gathers all the hallmarks of mystery, extraordinary construction techniques, unusual architecture, and above all, its true purpose, a monumental question that has never been answered. Through countless generations, this stone tower has remained motionless in the desert, as if waiting for someone to finally unlock the last secret left behind by the ancients. What do you think the true purpose of Hovenweep Square Tower was? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Hovenweep means deserted desert, a name that partly conveys the feeling of an ancient land where silent stone ruins are scattered across the rugged cliffs between Colorado and Utah. Among these structures, Square Tower stands out as a symbol of intelligence and mystery. A square stone tower built right on the edge of Little Ruin Canyon, rising as high as 4 stories with sheer, sturdy walls. No one knows for certain why the Pueblo people chose such a perilous location to build these towers, but one thing is clear from Square Tower. People could survey the entire canyon and surrounding lands as if it were an eye watching over the ancient desert. Every stone at Square Tower was shaped and assembled with astonishing precision. The walls are thick surfaces, flat, the corners nearly perfect. Tiny holes, light slits, and miniature windows were deliberately positioned. The top floor may once have been used to observe the sky or send signals afar. Research shows the ancients used local sandstone, but had to transport carved stack and bind them without modern cement mortar. Even so, the structure has stood firm for more than 700 years through countless seasons of rain, wind, and climate change. For more than a century of research, countless theories have been proposed regarding the true purpose of the Square Tower, but so far, none has proven entirely convincing. Some suggest that given its precarious position on the cliff edge, the small windows just large enough for observation or archery, and the thick walls designed to withstand force, the Square Tower once served as a miniature fortress, protecting residents from dangers such as wild animals or rival tribes. However, the surrounding ruins are not an enclosed stronghold, but rather scattered clusters of towers, storehouses, and pottery kilns, hardly enough to constitute a major military base. Another theory proposes that the tower's sturdy structure, few entrances, minimal light, and naturally cool interior made it ideal for storing food, water, or valuables. Some archaeologists even consider the tower a kind of elevated granary protecting supplies from insects and thieves. Yet to this day, no definitive evidence, such as traces of grain animal bones or large cisterns, has been found. The architectural sophistication, prominent position amid nature, and windows oriented to the sunrise-sunset or astronomical events, like solstices and equinoxes, also lead many to believe that the Square Tower once hosted rituals, prayers, or sky watching. Some small windows appear to be precisely aligned with the sun's position on special days of the year, creating strange light effects inside the tower. Additionally, some modern researchers lean toward the idea that the Square Tower and its neighboring towers formed a signal tower network transmitting alerts by fire or light from one to another, so residents could raise alarms or organize communal events. Some small windows on the upper levels offer wide views of the entire area, suitable for observation or signaling. Still, no clear physical evidence, such as long-term fire marks or ancient measuring devices, has yet been discovered. Excavations around the Square Tower have revealed pottery fragments, stone tools, animal bones, and ashes, but all these are just small clues, insufficient to confirm any single primary function. Notably, no artifact strong enough has been found to prove the tower was ever a long-term dwelling, a storehouse of important assets, or a sacred site. Nor has any solid internal staircase or corridor to the upper floors been found, leading to speculation that only a select few chieftains, shamans, or guards were allowed inside, while the majority of residents lived in low masonry houses scattered below the canyon. When looking at Hovenweep as a whole, each group of towers exhibits a different shape and structure. Round towers, square towers, double walls houses built against the cliff. Each site has its own unique features, making it difficult to assign a single purpose to them all. So perhaps Square Tower was a kind of multi-purpose room of the ancient world, serving at times for defense worship, storage, and possibly even astronomical observation for the Pueblo people. Even after compiling all these theories, scientists must admit we do not have a definite answer, and it is precisely this ambiguity that creates the mysterious allure of the Square Tower. Hovenweep is part of a large network of ruins closely linked to the unresolved mysteries of the ancient Pueblo civilization. These people built hundreds of stone structures, farmed in arid lands, and used highly inventive water systems, but suddenly vanished at the end of the 13th century. There are no records, no detailed legends left behind, only traces of abandoned buildings, signs of last meals, and Square Tower still standing as if challenging all modern attempts at deciphering. Besides small windows facing the sun, some carved stone symbols and odd holes in the walls remain unexplained. Many researchers believe these marks contain astronomical messages or religious symbols, but none can be matched with any known system of ancient signs. Inside the tower, many scorch marks and ashes show fires once burned here for long periods. Are these traces of daily life religious ceremonies, or simply guard fires? All are mere speculation without a definitive answer. Square Tower does not stand alone. It is a link in the chain of archaeological mysteries stretching from Hovenweep to Mesa Verde Chaco Canyon and many other sites in New Mexico, Colorado. All share similar features: timeless construction techniques, traces of astronomy, sudden disappearances of inhabitants, and unsolved mysteries about the true purpose of these structures. This raises major questions. Did ancient civilizations once connect, sharing astronomical knowledge, building skills, and complex belief systems? Or is Square Tower simply a unique creation of a small community? Yet it left a great mark on human history. More than 700 years have passed since Square Tower was built, yet questions about its true purpose remain unanswered. Was it once an impregnable fortress, or simply a hidden granary perched high above, or a place for stargazing ceremonies and prayer, or perhaps all are the products of modern imagination, while ancient people had far more practical goals? Whatever the answer, it is precisely this mystery that has made Square Tower one of the most magnificent and fascinating structures in North American archaeology. It reminds us that not every secret must be solved, for sometimes the greatest value lies in dreaming, imagining, and searching for answers without end. Amidst the harsh, sun-scorched deserts of Rajasthan, hidden in the small village of Abaneri, stands a structure that leaves anyone who beholds it utterly astonished: the Chanbauri Stepwell. More than just an ancient well, Chanbauri is like a gateway to another world, a place where perfectly aligned steps draw your gaze down into the deep, where every stone and every line of architecture seems to challenge all modern understanding of construction and engineering. More than 10 centuries have passed, and Chanbauri still stands steadfast, mysterious, like a complex riddle that time and science have yet to solve. What enabled ancient people to create such a flawless and enduring masterpiece amidst harsh natural conditions and the technological limits of their era? That secret still awaits discovery. What do you think was the greatest secret behind Chand Baori's construction? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Chand Baori is believed to have been built around the 8th to 9th century AD during the Gujara Pratihara dynasty. Yet throughout more than 1 millennium of existence, very few ancient documents remain that detail its construction methods, the workers involved, or the master engineers in charge. This ambiguity gives rise to countless theories. Was Chand Baori the product of a once glorious engineering tradition now forgotten, or a secret heritage kept within the local community? Regardless of the debate over its precise origin, everyone must agree such a complex structure could never have resulted from chance or luck. Chand Baori is square-shaped, each side about more than 30 meters, almost 30 meters deep, with more than 3,500 interlocking steps, forming 13 dizzyingly deep levels. Just excavating in this semi-arid geological area, then reinforcing the walls to prevent collapse, would be a major challenge for even modern engineers. Yet in ancient times, without mechanical tools, the entire structure was mainly built by manpower and rudimentary tools. To achieve perfect symmetry, with the steps aligning seamlessly and without noticeable deviation for the entire 30-meter depth, would have required incredibly precise surveying and planning skills. Some suggest that Chand Baori's builders were able to apply mathematical, geometrical principles and even techniques like using a spirit level and square tools, considered luxurious for that era. One of the greatest mysteries of Chand Baori lies in its very building materials and the techniques used to work with sandstone. The entire structure is assembled from thousands of massive stone blocks, each with a remarkably flat surface and almost perfectly right angles. What astonishes researchers is that over hundreds of years, despite enduring the harsh desert climate, drastic temperature changes, heavy rains, and even minor earthquakes, these stones show no major cracks or significant collapse. The blocks were quarried from distant sites, then transported over long, dusty, and treacherous roads of Rajasthan, all without the aid of modern vehicles or heavy machinery. This raises the question, what tools did ancient builders use to cut such wide, flat surfaces, achieve precise right angles, and how did they move each block, weighing hundreds of kilograms into place without compromising the stability of the entire well? Some theories suggest they used wooden sleds, levers, pulleys, or simply relied on the clever coordination of human strength, but there is still no concrete evidence confirming any of these methods. Additionally, the steps were designed with repeating geometric patterns interlocking to form a solid, stable network. This indicates that the builders carefully calculated the forces at play, ensuring even weight distribution and preventing any single weak point, demonstrating an incredibly advanced engineering mindset for their time. Another great mystery of Chand Baori lies in how ancient builders managed to dig nearly 30 meters deep into the ground without causing subsidence, even though the groundwater level in this area fluctuates seasonally, creating such a massive pit in semi-desert terrain, then reinforcing the well walls to prevent collapse, controlling water seepage, and protecting the foundation from erosion was an immense challenge. Some theories suggest that ancient people used rows of wooden piles, secondary walls, or natural waterproofing materials to strengthen the structure, but to this day, there is no concrete evidence confirming these methods. Even more astonishing, after hundreds of years, enduring floods, heavy rains, and minor earthquakes, the stone walls of Chand Baori rarely show cracks or signs of collapse, a clear testament to the extraordinary durability of ancient engineering that modern science still cannot fully explain. One particularly debated point is that many parts of Chand Baori seem not to use mortar to join the stones, relying only on weight precision cutting and tightly interlocked placement. This dry linking method allows the stepwell to naturally expand and contract with temperature changes without cracking while also aiding water drainage during the rainy season. The question is, how did ancient people determine the optimal angles, balance points, and load-bearing spots using only observation and generational experience? It's very possible they applied principles of physics and geotechnics that we have only rediscovered in modern times. With the harsh desert climate, Chand Baori stands as a prime example of natural air conditioning. The well's depth creates a cold air layer at the bottom, keeping temperatures 5 to 6 degrees Celsius, cooler than the ground level. The thick walls insulate heat, while the step design allows for easy air circulation, cooling the living space for locals and protecting the structure from extreme weather. This is a sophisticated blend of architecture and microclimate knowledge, a pioneering green technology of the ancient world. Unfortunately, to this day, most of the tools, blueprints, or equipment used for building Chand Baori have either been lost or disappeared due to time and weather. All that remains are markings on the stones, sometimes strange symbols, measurement hints, or traces, suspected to be ancient survey tools. Some researchers rely on folklore to speculate about the construction techniques, but most of these are only hypotheses without solid physical evidence. Many locals claim Chand Baori was built by supernatural forces or by a demon overnight, explaining the structure's extraordinary nature. Modern scientists have presented many theories that the builders used giant bamboo scaffolding or perhaps a secret adhesive compound now washed away. Some ancient Indian technology experts believe Chand Baori's architects mastered spatial geometry, surveying by astronomy, and even used some form of marking ink for aligning the steps. However, no one has yet explained the entire step-by-step process for constructing such an inverted pyramid in the middle of the desert. Even without all the answers, Chand Baori has inspired countless architects, artists, and filmmakers worldwide. Its characteristic step structure has been replicated in modern buildings, from theaters and museums to public squares. Chand Baori even appeared in blockbuster movies like The Dark Knight Rises, a living testament to the allure of ancient architectural mysteries. Chand Baori is not just an ancient well, it is a technical marvel that challenges human intellect. Behind its symmetrical beauty are a series of unanswered questions. What was the real construction technology? What did the ancients rely on to measure, arrange, and interlock such massive stones? Are we underestimating the knowledge of civilizations that flourished thousands of years ago? These mysteries continue to spark curiosity, inspire future generations, and ensure Chand Baori remains a symbol of immortality in the history of human architecture. Beneath the Mediterranean sun, between golden dunes and ever-whispering silver waves, the ruins of Sabratha stand in silence, a great question posed to history itself. This was once the crossroads of ancient roads, a meeting place of civilizations where legends were woven and prosperity once blazed brilliantly. Yet like a miracle that suddenly vanished, Sabratha quietly faded into oblivion. Its radiant glory and the mystery of its ending still compel humanity to ask what truly happened to this city by the sea. What do you think happened to Sabratha? Why do you believe such a magnificent city vanished so suddenly? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Sabratha was founded by the Phoenicians in the 6th century BCE, serving as a trading outpost and a gateway between Africa's rich interior and the bustling economies of the Mediterranean. Its strategic location allowed the city to flourish rapidly. By the Roman era, it had evolved into a cosmopolitan hub, attracting merchants, craftsmen, and intellectuals from across the ancient world. The city's prosperity was built on trade, ivory gold slaves, precious woods, and exotic animals from Africa passed through Sabratha's busy port, destined for Rome and other great cities. Local industries, from olive oil and grain to pottery and textiles, thrived under the patronage of wealthy elites and imperial officials. This prosperity funded an extraordinary wave of construction, giving birth to grand temples, opulent bathhouses, and most famously, the magnificent Roman theatre, an architectural marvel still standing today. What made Sabratha truly remarkable was its role as a melting pot. Over centuries, waves of influence washed over the city: Phoenician, Punic, Berber, Greek, Roman, Byzantine, and later Arab. Each left indelible marks in stone and spirit. The city's temples and public spaces bore the imprint of Punic deities and rites, yet Roman gods, Egyptian mysteries, and syncretic cults coexisted within its sacred precincts. Archaeological discoveries reveal a city where religious tolerance and hybridization were the norm. Inscriptions in Punic Latin and Greek, temples to Liber Pater, the Romanized Dionysus, Isis, Serapis, mosaics and statuary mixing Eastern and Western styles, and marketplaces where traders of every tongue haggled under the African sun. This unique cultural tapestry was both a source of strength and perhaps a seed of future vulnerability. At its zenith in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, CE Sabratha dazzled with monumental architecture. The Roman theatre, with its 3-tiered stage wall and sweeping semicircular seating, could hold thousands, a testament to both civic pride and artistic achievement. Public baths, richly decorated with marble and mosaics, reflected the city's embrace of Roman luxuries. Markets bustled, forums echoed with debates, and the harbor teemed with ships from every corner of the world. Sabratha's elite sponsored the arts, philosophy, and literature. The city minted its own coins and boasted a municipal council that administered both daily affairs and grand celebrations. For centuries, Sabratha enjoyed relative peace, security, and prosperity, seemingly destined for an enduring future. Beneath Sabratha's dazzling splendor, silent dangers always lurked, threatening the city's stability. Historical records, archaeological traces, and even ancient rumors all hint at underlying instabilities beneath its prosperous exterior. First, Sabratha's heavy dependence on wells and water reservoirs made it vulnerable to prolonged drought or overexploitation. Just a single period of water scarcity could disrupt population growth, threaten agricultural production, and destabilize an economy rooted in trade. Moreover, Sabratha was built on land frequently struck by North African earthquakes. Geological evidence shows the city endured violent tremors, cracked foundations, toppled columns, hastily repaired buildings, all reflecting nature's unpredictable destruction. Additionally, the city's rich cultural and religious diversity, which seemed to be its strength, sometimes masked deep social conflicts. As Roman control tightened and Christianity gradually spread, the cracks between communities became even more apparent. These very shadows sowed the seeds of instability, ensuring that no matter how radiant the city was always at risk of sudden collapse. The mystery of Sabratha's sudden decline is one of the most debated topics in Mediterranean archaeology. Although it had once been a vibrant commercial and cultural center for centuries, the city faded away in a manner both dramatic and difficult to fully explain. The climax of its downfall came in the 5th century CE, when the Vandal armies swept down from the north across North Africa. Ancient sources describe scenes of violence, plunder, burning, and widespread massacre. Sabratha was not spared, many buildings were destroyed, inhabitants were dispersed, and the economy, which relied heavily on maritime trade and trans-Saharan routes, was nearly paralyzed. Even though the Byzantines later rebuilt part of the city, its former glory never returned. However, when we look more closely, Sabratha's decline was not the result of a single event. It was the cumulative outcome of many factors happening simultaneously, gradually eroding the city's vitality. First and foremost, continuous warfare and invasions over the centuries weakened all foundations of society. Raids by the Berbers, followed by the Arab conquests in the 7th century, caused sharp population declines, broke down defensive systems, and undermined communal trust. At the same time, changes in trade routes played a crucial role. As new ports emerged nearby and trans-Saharan routes shifted, Sabratha gradually lost its position as a vital link in the Africa-Mediterranean trade network. Merchants' labor and investment slowly redirected toward these new centers, pushing the city into economic stagnation. Moreover, environmental factors also significantly contributed to the city's collapse. Modern geological studies indicate that coastal erosion, sedimentation, and rising sea levels progressively shrank the harbor area, directly affecting both livelihoods and economic activities. It's likely that many residents were forced to leave as farmland homes, and water sources were gradually swallowed by the sea. Additionally, epidemics were a constant threat to any ancient city. Major outbreaks, whether plague or other infectious diseases, ravaged the population, causing a domino effect of social breakdown. As the population plummeted, production stalled, and religious and cultural communities lost the people who sustained them. Finally, religious and social upheaval was a silent yet powerful wave, erasing the city's old values. The spread of Christianity and later Islam deeply changed Sabratha's identity. Polytheistic temples were destroyed, repurposed, or abandoned. Traditional festivals disappeared, and communal identities dissolved into new social orders. These rifts and loss of direction in faith and belonging made it easier for people to abandon the city when faced with major crises. All these factors, war, declining trade, environmental changes, disease, and religious conflict, came in relentless waves, pushing Sabratha from its peak into oblivion in just a few centuries. By the 7th century, its grand monuments remained only in silence, cloaked in sand and wind, marking the fall of a once glorious civilization that has become one of humanity's great mysteries. Modern archaeology has only uncovered a small part of Sabratha, while most of the ancient city still lies buried beneath layers of sand and time. Beneath the visible ruins are traces of settlements, temples, and even neighborhoods that have never been excavated. Many major mysteries remain unsolved, such as why some buildings were suddenly abandoned, who held power in the city's final period, or the fate of ordinary people during its last chaotic days. Archaeologists believe Sabratha still holds many artifacts, manuscripts, and intact structures yet to be discovered, waiting to reveal new chapters in the unfinished story of this ancient city. Today, Sabratha faces many threats, such as political instability, looting, and environmental degradation. Although recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, the city continues to suffer damage from the passage of time and regional upheavals. Yet what remains from the magnificent theater to ancient temples and mosaics still evokes admiration and a sense of longing for a once glorious civilization. Though forgotten for centuries, Sabratha remains a vivid testament to the fragility of all civilizations. The city's rise and fall reminds us that no matter how dazzling, no achievement endures forever. Sabratha is an enduring mystery among the ruins, quietly conveying a message about the limits and constant changes of human history. When it comes to the greatest mysteries of ancient South American civilizations, people often think of monumental sites like Machu Picchu Sacsayhuaman or Puma Punku, where massive stone blocks are joined seamlessly, each weighing dozens of tons. However, few know that deep within the Andes, there exists a mysterious complex of stone platforms atop Mount Yana Urka, a place where the construction techniques of our ancestors continue to spark endless debate among modern scientists. These platforms are far from random arrangements of stone slabs. They are tangible proof of a level of organization, calculation, and stone crafting skill that surpasses common human understanding. In particular, the structure and building techniques found here have thrust the archaeological community into ongoing controversy. How did ancient people with no steel and no modern machinery manage to create such sturdy constructions at such remote and perilous heights? What do you think? How did ancient people manage to build these massive stone platforms on top of Yana Urka? Was it pure human ingenuity, or could there be an even deeper mystery behind it? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Mount Yana Urka is situated in a secluded region of the Andes, surrounded by icy seas of clouds and towering mountain ranges. The ascent to the mountain itself is already a challenge, yet on the slopes and summit one encounters flat, squared stone platforms, some isolated, some arranged in rows, standing meters above the natural ground level. The size of each platform ranges from a few square meters to dozens of square meters, made of large and small stone blocks, logically and seamlessly assembled. Each platform may consist of 3 to 7 main stone slabs, surrounded by additional stones arranged to reinforce the edges and prevent erosion, a kind of architecture designed to resist time in a very special way. The most prominent and most controversial feature of the stone platforms at Mount Yana Urka is their overall structure and assembly technique. Unlike many ancient sites that only use small stones stacked atop one another, these platforms utilize large stone blocks, sometimes weighing up to several dozen tons, with surfaces that are perfectly flat and edges so square that even modern builders are amazed. Some slabs are cut at precise angles, fitting tightly together without any binding material. According to geological surveys, many of these stone blocks appear to have been quarried from mountainsides hundreds of meters or even several kilometers away before being transported, lifted, and installed in their current positions. Some of these stones also show signs of polishing, smoothing, or appear to have perfectly round drill holes, features not seen with primitive stone tools. Some experts suspect that ancient people may have employed a mysterious technique, possibly thermal stone processing, or some form of chemical method that could temporarily soften the stone, a hypothesis still lacking concrete evidence, but which fits the appearance of certain unusually shaped blocks. The biggest question arises: how did ancient people transport and assemble these massive stones on the treacherous slopes of the mountain? The terrain of Yana Urka is steep, the winding path, often only wide enough for a single person. With only human strength, it would be nearly impossible. The stone slabs may weigh 5 to 10 times the body weight of an adult. Some hypotheses suggest the use of wooden rollers, ropes, and inclined planes, but in reality, there are no traces of transport paths or large timber remains in the area. Others propose that smaller stone platforms were constructed first to act as stepping supports, with each stage lifting the larger stones a bit higher. However, the consistency in the flatness and direction of the joints remains a mystery. Many scientists have also discovered that the joints between large stone blocks contain small groove-like locking keys that help the slabs lock tightly together, forming an immovable plane that endures hundreds of years of weathering, a technique often seen at enigmatic sites like Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, or Puma Punku. Notably, the drill holes found on some large stones are arranged symmetrically deep and even reminiscent of spiral drilling techniques or high-speed stone-cutting tools. Yet bronze or stone tools cannot create such sharp drill holes, especially at height and on hard rock like basalt or andesite. For this reason, many theories have been put forward. Perhaps the ancients used a now-lost technique. Some scholars even reference the legendary softening stone technology found in ancient Inca manuscripts. When closely analyzing the traces and building techniques at Yana Urka, many researchers have noticed similarities with structures like Pumapunku, Bolivia, where andesite blocks are cut, drilled, and joined with millimeter precision. despite weighing several dozen tons. The slabs at Yana Urka share many illogical features: perpendicular cuts, sharp edges, surfaces as smooth as glass, sometimes even rectangular cuts or holes piercing straight through. On certain platforms, large stone slabs are interwoven so snugly that not even a sheet of paper can slip between them, similar to the pinnacle of ashlar masonry of pre-Inca civilizations. A noteworthy point: no traces of mortar or binding agents have been found, even with modern chemical detection equipment. This proves that the ancients relied entirely on the sheer weight of the stone and precise joining techniques to withstand earthquakes and storms, a technique modern architecture can still learn from. To this day, archaeologists still debate the real purpose of these platforms. Some believe they served as ritual altar sites for religious or astronomical ceremonies, as the summit offers a panoramic view, and many platforms are aligned with the rising sun or star constellations. Others suspect they are the foundations of lost architectural structures, possibly watchtowers, small temples, or observatories. However, no traces of walls or roofs have been found, adding to the mystery of their true function. Especially striking around these platforms, no signs of domestic life, pottery shards, animal bones, or fire remains the typical markers of long-term settlement have been found. This leads to the theory that the platforms were used only for special ceremonies or secret purposes, not as regular living spaces for ancient people. While science is still in the dark, the legends of indigenous peoples around Yana Urka tell many extraordinary stories. Many elders insist these platforms were built by giants of prehistory or gods with the power to move stones with their will. On certain astronomical occasions, locals still ascend the mountain to conduct rituals on these platforms, viewing them as a place where heaven and earth converge. These stories, though mythological, partly reflect the awe-inspiring and extraordinary nature of the platforms, and also explain why, after hundreds of years, no one dares to destroy or disturb these massive stone slabs. A regrettable reality is that compared to other famous Andean monuments, Mount Yana Urka has yet to be thoroughly examined using modern methods. There are many reasons: the location is too remote, the terrain too perilous, a lack of funding, and the mindset that it's not attractive enough for major research investment. This neglect only shrouds the site's construction techniques in deeper mystery and opens the door to more fantastic hypotheses. Could this be the vestige of a pre-Inca civilization possessing advanced stone crafting skills that the modern world cannot replicate? Mount Yana Urka stone platforms is not only a forgotten wonder in the Andes, but also a monument to the intelligence and limitless creativity of ancient humanity. These enduring platforms, with their controversial construction techniques, stand as a silent challenge to time and all scientific prejudice, as if to say some mysteries are only for those brave enough to seek them. There are ancient monuments that remain major questions for humanity, not just because of their size or endurance, but because of secrets that have never been explained. Among them, the Pharaohs of Alexandria shines as a legend not only for its towering height on the shore of the Mediterranean, but for its ability to produce a light that went far beyond the imagination of its own era. For more than 16 centuries, the Lighthouse of Alexandria did not just lead the way across the sea. It planted in the minds of later generations countless questions about its mysterious lighting mechanism, a puzzle that to this day no one has been able to fully solve. The Pharaohs is not just a piece of architecture, but an eternal symbol of humanity's drive to overcome darkness and reach for the impossible. What do you think was the real secret behind the Pharaohs' miraculous light? Share your thoughts in the comments below. At that time, the city of Alexandria was the greatest commercial, cultural, and intellectual center of the Mediterranean. The Pharaohs' lighthouse towered on a small offshore island, serving not only as a landmark for tens of thousands of ships, but also as proof of the technical prowess, scientific thinking, artistry, and strategic vision of the entire Greco-Egyptian civilization. This structure, with an estimated height of 120 to 137 meters, surpassed all contemporary architecture except for the pyramids and became an inseparable part of Alexandria's radiant fame. The foundation of the pharaohs was composed of granite and limestone blocks, joined with techniques that still astonish modern engineers thousands of years later. The tower was divided into 3 sections: a wide square base, an elegant octagonal midsection, and a slender cylindrical top. Spiral staircases, fuel transport paths, ventilation shafts, and anti-vibration features against sea winds and earthquakes all worked together so harmoniously that it seemed to transcend the technical limits of its age. Despite its massive architecture and engineering far ahead of its time, the Pharos of Alexandria became an immortal wonder of humanity, primarily because of its mysterious illumination mechanism, one that surpassed conventional understanding in both ancient and modern times. At the top of the tower burned a gigantic, never-ending fire, symbolizing a guiding light across misty, stormy seas. According to ancient records, the fuel that kept this flame alive was not just wood, but also resin olive oil and even animal fats or special vegetable oil mixtures, all contributing to a powerful, enduring blaze that shone brightly day and night. The task of transporting hundreds of kilograms of fuel daily up the spiral stairways to the top of the lighthouse was a feat of organization and labor, reflecting the extraordinary determination of the ancients in their quest to maintain an eternal light. Yet the greatest mystery lies not only in the fire itself, but in the unexpected reach of its light, a phenomenon that continues to fuel debate among historians and modern scientists. Many Greek, Roman, and Arabic accounts mention a system of giant bronze mirrors installed at the summit of the tower, sometimes described as being made of silver or tin alloy, polished and shaped into parabolas or hemispheres to reflect, concentrate, and amplify the fire's light into a powerful beam directed out to sea. Some sources claim that on clear nights, the light from Pharos could be seen from over 50 kilometers away, an achievement far beyond any ordinary flame. If the metal polishing techniques of the ancient Egyptians and Greeks truly reached such sophistication, combined with the tower's unobstructed height and the reflective effect of the sea's surface, then the phenomenon of this amplified light becomes entirely plausible. However, to this day, there has never been any direct archaeological evidence proving the existence of these mirrors. At Pharos, no fragments, no physical traces. All references exist only in the form of description legends and ancient drawings, further thickening the shroud of mystery around the lighthouse. The lack of physical evidence has kept scholars debating: was the technique of making massive bronze mirrors with perfect flatness and reflectivity truly achieved in antiquity, or is it only legend? Some experts believe that joining many small mirrors together to form a large parabolic surface was technically possible based on evidence of bronze mirrors in Egyptian Greek archaeology. There are even hypotheses about the use of primitive stone crystal or glass lenses similar to a modern Fresnel lens to focus the light. But so far, no such large lenses have been found from ancient Egypt. Perhaps the pharaohs' strange illumination mechanism was the result of several factors combined: an extremely strong fire, a sophisticated reflecting system, an ideal geographical location, and even the amplification effect of light across the sea, all working together to create a beacon wonder that was almost mythical to ancient sailors. For this reason, accounts of Pharos go beyond mere technical descriptions, spreading into the realm of legend and mystery. Many medieval Arabic and Mediterranean texts recount that the pharaohs' bronze mirrors could concentrate light into a heat weapon powerful enough to set enemy ships ablaze as they neared the harbor, a kind of ancient death ray reminiscent of the legend of Archimedes at Syracuse. Other stories claim that the mirror system allowed sentinels atop the tower to see beyond the horizon, detecting ships from afar, even before the naked eye could spot them. Some medieval alchemists believed that the Pharos was more than a lighthouse, that it secretly contained mysterious mechanisms, possibly a treasure trove of knowledge or artifacts connected to the power of light, protected by kings in utmost secrecy. Although these legends lack concrete evidence, they have helped make the Light of Pharos one of the greatest enigmas, at once real and imaginary, scientific and mythical, and to this day it remains a subject that fascinates and challenges generation after generation. The Pharos light not only helped ships avoid reefs, waves and fog, but also served as a symbol of national power. Each night, that flame reminded every captain, merchant and rival that Alexandria was a maritime superpower, a gateway to knowledge, commerce, culture and authority. Pharos became the ever-shining heart of the city, tied to its glory, prosperity, and the pride of the Egyptian and Greek peoples. Although the Pharos' light shone for more than 16 centuries, this wonder could not escape nature's harsh laws. Major earthquakes in the years 956, 1303, and 1323 gradually destroyed sections of the tower. By the 14th century, it had almost completely collapsed. Pharos' stones were reused in other fortresses. Its location, foundation, and even mechanical parts, like the bronze mirrors or stairways, have mostly been buried under the sea, and no excavation has found traces of the legendary illumination mechanism. Moreover, today's reconstructions cannot agree on the shapes, sizes, numbers, or placements of the mirrors or lenses, further intensifying the mystery of the light that once illuminated the entire Mediterranean. Though gone, Pharos remains an eternal symbol. The word Pharos became a generic term for lighthouse in English and dozens of European languages. The image of the Pharos Tower is deeply etched in humanity's collective memory, inspiring architecture, art, literature, and even modern films. Today, scientists still debate Pharos' lighting technology. Architects reconstruct its models, and mystery lovers continue to search for traces beneath Alexandria's waters. But above all, the mysterious illumination mechanism, whether truly perfect or not, has become a symbol of humanity's desire to conquer darkness, challenge nature, and push the limits of knowledge. In the minds of people everywhere, the light of Pharos will continue to shine, leading us forward, just like the endless dream of enlightenment from the dawn of humanity. Deep in the subtropical region of Ajara, on the misty shores of the Black Sea, stands one of Eurasia's most enigmatic fortresses, the ancient fortress of Gonyo. Not simply a relic of war, Gonyo is a stone puzzle that has endured centuries of conquest, legend, and silence, yet still refuses to yield its deepest secrets. While much has been written about its historical roles, it is the fortress's military architecture, strikingly advanced for its age, that continues to puzzle archaeologists, military historians, and engineers to this day. What do you think is the greatest mystery of the Gonyo fortress? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Gonyo's origins are lost in a haze of myths and shifting empires. Locals point to ancient Greek legends claiming that the Argonauts landed here and that the tomb of Apsyrtus, the tragic brother of Medea, is buried beneath its stones. Yet archaeological evidence roots Gonyo in the Roman period, its massive curtain walls and military layout dating to the 1st century AD, though likely built atop even older pre-Roman fortifications. Over the centuries, Romans, Byzantines, Ottomans, and local kingdoms all altered, expanded, or fought for this strategic stronghold. But with every layer of occupation, the original genius of its military design became ever more apparent. What truly makes the Gonyo fortress stand out from other sites of its era is its unique military architectural layout, often described as a geometric code of power. Spanning nearly 5 hectares, the formidable walls, rising up to 7 meters high and 5 meters thick, enclose an almost perfect rectangular area, a rarity among fortresses in the region. Notably, along the length of the walls, 18 massive towers are positioned at mathematically precise intervals, reflecting meticulous planning and a deep understanding of ancient defensive strategy. Each tower is multi-leveled, equipped with arrow slits and platforms for archers or heavy weapons, forming a network of overlapping fields of fire. As a result, any attacker would inevitably be caught in a dense crossfire with no safe cover. Furthermore, Gonyo's gates are set off axes double-layered and designed to create deadly trap zones, forcing invaders into positions where they could be attacked from multiple angles at once. All of these elements combined made Gonyo a virtually impregnable fortress for centuries, serving as lasting evidence of the advanced military engineering skills of its ancient builders. One of the key factors that makes the Gonyo fortress both mysterious and ahead of its time is the remarkably sophisticated construction techniques that modern archaeologists still cannot fully decipher. The foundations and walls of Gonyo were built not only from locally quarried basalt and limestone, but also incorporated layers of Roman-style bricks, creating a solidity and flexibility unmatched by most other fortresses in the region. The large stone blocks at the base were meticulously cut into rectangular shapes and fitted so tightly that almost no mortar joints are visible, a cyclopean construction style that was extremely rare in the Black Sea area at that period. Interspersed between these stones are strips of red-fired bricks in the Roman style, which not only increased the structural durability, but also helped disperse forces from siege weapons or even earthquakes. Particularly mysterious is the mortar used to bind these materials. The samples found at Gonyo show a complex composition, seemingly a mixture of lime, volcanic ash, and other unidentified minerals, and to this day, no laboratory has been able to replicate it precisely. Thanks to this special mortar, many sections of Gonyo's walls have remained resilient after centuries of storms, earthquakes, and erosion, sometimes even outlasting modern concrete. Furthermore, geophysical surveys and partial excavations have revealed that beneath the fortress lies a network of tunnels, water cisterns, and many secret underground chambers designed for defense or escape, most of which remain unexplored, adding even more to the site's mysterious allure. Unlike most fortresses of its era, with only a single line of defense, Gonyo Fortress featured a remarkably complex system. Its spacious inner courtyard could support a large garrison through prolonged sieges, while cleverly positioned cisterns and wells provided secure, reliable water even when cut off from the outside. Archaeological traces also hint at secondary inner walls and elevated walkways, enabling rapid troop movement and reinforcement. This combination of layered defenses and intelligent planning made Gonyo an almost impregnable stronghold and highlights the advanced military vision of its ancient builders. What makes Gonyo extraordinary is its adaptability. As siege technology evolved, ranging from battering rams to early gunpowder, the fortress was repeatedly updated. The Ottomans, for example, reinforced sections with earthworks to absorb cannon fire, while Byzantine additions are visible in reused stones and later mortars. Yet the core geometry and the most durable sections remain those of the original ancient engineers. A core mystery lingers who first conceived this advanced military system. Some theories argue for master Roman military architects sent from the empire's heart to guard the vital coastal road and trade routes. Others suggest a blending of Roman Colchian and even older engineering traditions, perhaps knowledge passed from builders of the region's megalithic structures. There are carved marks and symbols on some stones which do not match Roman standards, fueling speculation that the original blueprint was even older, later perfected by the Romans. One of Gonio's greatest secrets may lie below its flagstones. The so-called Tomb of Apsyrtus, a legendary figure of the Argonaut myth, is said to rest here, and local tradition forbids its excavation for fear of disaster. Modern surveys suggest voids and chambers beneath, possibly containing ancient treasures, lost archives, or even weapons caches. Some believe that understanding the full architectural plan of Gonio requires entering these forbidden spaces, but so far, no one has dared. Today, the Gonio fortress is only partially excavated. Archaeologists continue to discover Roman coins, weapons, Byzantine jewelry, Ottoman ceramics, all testifying to the site's long multicultural history. Yet the greatest discoveries may be structural new findings in the wall construction, mortar analysis, or tunnel mapping could revolutionize our understanding of ancient engineering. Some military historians even argue that lessons from Gonio's geometry could be applied to modern defensive architecture. Gonio is not just a relic, but a living question mark in stone. Why was so much military genius concentrated in this spot, far from the empire's centers? Did ancient engineers possess lost knowledge of earthquake-proofing, siege resistance, and rapid troop deployment? How did multiple cultures build upon each other's work without erasing the core design? What secrets do the unexcavated tunnels and hidden chambers still hold? And is there any truth to the tales of forbidden tombs, cursed treasures, or long-lost blueprints? The ancient Gonio fortress stands as a silent symbol of human ingenuity and mystery, having endured thousands of years of wars, legends, and innovation, while retaining its imposing presence against the passage of time. Its stone walls are not merely defensive structures, but an unsolved question, reflecting a level of military engineering far ahead of its era. Standing atop Gonio's ramparts, one can truly feel the mark of the past and the enduring mysteries that have resisted every attempt at discovery. Without a doubt, Gonio's military architecture is a masterpiece conceived and built with knowledge that continues to astonish the modern world. Until its final secrets are revealed, Gonio will remain one of the greatest military enigmas of the ancient world. Amidst the remote countryside bordering Jharkhand and West Bengal, India, the ancient temple complex of Maluti rests humbly and quietly among endless fields, brush, and small earthen-roofed houses. Hidden within the flow of history, this place holds mysteries that baffle not only locals but also archaeologists and modern architects alike. Maluti is not merely the remnant of a vanished local dynasty. It is also a laboratory of strange, never fully deciphered construction techniques, a vivid testament to the creativity that far exceeded the era of ancient humanity. What do you think is the real secret behind Maluti's construction techniques? Share your thoughts in the comments below. While most famous temple complexes in India are renowned for their art of carving hard stone, like Ellora Ajanta or Khajuraho, Maluti is a complete anomaly. Every single temple here is built entirely from fired brick. There is no granite, no giant stone pillars, no classical stone locking techniques, and yet these small temples have stood firm for 4 to 5 centuries, enduring rainstorms and the relentless erosion of time. What is most surprising is that the temple walls in Maluti are unexpectedly thin, in many places less than 30 centimeters, and in some spots so thin that daylight passes through. In contrast, brick temples of the same era elsewhere typically have thick walls or are always reinforced with wooden beams or iron bars, which Maluti shows absolutely no traces of. Domes, arches, and spires here are constructed solely by locking bricks manually, no cement, no modern adhesives. These small, lightweight bricks are stacked in layers with traditional lime mortar, yet form structures 4 to 5 meters high with perfectly arched domes that have not cracked or collapsed. Even today, modern engineers still cannot accurately explain how the ancient builders calculated load angles and the distribution of force so that these delicate domes and walls could survive for centuries. Another unique feature is the extremely strange arrangement of the temples. In Maluti, there is no symmetrical classical layout, no clear division into clusters. Instead, they form a maze of dozens of temples crowded together, sometimes just a hand's width apart, wall against wall, with archways opening directly into neighboring shrines. This chaos creates a bizarre unity. The entire temple complex behaves like a living organism. Each small structure supports the others, structurally sharing, weight-distributing load, almost as if forming an organically interconnected network of bricks. This has led many Western experts to conclude the layered brick construction technique in Maluti is truly one of a kind, unlike any school of architecture in South Asian history. Some compare it to the brick temples of Bengal, such as Bishnupur. But in details, the way bricks are joined, arches are carved, the proportions of wall and roof, Maluti stands apart, almost like its own architectural language. The bricks used in Maluti are small, proportionate, and have smooth surfaces, something very hard to achieve with conventional hand-firing technology of the 17th or 18th century. The brick composition includes fine sand-slaked lime and a small amount of iron oxide, making them water-resistant and preventing moss growth, yet not too heavy to collapse thin, vaulted walls. Strangely, chemical analyses reveal that many Maluti bricks were fired at extremely high temperatures, over 1,000 degrees Celsius, far exceeding the capabilities of traditional village kilns. Some researchers suggest that the people of ancient Maluti knew how to refire bricks multiple times to increase their hardness. That is, after an initial firing, once the temple was built, they would light huge fires around the complex to bake the brick walls again in situ. This could explain why Maluti bricks are both light and sturdy, resistant to water, and extremely difficult to break down over time. However, this remains just a theory. No large kilns or physical evidence of such large-scale refiring processes have ever been discovered. Another striking point is that none of Maluti's domes use any modern bonding material. No cement, no steel reinforcement, only traditional lime mortar mixed with clay and a bit of plant fiber. The soaring domes, some of which are twice as high as they are wide, challenge even the principles of force distribution that modern architects must calculate with care. Many experts have concluded that ancient Maluti builders possessed the secret of bricklaying by locking force. Each brick is beveled at a precise angle, fitted together to create a self-supporting arch that distributes the load evenly from the apex down to the walls. It is this locked arch brick technique that keeps the temples from collapsing, even though traditional mortar is highly susceptible to water erosion over time. In fact, some domes whose mortar has completely decayed still do not fall, proving that load-bearing relies primarily on brick locking, not on the bonding agent. Another astonishing aspect is that the art of brick sculpture in Maluti is incredibly detailed and sharp, with many reliefs only a few millimeters high, yet capturing vivid facial expressions, gestures, costumes, and weaponry. Such artwork could only be executed by highly skilled craftsmen with the brick in ideal condition, not too hard, not too brittle. There are even large bas-reliefs placed directly on curved domes, composed of multiple small bricks, yet perfectly continuous with no visible joints. The artistic themes on the temple walls are diverse battle scenes, dance rituals, everyday life, and even depictions of strange natural phenomena, lightning, total eclipses, floods. Many symbols are unlike mainstream Hindu tradition, instead blending local folk elements and even motifs reminiscent of Tibetan Buddhist art or Bengali legends. No one can explain why such a remote region would give rise to its own brick art school, harmoniously integrating many different cultures, demonstrating creativity that transcended mere provincialism. To this day, despite many research teams, both local and international, no one has fully deciphered how the Maluti builders mastered materials, calculated structures, and coordinated the construction of dozens of closely packed temples without collapse. Ancient documentation has been lost. Local legend merely speaks of a curse that required 108 temples to be built to protect the village, but gives no technical details. Perhaps the greatest mystery is that even when the temples are in disrepair with crumbling walls and decayed mortar, many domes still stand isolated without falling. Some temples remain in unstable position, disturbed leaning, but have not yet collapsed, even though a single heavy rainfall should have been enough to destroy them. Some conservationists believe only a tiny fraction of Maluti's construction secrets were ever passed down, while most were lost forever, along with the disappearance of the Bajbazanta lineage. Today, most of Maluti's temples are in a serious state of decay. Rain, seismic activity, material theft, and a lack of conservation funding have left many shrines in ruins. International conservation experts have warned, without urgent restoration plans, the entire museum of ancient brick construction technology will disappear within a few decades, taking with it mysteries never to be solved. The ruins of Maluti is not just an ancient temple complex in rural India. It is a challenging puzzle for modern science, how using primitive materials, manual techniques, and under constrained conditions could ancient people create structures both beautiful, durable, and complex. Was this once a crucible of technique for some special school of construction, then lost to history forever? Today, every brick, every dome, every carved pattern in Maluti still whispers the story of a small but remarkably creative civilization where the secrets of construction still await discovery by those passionate and persistent enough to seek them. If you stand in the middle of ancient Rome and look up, there will be a moment when you wonder, am I in Italy or in ancient Egypt, hidden among moss-covered city walls and the remnants of the Roman Empire? The Pyramid of Cestius appears like a paradox, a flawless geometric mass, so sharp and strange, it feels as though it was misplaced in the heart of this city. Not a dome, not a typical column, but a pure, white pyramid rising straight into the Italian sky, defying every architectural convention and belief of the Romans. For more than 2 millennia, this pyramid has stood as both a bold statement and an unsolved riddle. Who built it? Why choose such a mysterious shape? And more importantly, how did they complete this hybrid marvel with such controversial techniques, leaving later generations endlessly debating and marveling? What do you think was the real reason behind building such a mysterious pyramid in Rome? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Completed around 1812 BCE, during the tumultuous transition from Roman Republic to Empire, the Pyramid of Cestius is utterly unique in the Roman landscape. While the ancient world was no stranger to monumental tombs, Rome's funerary architecture followed very different conventions: mausoleums, tumuli, or grand columbaria, never pyramids. The only other pyramids ever reported in Rome vanished without a trace. Today, Cestius Pyramid stands alone, its marble sides gleaming incongruously against the city's ancient walls. The pyramid was commissioned by Gaius Cestius Epulo, a wealthy and influential magistrate and member of the Epulones, a religious order responsible for organizing public feasts. That he chose to immortalize himself in a style borrowed wholesale from Egypt is remarkable in itself. But how did a monument so alien to Roman tradition come to rise in the very heart of the city? The late 1st century BCE saw a wave of fascination with Egypt sweep through Rome. After the conquest of Egypt by Octavian, the future Augustus in 30 BCE, Egyptian obelisks, statues and motifs became fashionable, adorning gardens and public spaces. Yet building an actual pyramid was an audacious act, suggesting not only personal vanity, but a deliberate attempt to channel Egyptian ideas about death, eternity, and the afterlife. Some historians argue Cestius's pyramid was an ultimate status symbol, a bid to set himself apart from his peers, to borrow the mystical aura of Egypt and proclaim his power, sophistication, and even his aspirations to immortality. But there are deeper mysteries, for the pyramid's design and execution pose questions that go far beyond fashion or ego. Unlike the sprawling, elaborately decorated tombs of Rome's elites, the Pyramid of Cestius is austerely minimalist. Inside a single small burial chamber, unadorned except for faint traces of frescoes, lies encased deep within the stone. There are no vast halls, no carved narratives, no statues. The lack of inscriptional detail inside has left scholars grasping at shadows. Why did Cestius opt for such a severe, even secretive tomb? The construction techniques of the Pyramid of Cestius have long been a source of major controversy among archaeologists and historians of ancient engineering. The first astonishing detail comes right from the white marble inscription on the monument itself. This work was completed in only 330 days, according to the will of Gaius Cestius, with the approval of the Roman Senate and his heirs. Although ancient Rome was renowned for the speed of its public works thanks to its militarized organization, the feat of erecting a pyramid 36 meters high, with each side over 30 meters long and clad entirely in valuable Carrara marble in less than a year, still defies the imagination even for modern experts. To create such a solid structure, with sharp geometric lines, the Romans applied some very special engineering solutions. The core of the pyramid was made from Roman concrete opus caementicium, a unique mix of lime volcanic ash water and stone aggregate famed for its exceptionally strong bonding and durability over millennia. This core was then surrounded by layers of large bricks meticulously arranged for total structural stability. The outermost layer consisted of bright white Carrara marble, each slab up to half a meter thick, cut, polished and fitted with remarkable precision to form a perfectly flat surface, showing no visible gaps between the pieces. The use of such precious material as Carrara marble also strongly reflects the ambition for power and eternity of the individual who commissioned this tomb. The process of quarrying, transporting, and assembling Carrara marble was an immense logistical challenge, even by modern standards. The marble had to be quarried from the Apuan Alps, more than 400 kilometers from Rome. Each block was transported by land and river through difficult terrain before finally reaching the construction site. After that, the blocks had to be cut to precise sizes, polished, and hoisted up to the higher parts of the pyramid's structure. To this day, specialists cannot say for sure what methods the Romans used, only assuming they might have applied massive ramps, gigantic scaffolding pulleys, or even primitive cranes. No technical blueprints, construction diaries, or building notes remain, unlike many other Roman projects where craftsmen's marks or assembly instructions have been found. This lack of documentation has given rise to many theories about special construction techniques or even lost secrets. Furthermore, pyramid-shaped construction was by no means a Roman tradition. The Romans were famous for their domes, aqueducts, and theaters, but rarely built sharply angled load-bearing structures like pyramids. Their success in balancing the mass, distributing the pressure, and maintaining long-term structural stability, especially at the joints of the faces and the apex, show that the builders either learned from Egyptian engineering or possessed outstanding creative abilities. Some scholars believe there was likely involvement from Egyptian or Hellenized engineers and craftsmen who could have appeared in Rome after Egypt was annexed into the empire. However, there is also the view that this was the result of independent Roman innovation, demonstrating their organizational ability to mobilize manpower and a spirit of technical renewal. Another mystery is the reason for the rush to complete the pyramid within just 330 days. According to Roman tradition, wills often required quick burial, but the sheer scale of the Pyramid of Cestius far exceeded normal tomb standards. This raises many questions. Was this a personal order, a final declaration of power, or did it relate to religious, political, or even esoteric beliefs we can no longer fully grasp today? Beyond speed and construction technique, the pyramid's durability is also living proof of the builder's quality and vision. For more than 2 millennia, through earthquakes, wars, floods, and the ever-changing face of the city, the Pyramid of Cestius has stood tall, with most of its marble cladding intact and the concrete core showing no cracks or collapse. Beyond its construction, the pyramid's marble faces are inscribed with Latin text, the name and titles of Gaius Cestius, the completion time, and a list of supervisors. Yet scattered across the surface are smaller marks and enigmatic symbols whose full meaning is still debated. Are these masons' marks religious emblems or cryptic references to secret societies or rituals? The absence of clear answers only deepens the pyramid's aura of mystery. Unusually, the pyramid stands close to the Porta San Paolo and was later enveloped by Rome's defensive Aurelian walls. Some suggest this placement had symbolic value, a guardian of the city, a point where the worlds of the living and the dead, Rome and Egypt, intersect. Others see echoes of ancient geomancy or lost knowledge of sacred landscapes. The Pyramid of Cestius is not just a tomb, it is a timeless riddle in the heart of Rome. Its powerful form and shining white marble evoke memories of Egypt while reflecting the ambitions of ancient Rome. Most notably, the speed and precision of its construction remain a major mystery for today's experts. Is this the result of outstanding organization and willpower, or does it conceal technical secrets that have been lost to history? Every theory still leaves many questions open. Despite centuries of upheaval, this pyramid still stands tall in the center of Rome, a symbol of human intelligence, ambition, and mystery, and a question that has yet to be truly answered. Hidden deep within the central highlands of the Andes, Chavin de Huanta is one of the most legendary and enigmatic sites of ancient South America. Recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site in 1985, this place is not only an ancient temple complex, but also a symbol of intellect, religion, power, and unsolved mysteries. For more than 3,200 years, Chavin de Huanta served as the greatest religious and cultural center of the pre-Inca era, often referred to as the Rome of the ancient Andes. The most outstanding feature of this site lies not only in its scale, but in its timeless construction techniques, especially its incredibly sophisticated earthquake resistance and acoustic control, which continue to astonish the modern world. What do you think was the greatest secret behind Chavin de Huanta's incredible engineering? Share your thoughts in the comments below. First, imagine the historical setting around the years 1200 to 400 BCE, when most other civilizations were still living in loosely organized tribes. The Chavin people built a complex consisting of temples, underground labyrinths, ceremonial chambers, plazas, and countless auxiliary structures. Chavin de Huanta became a meeting and merging point for the scattered tribes of northern Peru, serving as the axis of religious, political, and social life. The Chavin legacy is not confined to architecture. It also spread across the Andes through artifacts, artistic styles, beliefs, and even trade networks. For centuries, this was where spiritual values and religious authority were strengthened and propagated, laying the groundwork for later cultures such as Mochicanasca Wari and ultimately the Inca. One of the most astonishing features of Chavin de Huanta is its complex underground labyrinth, designed with near-supernatural refinement. Beneath the earth lies a network of corridors, ceremonial chambers, stairways, light wells, hidden paths, and sacred rooms reserved for priests or chosen individuals. Here, natural light barely penetrates, only echoes and shifting shadows remain, creating a sacred, haunting atmosphere for any who descend. Notably, secret stairways are cleverly concealed, connecting different levels of the temple and underground chambers, adding further complexity to the structure. Many archaeologists believe that the journey through this maze was a test of spirit faith and endurance, helping devotees experience a supernatural state that brought them closer to the world of the gods. At the heart of Chavin stands the Lanzan monolith, a dagger-shaped stone over 4.5 meters tall, buried deep in the dark, carved with the image of a fearsome hybrid deity with bulging eyes, fangs, and a serpent's tongue. The Lanzon served not only as a ritual object, but as a symbol of power, kept strictly hidden. Only those deemed purified could behold it, hinting at initiatory or esoteric rituals unknown to later generations. Alongside the Lanzon are dozens of Cabezas Clavas stone heads with distorted faces, protruding tongues, and sharp teeth, adding to Chavin's aura of mystery. Some theories suggest these symbolize ancestral spirits or serve as warnings of supernatural powers dwelling within the temple complex. Archaeological evidence shows that Chavin de Huanta was a crossroads for many Andean cultures. Ceramics, figurines, jewelry, even foodstuffs, and marine fossils from hundreds of kilometers away have been found here. Especially remarkable are the spondylus seashells, native only to distant coasts, which appear abundantly at Chavin, proving the site's wide-ranging trade connections and religious influence across regions. One of the key factors that make Chavin de Huanta so remarkable, mysterious, and timeless is its construction techniques, which far surpassed the level of its era, and even today's modern science has yet to fully explain them. This archaeological center is not simply an ancient temple complex. It also serves as a natural laboratory for sustainable architectural solutions, withstanding natural disasters and creating extraordinary acoustic effects imbued with spiritual significance. This has not only astonished archaeologists, but also engineers and architects of the modern age, all of whom must acknowledge the Chavin people's remarkable ingenuity. Right from the stage of material arrangement, the Chavin demonstrated extraordinary skill. Every stone block in Chavin de Huanta was fitted together with incredible precision, without using any binding mortar. Stones, large and small, were crafted using mortise and tenon joints, meaning the blocks interlocked tightly with one another, allowing the entire structure to flex and adapt to seismic activity. When tremors occurred, the stones could shift gently in all directions, absorbing energy and greatly reducing the risk of collapse before locking themselves back into place, thanks to their natural locking system. For this reason, over more than 3 millennia, despite the Andes being frequently rocked by earthquakes both large and small, the Chavin de Huanta complex has endured a feat few other civilizations of its time could claim. What's truly astonishing is that to build in this way, the Chavin people had to thoroughly understand physical principles, weight pressure angle, and the positioning of each individual stone. They were also knowledgeable about geology, selecting the right type of stone for each part of the structure according to its properties. Compared to Europe at the same time, this level of expertise was extraordinary. Most Western civilizations were still building mainly with earthwood or crude stone walls held together by basic mortar. Their mastery didn't stop at mechanics. The Chavin paid close attention to environmental control inside their underground rooms and corridors. Despite the Mosna River's damp and rainy climate, Chavín de Huántar maintained stable, comfortable humidity thanks to an exceptionally sophisticated ventilation and drainage system. They bored small holes, created water channels, and built hidden vents within walls and ceilings, enabling air to circulate continuously, preventing mold and protecting the stone from decay. Notably, many secret passages weren't intended for people, but were designed to regulate airflow, like a natural air conditioning system, keeping the entire complex dry and resilient over the centuries. Another mystery that makes Chavín de Huántar a laboratory of acoustics for humanity is its ability to create and control magical sound effects within enclosed spaces. The underground chambers, corridors, and stone niches are all arranged at special distances and ratios so that when a spondylus shell, an ancient trumpet, is blown, the sound reverberates echoes in layers and spreads throughout the labyrinth. Modern researchers have experimented and found that sound made in one corner can be heard clearly tens of meters away, sometimes even transformed into deep, booming noises reminiscent of divine voices from the underworld. This acoustic effect not only heightened the spiritual atmosphere, but also helped isolate sacred rituals from the outside world, reinforcing the mysterious aura and power of the Chavín priesthood. In addition, the combination of dim lighting, echoing sounds within closed spaces, incense smoke, and trance-like rituals created a unique state of consciousness for participants. Many believe that thanks to these special physical and acoustic environments, Chavín's mystical ceremonies truly gave devotees the sense of communicating with the gods, cementing absolute faith in the temple's supernatural power. Perhaps most remarkable of all is that these elements, earthquake resistance, climate control, and sound management, were not accidental, but were intentionally planned, combined, and integrated into a complete system. The ultimate goal was to preserve supernatural power and turn Chavín de Huántar into a sacred center where all who entered would feel awe. Many theories suggest that by mastering these secrets of nature, the Chavín priesthood was able to conduct astonishing mystical ceremonies, producing strange sounds, shaking the ground, and simulating supernatural phenomena to reinforce the faith of believers in the supreme power of the gods. Although studied for over a century, Chavín de Huántar remains full of mysteries. Many underground chambers and passageways are still inaccessible, and the true functions of these spaces, along with the meaning of the stone heads and Lanzon monolith, are still debated. How the Chavín people moved and assembled massive stones without modern technology also remains unanswered, leaving open the question of whether they possessed advanced knowledge beyond their time. Today, Chavín de Huántar is an endless source of inspiration for architects, archaeologists, seismic engineers, and all who love exploring ancient mysteries. Many modern studies on earthquake-resistant architecture in Peru, Japan, and even Europe have drawn inspiration from Chavín's secrets of stone joining climate control and acoustics. Chavín de Huántar is living proof of the intelligence and timeless engineering of ancient people. Its earthquake resistance, acoustic, and climate control abilities show that they not only built temples, but also programmed emotions and beliefs for future generations. Though time passes, Chavín still reminds us that many